Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Avengers, Infinite Wars in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 61, Rising Tension. We're still on rotation for the most part, but cleanup has been our main priority. After Jobbie, Ultron has gone dark with only smattering reports of him cropping up. Are you sure it is wise for you to be moving about as you are, Matt? Were you not injured too long ago? I'll be fine, Chirrut. Matt Murdock, lawyer by day and devil of Hell's Kitchen by night, said in a calm fashion. This isn't my first rodeo. But it is your first war, said a more gruff tone with a tired tinge to it. Isn't it for all in this galaxy? Matt said in return. At least we're still standing, Base. What was that phrase you told us? The gruff warrior asked in slight amusement. Count your blessings. Seeing as I was raised to be a good Catholic boy, it's a phrase that's been drilled into my head, Matt remarked. Chirrut Imwe hummed aloud, corners of his mouth curling upwards. I hope your friends are doing well. Have they all recovered? For the most part. Captain Rogers was released from the medical wing of the temple a week ago. The rest of us are all up to shape, Matt stated. But what's this you said about Jedha calling in unexpected help? Ah yes, the Mandalorian protectors, Chirrut remarked. A number of high-ranking individuals on Jedha believed that with how the galaxy is on edge, it would be optimal in bringing in the best help one can find. And they're not alone, Baze added in. We did not get many Mandalorians, but that's due to who accompanied them. A new group of mercenaries that have been calling themselves the Ravagers. The Ravagers, Matt repeated. They sound unique. Not the most inviting name, yes, but their actions speak for themselves, Chirrut said with a small smirk. They appear to be working partners with the Protectors and have been assisting in keeping a semblance of peace. Semblance being the key word. Baze cut in. Everything's hanging off the edge of a vibroblade. Anything remotely wrong and dash. Panic, mass hysteria. Matt finished with a low voice. I'm amazed we haven't already gotten it yet. People understand more than they let on when it is needed, Chirrut stated. I feel it. The feeling that if they are to revolt in panic, things will only become far more dire. But Baze is right. It hangs on a thread. It's no better here, Matt stated. Every day I hear the Senate halls are filled with the sound of politicians yelling at each other on what to do after this whole Ultron mess. They are dealing with a new enemy outside their understanding, Chirrut remarked. An enemy that plays to no side. That's one way of putting a genocidal, extinction-oriented murder machine, Murdock Riley commented. Mass extinction, Baze repeated in a troubled voice. Is this truly what this Ultron wants? This isn't his first attempt, Matt revealed, startling his two friends. Back on my home world, he came uncomfortably close to accomplishing his goal. And that has in the span of a few days. If Ultron has been here since the arrival of the Avenger, dark times are coming, Chirrut gravely said. I fear even the Force will not be able to tell us what's to come. There was a moment of silence between the three of them as the overwhelming sense of foreboding permeated around them and across the galaxy itself. Since Ultron's initial attack on the galaxy followed by his victory on Jobbie, that's all the galaxy was feeling. Terror coupled with the fear of what was to come. Matt let out a sigh, breaking the silence as he tapped his walking stick upon the ground several times. I guess I can only say for us to stay in touch, keep one another updated for whatever happens. Seems like that's all we can do. Baze grunted in agreement. We shall stay in touch, my friend, Chirrut promised. If anything happens, I'll let you know. You do the same. Take care, Matt, Baze said with a small salute before he and Chirrut's hollow transmissions blinked out. The blind lawyer of Brooklyn could only shake his head as he turned to leave the room. How did it come to this? Matt mentally asked himself. A few months ago, he was on Earth taking out small-time thugs and one big crime lord. Then he got up and was recruited by the Avengers of all people, and then he found himself smack dab in the middle of a galactic war. He wasn't sure where that last part in the brochure Stark spoke of was supposed to be when he was first brought in to join Earth's mightiest heroes. The Devil of Hell's Kitchen briefly recalled an old mentor of his, Stick, and how he once spoke of a war to come. He was fairly certain that this wasn't the war he spoke of. Folding away his walking stick, Matt walked down the halls of the Jedi Temple to the rooms that had been given to him and the rest of his friends and comrades to stay in. He had passed by a number of Jedi, nodding to several of them who greeted him before his ears perked up upon hearing a familiar set of voices at the room he was headed towards. "Are you sure you don't want any help?" asked a female voice with clear worry in her tone. "I know how busy you've been and I just feel like Babe, don't worry about it," a male voice said in response, holding an assuring tone. "You've got your own set of problems and people that need you, and I got my own. If I do need any help, you'll be the first one I call, after the Avengers, Jedi, and Republic Army." Sam, the woman's voice whined, eliciting a laugh from the avian Avenger. Matt couldn't help but smile to himself upon hearing this. The small exchange went on for several more moments until something on the woman's side called her attention. "Oh, I need to take care of this," she said. "Will I see you later tonight?" Promised, didn't I? Though he couldn't see it, Matt assumed the lady Sam was speaking with was positively beaming. "I love you," she said sincerely, and Murdoch had to hold back a coughing laugh from hearing Sam mumble an earnest "I love you too" back at her. Smirking to himself, he knocked on the door before it opened up. "Matty." "Sam." Matt greeted him with a nod. "Was that Danny? Heard her voice just a second ago." Sam squirmed, which brought an amused smile to the blind lawyer. He coughed into his hand and murmured in confirmation that it was indeed Danny. Not that he needed it with his super hearing and all. After Sam and the group he had journeyed with to save Steve returned to Coruscant, the Avengers were met with the amusing sight of a rather attractive pink-skinned alien practically pouncing on Sam and smothering him with kisses. Apparently she had been worried sick about Sam not contacting her and didn't give a chance to answer, as she just kept kissing him. Peter seemed to be aware of the woman as she greeted him kindly enough after breaking away from Wilson. She was rather excited in meeting the Avengers team, given how she was chatting animatedly to each one. When asked who she was in relation to Sam, Danny jumped into his arms, surprising him slightly, and proclaimed herself to be his girlfriend. The Avengers were slightly surprised upon Sam not declining the notion, and he stated he actually has grown to truly care for Danny. This of course was met with more open displays of affection from the woman. Her species, being called Zeltron, were apparently known for their very public showings of affection for the people they've grown to care for. They are known to produce pheromones to people that they're attracted to, and it was a rather fairy tale moment, so to speak, when Danny spoke of how she met Sam. During the rampage of the Zillo beast, one of the large creature's limbs struck a balcony she was standing on, and Sam swooped in to catch her. The reaction was almost instantaneous as she described how manly, majestic, and heroic he looked in catching her like a maiden in a storybook of old. That only added more fuel to the fire on means in which to make fun of Sam now, who saw this on the face of his friends upon seeing the way Danny acted around him. Though from the comments Matt heard, the aviator had nothing to be ashamed of, as, in Rhodey's own words, she was stupidly hot and attractive. Something out of every man's fantasy. So some semblance of Sam's pride returned. "She was just checking up on me," Sam said offhandedly. "She seems to do that quite often," Matt noted with a small smirk. "Yeah." Sam rubbed his neck and Murdoch detected his flushed face and lips twitching upwards. "She's real sweet about it. Have you taken her out on a date by any chance?" 4. Sam stated. "All of them ended up in bed." Matt quirked a brow at that. "Are you not certain that she's not just being with you for dash?" "That's what I thought at first." Sam cut him off before he finished. "But, apparently she's more than that." Daredevil remained silent, signifying for Sam to further elaborate. "She actually does something I've done on Earth." Wilson spoke with a fond look and tone. "Since this war began, she's met with some refugees and even clones and other soldiers from certain planets and let them talk about the things they've seen in the war. Helping through it all. Like your old work at the VA in DC." Matt said, recalling a previous conversation he had with Sam about what he did before joining the Avengers. "Yeah, it is. Sam said with approval. She's got a good heart. Cares a lot for people and likes helping them. Like you. Sam shook his head, appearing a bit bashful. Don't think I'm all that helpful. Saving the world from Hydra and being an Avenger while also helping a veterans support group is what I would consider extremely helpful and beneficial to the world. Matt countered in a tone he would normally reserve for a courtroom. Sam stared at the Manhattan native before guffawing slightly. That was your lawyer's voice, wasn't it? Matt simply adjusted his tie and cleared his throat while his lip twitched upwards. I will neither confirm nor deny such a statement, Mr. Wilson. Falcon only snorted at the response. Should have figured you'd say that. Daredevil simply hummed for a moment before looking about so to speak. Where is everyone? He asked with Sam shrugging. Around. He vaguely said. I know Rhodey and Pietro are out in the city, least I think they are. Nat's with Steve, Scott, and Hope. Peter is. I dunno where the kid went off to and T'Challa was meditating I think. Matt simply nodded. We also got a meeting later on with the Jedi. Sam brought up. Take a guess as to what the purpose of it is. Ultron. Ultron. Matt let out a tired sigh. Wonder when it'll be anything else but him. Hey now, we still dove headfirst into a war in a galaxy. I don't think most of us technically had all that much of a say in it. Still, we got ourselves involved. Sam crossed his arms with a conflicted look. Not sure if that was the right decision. Did you even have a decision at first? Matt inquired with Sam thinking back to when he woke up on the planet of Naba with Steve and Scott. The aviator shook his head. No, I think that choice was made for us when we saw those walking tin cans attack an innocent town. Murdoch grimaced at the thought of the innocent being caught up in war, something that only deepened at the self-reminder of Ultron's attack on the whole damn galaxy. You gonna join the meeting today with the Jedi and troops? Sam asked the blonde lawyer who shook his head. I think I'll take some time for myself. Matt said. Meditate. Take in the moment of respite we have before things go to shit. Wilson snorted. You're not wrong. I'll see ya later, Matty. Daredevil nodded and turned to leave. Separating from Falcon, Matt went elsewhere having no destination in mind. Wandering for some time, hearing more commotion here and there from passing clones and Jedi, he needed a better place to clearly think. It wasn't long before getting to the Temple Gardens as it's perhaps one of the few open places where a sense of serenity is present. Not because of the Force, but out of respect. It would be there would he run into another teammate of his, who was relaxing by one of the bigger trees in the vicinity. Prince T'Challa. Matthew. The royal heir of Wakanda said with a small nod and grin. Have I not asked you to refer to me only by my name? Force of habit. Matt responded airily. Comfortable. I am. The prince admitted with a calming exhale. This area reminds me of the gardens back home in Wakanda. I'd say this is a lot like Central Park, only far more cleaner even with Manhattan's best efforts in keeping it clean. I'd be inclined to agree with you but that would be showing my bias towards home. T'Challa freely admitted. Matt snorted and opted to seat himself next to the prince. Didn't feel like we have much time to talk. Matt said. Matt gestured to seemingly nothing. Just as soon as you came back we rushed off to Jabim, fought a losing battle then Cap needed rescuing while the galaxy continued to burn. T'Challa momentarily gazed at his friend, adopting a contemplative look. I do suppose you are correct in this regard. The prince mused aloud. We didn't really have all that much time to talk about what we can even do out here other than battle after battle. There's much honestly that dash. Is something amiss, Matthew? T'Challa asked, brow raised at how the blind man went silent and inclined his right ear upward. Huh. Was Matt's response after a few seconds. I wonder how long he has been up there. Who? Someone I think the two of us should talk to. Murdoch said plainly. Do you mind coming with me, T'Challa? I believe he could use some friends to speak with. If it seems that important to you. The Prince of Wakanda said with a nod, now walking alongside Murdoch. But I would like to know who it is you're referring to. Elsewhere. Peter Parker sat at the edge atop the roof of the Jedi Temple, being directly above the primary entrance to the building. He gazed out at the Coruscant skyline with his knees propped up to his chest, arms wrapped around them and head resting atop his forearms. The Queen's native had a melancholy expression as his eyes lazily drifted about at the multitude of ships flying about in the air. His gaze then drifted over a number of locations with a high concentration of transports, cranes, Republic citizens, clones and even some Jedi hard at work in cleaning up debris that was still visibly scattered across the city planet. The webhead had actually spotted War Machine once or twice flying about and the silver-blue blur of Quicksilver running around assisting the cleanup. From what he's heard from his friends in the clone Coruscant Guard, cleanup will be taking a while due to just how extensive of an attack Ultron pulled off. Honestly, it wasn't the damage that rattled Peter. It was the constant, seemingly endless stream of bodies that kept being found and immediately placed in a body bag or casket once found. He had been helping since his recovery from Jabi-Im, though for today, he just wanted time for himself. Just a day where he can be alone with his thoughts, which were filled with everything he had gone through and what he had left behind. All in all, doing great. Letting out a sigh, Peter pulled out his phone and turned it on, going over to images to sift through some old pictures. He couldn't help himself as he immediately went to one of the oldest images that he still had. It was of him a month before he got his powers, seated at a cafe in Manhattan with a laughing Aunt May on his left and a smiling Uncle Ben on his right. This was one of the last few times the three of them spent time together. Peter smiled at the old picture before scrolling through his collection. Him and Ben at the museum. Aunt May making a small celebration for the start of his sophomore year. His best friend Ned Leeds and him holding up a new chemistry set. Getting a great image of a grinning Stark, an amused Clint Barton and a neutral but slightly smiling Matt Murdock. Eventually the photo album went into the newer entries of his time in the foreign galaxy. The handful of worlds he's visited, the people and locations he interacted with. Whilst these were quite enjoyable, filling him with tales which shall last a lifetime, a sense of sadness glossed over them in a way. So this is where you've been all day? Peter barely tilted his head before seeing Matt Murdock casually seat himself to the right of the teen. Something on your mind, Peter? Asked the regal voice of T'Challa to his left. You appeared to be troubled. The webhead snorted. That's one way of putting it. We're here to listen if you want to talk. Matt said quietly. What's there to talk about? Plenty of things, surprisingly. The lawyer said in kind. But, we'll only go if you are willing. Peter nodded his head slowly and the trio remained there for a number of moments with none uttering a sound or word. There was only the ambient sound of ships flying about in the background blended in with the rest of the city noise. After some time pondering, Peter finally spoke up. Do you think it'll be normal? The spider-themed hero asked the two. Both men looked at him strangely. What do you mean? Matt asked. This. Peter said, waving his hand out to the city. All this. After all this, after everything we've done. If we return home, will it ever be normal again? Can the life we know go back to what it was? Rather philosophical and contemplative of you, Peter. T'Challa noted. Would you care to share this knowledge with my sister? Despite his melancholy mood, Peter couldn't help but snort at the humorous question, lightly nudging the prince in response. If she's willing. He then let out a sigh. But. Matt and T'Challa were silent for a time, contemplating on the young teen's words. Peter went on. I'm just a high school kid, you're a lawyer from Manhattan, T'Challa. Well, I can say your life was pretty interesting even before you came to America. The Prince of Wakanda snorted at that last comment, though he made no motions in denying such a claim. But now, with us being in the middle of a literal space war, when or if we ever return to Earth, will it ever be the same for us? Once more, silence befell the trio as they all thought on the young teen's words. After a few seconds. No, it will not be the same. T'Challa said with an almost reluctant acceptance. Nothing can ever return to normal. Such a life becomes alien for us all. War changes people. Conflict changes people. Experiences change people. Nostalgia can only go so far. What we have gone through since our arrival here. I still wish to continue my pursuit of being a lawyer, Matt admitted. It was something drilled into me by my father. But even I know that when we do get back to Earth, I can safely say that I will never be able to look at things the same way. I'm actually more amazed how alike we are than not, Peter stated thoughtfully. It is easy to assume then that with sentience comes the same problems that plague civilization and society as a whole, Panther remarked. Though I will use what I have learned in my time here when the time does come for me to become king of Wakanda. Learning what I have seen now is making me realize that my people are becoming too stagnant in our ways. Changes must come about to further advance Wakanda and allow it to prosper in the future. What about you, Peter? Matt asked, turning to the teen. You still need to finish high school. Peter snorted upon hearing this statement. Are you sure? Kinda don't see all that much of a point to it by now. I'd imagine your aunt would be very insistent you finish your education, said the daredevil. And if you do opt to finish high school, you'll have one hell of a few lessons and stories to tell to your class. Like anyone from school would believe me, if I can return to school. Parker glumly said. Don't our suits have cameras built in within them? Matt inquired. Besides, there's always private lessons to consider. I can imagine a number of people back on Earth who can help fund and take part in it, said the Wakandan prince. Shuri could perhaps volunteer. Stark may be limited. Limited? Peter said in confusion. I believe you'd be relegated mostly to yourself in terms of continuing your education. T'Challa elaborated. If not them, then perhaps one of your superiors may pull a favor with Colonel Fury to get you some teachers to fill the time you've lost. Have you met the guy? No, have you? No. Huh. If he's like Mace Windu, then he could be reasoned with, Matt said. The other Avengers have spoken of how they both look the same in appearance and demeanor. And yet from what I heard from Mr. Stark and Natasha, Fury is decisive, capable, principled, a bit more of a lit fuse. I believe that's only if you test him, Matt said. Barton spoke of the Colonel's patience with Stark. By that point, everyone else is child's play. What about our secret identities? T'Challa frowned at this, but Matt actually froze for a brief second. I mean, won't it be somewhat suspicious that we come back around the same time as Black Panther, Daredevil, and Spider-Man? The world doesn't know who we are beneath our masks. That'll be an issue to come across, Murdoch admitted. Perhaps you may have to keep a low profile on your hero persona if you decide to go back to public school. Peter shook his head. No. I can't do that. That would be irresponsible of me, and God knows what's happened on Earth since we got zapped here. Then I guess the best we can do is wait until the time comes for us to face this problem. Peter hummed aloud. Thanks for listening, guys, he said softly. His fellow New Yorker patted him on the back. You coming to the meeting? Matt asked. Peter shook his head. I think I'm gonna stay up here by myself a while longer. The two men nodded at the teen and got up to leave him be. Some time had come and gone for the Webbs linger as he resumed staring towards the distance. Him brooding and contemplating his life after all these drastic turn of events. Eventually growing tired of the view for the day, Peter made his way back inside the temple. It was then did he see a familiar face walking nearby. Barris. The Mary Allen Padawan turned to the New York native with an expression of surprise that brightened upon seeing him. Peter, she said with a wide smile, walking over to him. How are you? Peter snorted slightly. How am I? I feel like I should be asking you that question. You looked like something was bothering you. Is everything all right? Oh? Oh, apologies, the Padawan quickly said. I was deep in thought and I had just finished meditating a while ago. But still, how are you, Peter? Are you well? Peter shrugged. Can't really complain honestly. She gazed at him a bit analytically after hearing him say that, squinting her eyes at him. This weirded him out slightly. What? Are you sure everything's all right? She asked. You yourself seem troubled. Do I? Peter said, somewhat nervously. Yes you dash. Guru. The Queen's native flinched and looked around wildly for a moment. "Whoa! What was that?" he said in alarm. "Did you hear dash?" He froze upon seeing Barris's wide-eyed look, hand over her stomach as the loud growl was heard again, coming directly from the Padawan. The two were silent for a moment until Parker couldn't hold back his chuckle. "Hungry?" Peter asked with a small grin, laughing now at the flushed cheeks of his friend. She puffed her cheeks a little, slightly miffed on the teasing. "My treat." "You have credits?" Barris asked in surprise. "Well yeah, plagiarism in space pays," he said cheekily. "If you're offering." This made the New York native to smile a bit more. "Would you like to walk or take the scenic route?" Barris adopted a thinking posture, bringing her forefinger to her lips and let out a small, playful hum. It didn't take long to come to a decision. Swinging between the litany of buildings, Spider-Man was carrying the Mary Ellen Padawan, who was yipping and screaming in excitement. "This is amazing," she said aloud with joy. Peter laughed. "Can't you jump around with the Force?" "This is far different from what I've been trained in," Barris said, tilting her head back with her eyes closed, enjoying the feel of the wind whipping against her face. "I wouldn't mind doing this for myself from time to time." "Well, if you were anyone else other than a gymnast, I'd discourage it, but since you're a Jedi, who knows, maybe I can show you the basics." "I may perhaps like that," she said happily. "I believe Ahsoka would jump at the chance." Peter laughed again. "Of that, I have no doubt." The duo soon arrived at the popular joint known as Dex's Diner, the two making some people jump back due to the methods of their arrival. Upon entering, they saw a packed house with practically every booth and seat taken. It filled Peter with a sense of nostalgia as it reminded him of home. The sight of some Earth dishes helped. "How unfortunate," Barris murmured in disappointment at seeing such a packed house. "Perhaps we can take our meal to go." Before Spidey was able to respond, a jovial voice called out from behind the bar. "Peter." The two turned to see a four-armed alien hobbling out of the kitchen with a wide grin in place. "Hey Dexter," Parker said cheerfully, the Basilisk Diner owner coming right up to the New Yorker. "Come here ya little tyke," Dex said, going in for a four-armed hug which Peter returned. "What can I do for ya, my friend?" "Just a table for two or perhaps some seats at the bar." Dex waved him off. "I got a table opened up a few seconds ago. Just need to get it cleaned." "Are you sure? Looks like you've got a long line already." "Bah, for you and the Avengers, there's always a table open for ya," the Basilisk Diner owner cheerfully stated, patting Peter on the shoulder. The Mary Ellen Padawan looked on, curious with what's going on. "How is it you know each other?" Dex gestured with two thumbs to the Earther. "This here lad and his compatriots have been a goldmine since Obi-Wan introduced them to me. Ever since they showed me some of their native homeworld's list of recipes, business has been booming. With all the revenue I've been getting, I'm gonna open up some more establishments across Coruscant. Force, with the rate that it's going, can even go off-world. Maybe Naboo or Alderaan. Friendly Republic territory." The two were soon brought to a booth and Dexter pulled out, of all things, a notepad. "So what'll it be for the two of ya?" he asked. "On the house, by me." "Dexter, you can't dash. What's a few measly credits for the kid that brought pizza to me?" Dex countered before Peter could even finish. "Now, come on, what'll ya have?" The duo gazed at the menu for a few minutes before giving Dex their orders. "All right, comin' right up," he declared, leaving the two to themselves. "I'm not really gonna let it be on the house," Peter said straight away in a conspiratorial fashion. "The tip I leave will be more than enough to cover our meal and then some." Barris only smiled approvingly at her friend, leaning back into her seat to get herself comfortable. The two conversed whilst waiting for their meal. Both tried to keep it away from the present war and conflicts. They merely wanted to have a good time and not sour it by bringing up certain topics. It was rather easy and pleasant, telling stories on growing up and topics of interest such as the science, history, and cultures of their respective homes. This continued onward as they ate their meals, joking about and lamenting on pleasant times in their respective pasts. Once they had their meal, Peter made sure to leave a healthy tip on their table before bidding Dexter goodbye. The two were back to web swinging, Barris clutching onto Peter tightly with a content feeling washing over her during their rather aimless trip all around Coruscant. They continued this for a while until Effie asked if they could relax for a bit. Landing atop a random rooftop of a high-rise building, the two teenagers looked onward as Barris wanted to rest from her excitement. "That was wonderful," she proclaimed happily. "You do this all the time." "Well, not all the time, but it does help get around all the more quicker," Peter remarked. "I can see that." The pair were silent for several moments, not saying a thing until, "Hey Barris." "Thanks." She looked over at him with a bemused smile. "Whatever for?" "Just. I guess I didn't realize I needed this," Peter said, feeling a lot lighter suddenly. "I'm just glad I actually got to do something incredibly normal. Just me and a friend eating out and not thinking about anything too serious." The Padawan learner looked over at him in surprise, which turned into a warm smile. "I should say the same," she said kindly. "I never actually did something like this, you know. This was a lovely time. I hope we can do it again sometime in the future. Perhaps Ahsoka will be able to join us next time." "Yeah, that would be great," he said, facing her with a wide grin. "Though I will need to figure out how you both can hang onto me at the same time while I swing around." Effie shrugged. "I think we can figure something out." "All right then, a promise for next time." She smiled at him and suddenly felt her heart rate go up a few ticks. It was subtle in a way, yet she felt it all the same. A slightly constricting feeling welling up in her chest that she couldn't fully explain what it was. She thought of her talk with Ahsoka a while back and believed that perhaps this was one of the feelings she had developed after spending so much time with her and the boy in front of her. Barris stared at Peter, getting lost in his gaze when several images flashed before her eyes. Peter, battered, bruised and broken after Jabiim. And after that, Ahsoka lay right next to her while slowly losing her healthy orange skin color to a near translucent degree. All due to her being infected by a virus on Naboo. The Padawan let out a gasp of horror when the visions subsided. The New York native quickly noticed this and became concerned. "Whoa, whoa, whoa." Peter went right up to Barris, hands on her shoulders, as looked at her with open worry. "Barris, are you okay?" That feeling in her chest tightened and she coughed into her hand, rolling her shoulders slightly, yet Peter didn't remove his hands. I am sorry," she said quickly. I don't know what came over me. It's quite all right. But would you mind telling me what happened?" Instead of answering vocally, she tried to compose herself. Yet the visions she saw felt too strong for her on a personal level. Barris didn't know what was happening. She had been able to deal with her emotions in the past, but now it's becoming difficult. She tried suppressing it, ignoring it, forcing it down, but it had the opposite desired effect. It was quickly overwhelming her, and after one last failed attempt, she stopped. Thus she started to weep. Peter's eyes widened at the sight of his friend openly crying. Hey, Barris." He subconsciously placed his hand upon her cheek and wiped a tear away. She let out a shaky breath, closed her eyes and leaned into his palm, shaking all the while. The Padawan heard her name and opened her eyes, looking up to a concerned Spider-Man who looked conflicted as he didn't know what to do in this situation. "Talk to me, Barris," he said softly. "What's wrong?" Effie gazed at the kind and worried brown eyes of the teen she has grown to care for. To become attached to. Something of which was forbidden in the order that she was a part of. Whilst forming attachments is an odd topic to dwell into, it's highly discouraged in the Jedi Order with going into a further state. Yet the Miri Allen Padawan couldn't help herself with so much happening in these past months. She was so certain of herself a short time ago, but now, after everything she has experienced, everything she's still going through, the Jedi Padawan was starting to realize just how frightening these new feelings can be to someone like her who was always instructed to be wary of them. I saw you and Ahsoka hurt. You both were." She stammered out, shutting her eyes tightly, being unable to finish the sentence as more tears continued to stream down her face and onto Peter's hand. Peter's eyes widened to the size of small saucers, not expecting such an answer. He opened his mouth to try and find something to say, yet his distraught friend moved before he could say anything. Barris clutched Peter's shirt tightly before pulling him in close, wrapping her arms around his neck whilst burying her head in his chest. She felt him place his hands around her and held him tighter than before. Peter rubbed his hand up and down her back gently, feeling her form slacken, yet her grasp upon him remained firm. "You're okay, Barris, I'm here, I'm here." Scene cut. Back within the halls of the Jedi Temple, a lone Jedi walked one of its many halls, this one leading away from the Jedi archives. The man was in his 30s with dark black hair and soft brown eyes whilst wearing black robes compared to the usual brown and beige that most Jedi would wear. He held a troubled and somewhat distraught look as he held a day-top pad that he was scrolling through, with his expression becoming more and more crestfallen as he kept on reading. "This shouldn't be possible, it shouldn't be, oof. Oh crap, sorry about that," said an apologetic voice. The Jedi grunted, waving the apology off. "You have nothing to apologize for, friend. It was I who didn't see where I was going. I'm Dash." He looked up to see who he bumped into and blinked upon seeing that he stood before 3 members of the illustrious Avengers. "You're the Avengers," the Jedi said in slight astonishment, bowing slightly a moment later. "It's an honor to meet you." "A pleasure to meet you too," Cap said, holding his hand out. "Steve Rogers." The Jedi shook the super soldier's hand. "Beryl Over, Jedi Scholar at your service," said Scholar, then looked over to the 2 other Avengers standing next to Steve. He hummed in thought. "Hang on," he said. "I feel I must be able to guess who the 2 of you are, since you are all the HoloNet talk about half the time." "Only half?" the armored man asked jokingly. "Tony wouldn't stand for half." The red-haired woman snorted while Master Over gazed upon both of them analytically. "You must be Colonel James Rhodes. I've heard some of the troops refer to you as War Machine." Rhodey grinned and nodded. Beryl glanced at the red-haired woman, snapping his fingers. "Natasha Romanoff," he said. "I admit how you infiltrated those bounty hunters was rather funny to hear." "You heard about that?" Widow blinked in surprise. "Hard not to, given the small band took the Senate building and a number of its members hostage," the Jedi revealed with a laugh. "It has become a popular story amongst the clones." "Well, great, can't use that trick again if everyone knows about it." Nat deadpanned, eliciting a laugh out of the Scholar. "My goodness," he said good-naturedly. "To meet the Avengers so suddenly like this. Though I do admit, I'm surprised we haven't met sooner. Then again, I have only recently returned to Coruscant." "You say you're a scholar?" Steve asked with clear intrigue. "Always has been my passion," Over declared, his comment matching the look in his eyes. "I have always found the studies and mysteries of the Force fascinating. I've traveled across most of the known galaxy and studied at a number of temples, both active and inactive." "There's more. You thought the one here on Coruscant is the only one out there?" questioned Beryl. Seeing their nods, he gave a brief shrug. "Granted, the place we're standing in is the only active location at this time, but there have been countless others in the past." "Only one?" "Yes." Over now had a more glum look. "Ossus was once the home of the Jedi. The temple there still stands with all of its knowledge that has yet to be transferred there still residing within its walls. Such a pity. But isn't there like? I think Master Fisto once told me that there are 10,000 Jedi." Widow remarked. 9,000. Was Over's glum correction. "This war has stretched my brothers and sisters thin across the galaxy. Before this war, many of the temples were occupied as places to train and learn more about our order and the Force. But upon the onset of the war, Jedi went from occupying palaces of knowledge to palaces of war. These places all sound very important," Steve noted. "Are you sure it was a good idea to just leave them abandoned? They all come and go, due to conflicts and revisions of the Jedi Order. Expansions, divisions, factions, etc." Over remarked. "But the benefit to the temples is they are difficult to access unless you are knowledgeable about the Force." That and we send constant teams to inspect and keep them secure while making sure nothing is amiss. That was the duties I had just returned from actually. Kinda came back at a rough time. Rhodey said with a slight wince. I know. I was completely floored and unprepared for this Ultron making his presence known. Beryl said with a solemn expression. It's why I actually extended my leave, going to several other of the closest temples to make sure that nothing had happened to them. Thankfully, they stand untouched. Good to hear. Rogers said with a nod before he remembered their encounter a literal few seconds ago. Don't mind me asking, but you were in a bit of a rush just now. Something the matter? The Jedi scholar nodded, expression becoming grave. Something of serious matter, Captain Rogers. One that must be brought to the attention of the Council at once. The Council? Nat repeated for confirmation. Yes, this is very serious and I must speak with them at once. Ovair declared. Well, good timing then. Rhodey stated. We're actually on our way to meet with the Council and some of the clone captains and commanders right now. Truly? The scholar asked in slight surprise, seeing the three of them all nod. What for? Steve's jaw clenched slightly. Ultron. Ovair's expression shifted into a somber one and nodded. Then it was fortunate that we ran into one another. Shall we? After you, Master Ovair. Roger said. Beryl laughed slightly. No need for such formalities, Captain. Just my name is enough. Same courtesy on our end. Rhodey spoke up. Very well then. Ovair said, and the four of them went off to the selected room for the meeting that was to take place. The quartet soon arrived at their destination, walking into the designated meeting room and saw a large crowd inside. Nearly half the Jedi Council was present with Yoda, Windu, Fisto, Mundi, Luminara, Plo Koon, and Obi-Wan. There was also Ayla, Anakin, and Ahsoka. The clones in attendance were Rex, Fordo, Thyre, Pons, Kree, Wulfa, Jet, Bakara, and Cody. Of the Avengers, there were only 4, being Scott, Hope, Sam and T'Challa. Looks like we're all here. Windu declared, gazing at the 3 Avengers who entered into the room when he blinked upon seeing the additional Jedi who walked in behind them. Some time it has been, Master Ovair. Yoda greeted the scholar with a nod. Master Yoda. Beryl bowed at the Grand Master of the Jedi. I bring to you good news from the temples I inspected with my Padawan. All are secure and accounted for with no damage to them. That is indeed good to hear. Luminara said with a small smile. It's good to see you again, Ovair. And you, Master Luminara. Ovair said, grinning at her. Apologies if I have not been able to tell you sooner, but congratulations on your promotion to a Jedi Council member. Undulai's expression fell slightly. I wish it was under better circumstances. Hearing this, Scott and Hope shared a look of remorse and guilt. Your arrival is a surprise, Master Ovair. Plo spoke up with his baritone voice reverberating off the walls of the room. And with the Avengers no less. Has something happened? The Jedi scholar stepped into the center of the room. I had intended to tell my findings to the Council in private, but in light of what I have learned, I believe this is information that all here should learn. And like that, those gathered within the chamber all had their attention on the Master Scholar. I have something terrible to tell you all. Ovair's expression grew grave and disturbed. Upon my return to the temple, when I learned of Ultron's attack, I rushed straight to the Jedi Library. I was grateful to know that nothing was touched by that droid menace, Master Jocasta telling me so. There was a brief pause amongst the large assembly of people in attendance. However, Beryl winced at his own word. When I checked the archives, I discovered that a number of artifacts have been taken. A grim silence befell the room as all gazed upon the Jedi scholar. What was it? Obi-Wan asked, breaking the silence. With a reluctant sigh, he walked up to the center and inputted the data from his pad that he carried into the center projector. A moment later, a holographic lightsaber was on display for all to see. A lightsaber? Sam Wilson said aloud in confusion. Beryl shook his head, grim countenance yet to leave. Not just any lightsaber, but one which belonged to Exarchon. Several members of the Jedi Council froze, alarm evident upon their faces. something that several of the Avengers and clones caught on. Okay, and you don't know your Jedi history, do you? Sam shot the Jedi a flat look. Sorry. We've been more preoccupied with knowing the general knowledge of the galaxy, understanding the basic language, etc. None of the deeper topics. Over had the decency to look a bit sheepish. Oh, right, my apologies. Okay, so how do I explain this in a condensed manner? He snapped his fingers, inputting more commands into his data pad. The projection of the lightsaber shrank, and a moment later, it was held by a human male that appeared in his early to mid-30s. He had slicked back black hair, 3 scars upon his right cheek, and some sort of symbol that looked as though it was carved into his forehead. The lightsaber in his hand now had 2 blue blades coming out while striking a battle-ready pose. This is Exarchon. Over stated. A Jedi turned Sith from over 4,000 years ago. 4,000 years. Scott whistled. And you still got pictures of him? Beryl took the comment in stride. Many, in fact. He was once a very popular member of the Order, who was highly skilled in swordplay and ambitious in expanding his knowledge of the Force due to his strong connection to it. Yet his fellow members started to believe he was expanding his thirst for power. It became very concerning when he eventually left to fully dwell on his own studies and research. Through a number of events, which would be too long to list out, Exarchon became a Dark Lord of the Sith. A fallen Jedi. Steve murmured, arms crossed. Wasn't this Dooku fella who runs the Separatist once a Jedi too? Yoda gazed down at the ground in slight shame, and Anakin's robotic hand tightened momentarily. Evil can rise from anywhere. Kenobi said somberly. Even from an order based around the protection of good. Much as one would want to continue this more than likely philosophical debate, T'Challa opted to keep the meeting focused on what was present before them. Then what's so special about his lightsaber if you're so concerned about it being missing? A few things actually. The center portion of Exar's lightsaber was highlighted, and an outline of a gemstone lodged within the blade was made clear. The first is its Kyber crystal. It being the earliest known one in history, being tainted and converted into being a dark side object, far predating synthetic crystals which the Sith typically use. You mean the traditional red? Anakin was the one who asked. The historian nodded as he continued. Second, Khan created the very first double-blade lightsaber. Over patted his own double-blade lightsaber on his hip. Which the legacy of its influence continues to this day. And one of the last well-known factors of his lightsaber is being a symbol. A symbol. There is a cult, or at least rumored, to still exist out in the galaxy, which worships Exarchon as a deity. They prophesied his return time and time again and enacted many atrocities to his name. He exalted so much death and destruction upon the galaxy with his lightsaber that a piece of his soul, or his presence so to speak, was entrenched within the makings of the blade itself. Wait, what? Sam spoke up in bewilderment. You telling me we're dealing with a Horcrux? What? It does kinda sound like it. Nat murmured with a nod of her head. Actually reminds me of Sauron and the One Ring. Steve said below his breath. What are you guys talking about this time? Anakin asked with a dry look. Some more Earth references we have yet to get. Oh shit, we still gotta show you guys Lord of the Rings. Scott said in astonishment. Guys. Hope spoke up, massaging her temples. Can we please, just not right now? We're already getting sidetracked here. Several of the Avengers mumbled out an apology. Wasp looked back to the Jedi scholar. You were saying? Over cleared his throat, nodding at her in thanks before resuming. Exarchon's lightsaber is essentially a Sith relic, constantly exuding the dark side of the Force. If any who are untrained, weak, or easily susceptible, the saber itself will influence you to take it up as your own weapon before it slowly and definitely corrupts you to the dark side. Sounds like the One Ring. Scott said beneath his breath, nudging Steve, who nodded. And what's worse is that influence will lead one in seeking out the resting place of Exarchon, where rumor has it that his spirit still survives to this day. Over said. The lightsaber wants to be found and returned to its master. Scratch that, it is the One Ring. Steve barely held back his chuckle. Some typically believe it's at Korriban. Others think it's at one of the other Sith temples he ventured across the galaxy. Beryl said. That is of course the resting place of practically all the known Sith lords of the past. But I believe he resides at his favorite one of all at Yavin 4. How can you be sure? Windu inquired. Though some knowledge has been lost over time, there are consistencies that have persevered and remained to this day. Ovair said with confidence. And one of those is the connection between Kun and Yavin 4. If my notes and research are believed to be correct, that is the planet in which he fell to the dark side and that is where he made his final stand. If his spirit has indeed remained, that is where it resides. So what does this have to do with now? PLO asked. I understand the importance of this archive being lost, but I feel there is more to your report than just this. Yes, Master PLO, there is. Ovair said seriously. From the records I have looked over, the lightsaber was stolen during Ultron's attack on Coruscant. Fuck. Rhodey blurted out. Grave this revelation is. Yoda said with a disturbed expression. You mentioned there were other artifacts missing, not just Exar Kun's lightsaber. Fisto said in clear concern, his usual easygoing smile completely gone. Correct. The Jedi historian typed away some more to project a few other items. First was a left-handed, gold fingerless armored glove that would have covered halfway up any hand and down slightly past the wrist. The second appeared another fingerless glove that was bronze with chains coming off the back of it with a red jewel at the center. The other appeared to be a holocron, but it was pyramid-shaped and was primarily black. Lastly it was a wooden quarterstaff with aged, torn wraps along its length. Is there anything significant with them? Steve asked. Yes. They all are connected to Exar Kun. Ovair thus listed them off. The glove was the converted amulet of one of the ancient Naga Sato, an infamous Sith Lord. The dark holocron was Exar Kun's creation. And that amulet there I believe was gifted to him by one of Sato's twisted experiments known as the Massassi once his fall to the dark side was complete. And Gandalf's stick. Sam said, nodding his chin at the wood. The historian ignored whatever Falcon mostly said, due to him not getting the reference in the slightest. The staff belonged to Exar Kun's Jedi Master, Vodo Siosk Baz. It is so powerful and durable, it can continuously withstand lightsaber blows and not get broken or scuffed in the slightest. That was until he was slain by his former pupil where it broke in half. The fabric is the only thing keeping it together after all these years. That's a handy stick. Scott commented. So he took all this for himself? Rhodey asked, a troubled look on his face. But why would Ultron decide to take these in particular? Windu asked, looking at Ovair. I wish I knew. The Jedi scholar said. I'm not an expert on this advanced droid to understand him in the slightest. I saw Ultron collecting kyber crystals and lightsabers on Jabiim. Anakin said in concern. Now he's got Exar Kun's saber and all this and. Force me. It appears the situation grows worse by the hour. Kenobi said with a deep frown and a tired look. Captain Rex, who had been relatively silent in all this, looked at the Avengers with a hard look. Captain Rogers. He said with the utmost respect. All of you have fought Ultron before. Has he done something like this when you first encountered him? Oh yeah, totally. Nat confirmed for him. Stole a whole litany of tech and crazy metal in his harebrained scheme to bring about extinction on our planet. But he is a droid. Bly muttered with a troubled look. What would he need force artifacts for? Did he seem like just a droid to you? Rhodey rhetorically asked with a raised brow. The commander of the 327th bit the inside of his cheek, grunting in discomfort. Rhodey. Nat dryly said. Don't scare everyone more than they already are. The colonel shrugged. Sorry about that. But I know when I speak for everyone here of our concern for these actions. Obi-Wan said with a contemplative look. What would Ultron possibly want with these artifacts? Better yet, how did he find out about them? Ael attacked on. He may have gotten into the temple's servers and archives, found out about them before taking them for his own research. Teach-Allah said. Ultron is an AI that was made through unconventional means, from what I know. He most likely has been in the servers for some time now, watching and observing us all before he made his move. How do we know he's not doing it right now? Windu asked darkly. Rhodey poked at his armor. Tap and Karen have created a security system specifically for that reason. The two were made after him with multiple fail-safes, and they've been purging, rerouting and restructuring all the systems that Ultron has been through to keep him out. Certain of this precaution, you are? Yoda inquired with narrowed eyes. Tony made them both. Steve said confidently. If there's anyone in the universe who knows how to counter Ultron, it's him. Wish he was here right about now. Sam said, shaking his head. And to answer your earlier question, the last time Ultron gathered a bunch of stuff that he needed for his peace in our time plan, he created his own meteor to hurl at the Earth. Romanoff said, ignoring some of the bug-eyed looks shot in his direction from those who had yet to hear this story. But this time he's dealing with Force stuff. Scott said with a glum look. So, God knows what he'll do this time. But he's not organic. Cody spoke up in confusion. Shouldn't it be impossible for him to use the Force? You think the Force is gonna stop him? Sam rhetorically asked. Ultron managed to steal something from right under our noses. He'll figure out a way to use what he's taken. This is just a cavalcade of bad news. Anakin couldn't help but say. I'm sorry. Over said earnestly, bowing his head. I feel if I had been here, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Nothing to apologize for, you have. Yoda said, sternly tapping his walking stick on the ground. Unprepared and caught off guard, we were. Defense of Coruscant and its people, our priority was. You can't blame yourself for not being here, Over. Kun said, patting the Jedi on the back. You had your responsibilities already. It is us that failed. More like we did. Steve said self-deprecatingly. Ultron was our enemy. Our problem. We thought we destroyed him and instead he followed us to your galaxy. You do remember you came here in the middle of a war, right? Anakin reminded him wryly. Some of the tension was alleviated from the room. Glad that we were able to pile on more problems. So what do we do now then? Kenobi asked the group as a whole, though it mostly was directed at the Avengers. Ultron seems to be gathering arms from all sides and utilizing what has been left behind to create his own army. You guys are more familiar with him than us. Anakin, picking up for his former master. What could he possibly want with these relics? Weapons are the easiest go-to in this instance. Natasha said straight away. Anything and everything he could use at his disposal in killing us all. Sounds lovely. Was PLO's baritone response. It's likely his means of making countermeasures against both you and the Sith. Steve noted. The Sith. Fisto raised a non-existent brow slightly. Are you certain he would not choose to work with them? Rogers, Rhodey and Romanoff all shook their heads at the same time. Not in his MO to work with others. Not anymore at least. Nat stated. No. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he's already confronted the Sith. Back on our home world, Ultron found a terrorist we had been pursuing for some time and went out of his way to kill him. If he were to ally with them, it would only be towards his own benefit before discarding them at some point in time. Steve said with a grim tone. So now, we basically have a third party in the war. Ahsoka said to herself. That was a given from the get-go with him attacking the entire galaxy. Hope said with a shrug. The discussion between this large gathering went on for another half hour or so with many discussions on what to do next and how they were to counter not only the Separatists but Ultron now. Eventually, it winded down with the main key topics being touched upon. As the meeting within the council chambers ended, a smaller meeting took place with the Avengers and a few others. Anakin, Obi-Wan, Ahsoka, Ayla, Kun, and Over remained with their clone captains and commanders with Steve, Nat, Sam and Rhodey remaining as the Avengers contingent. Well now, this is just getting worse by the hour. Anakin said straight away upon all of them gathering up together. So what's Ultron gonna do next? Blow up a continent? Steal the plans to a super weapon we don't know about? Please don't tempt fate like that. Sam said in a rather serious manner. With Ultron, that shit is all but likely. That's disconcerting. Kenobi said with a frown. Rhodey glanced over to the Jedi scholar of the group. Have to ask, but why those artifacts in particular? Pardon. Why would he want all that crap, including a walking stick of all things? What does he gain from it? I'd like to know that myself. Ovair stated. I would have hoped you have an idea since he is your enemy. Also, why were these things kept in this temple in the first place? Sam asked. Won't that paint a target on this place? We've kept all those relics and artifacts in this temple for thousands of years. Ovair said, a hint of pride in his voice. The temple hasn't been this savagely attacked since the Sith Wars from 1,000 years ago. Most don't know it, but the reason is due to us safeguarding these nefarious objects from any and all individuals who may become tempted with their influence. Plo Koon said sagely. More so now with Dooku, his acolytes and other forces at play, which may become more dangerous than before. Honestly, I fear what we do not know will come, but we must be ready for anything by this point. Kenobi wisely said. Being on standby is all I feel we are able to do. We cannot actively seek Ultron since he can be anywhere at any given time. He's right, unfortunately. Rogers said, nodding at the bearded Jedi Master. We don't have Tony or Vision with us to help narrow down the search, and we can't risk Tap and Karen until their work is done with reinforcing the network and communications here on Coruscant. Sitting around and waiting for something bad to happen? Anakin dryly asked, not wanting to hear an answer. That just sounds like so much fun. His old master let out a weary sigh. I fear what this war is doing to me when I find myself agreeing with Anakin more and more. And why is that a bad thing? Skywalker said in a faux-affronted manner. A small laugh was shared between the group before saying their momentary goodbyes and dispersing amongst themselves for the time being. Scene cut. Raxus. Capital planet of the Confederacy of Independent Systems. The planet was surrounded by 5 orbital shipyards built in the shape of rings orbiting the planet. Nearly 10 dozen fleets were either docks or flying around the planet itself. Starfighters were on constant rotation, though nearly half were made up of manned ships now. There were droid starfighters such as the Vultures and tri-droid starfighters, though they were always accompanied by a squadron of sentient manned ships. On the planet's surface, a meeting took place within the Separatist Parliament building. I am tired of just standing around waiting to be attacked. Voadal, leader of the war faction of the Separatist Parliament, said aloud in frustration. We sit here like wounded bantha whilst the Republic is undoubtedly marshalling their strength and that Ultron is waiting for another chance to attack. And what would you have us do? Asked the latest member to join the separatist movement. Marshal an army and march upon the doorstep of the Republic and demand a surrender. Yes. Vo threw her hands up as if that were the most obvious thing in the galaxy. We need to strike at the Republic hard and fast. Take out one familiar foe first before focusing towards the unknown one. And leave ourselves vulnerable? Mina Bontari asked rhetorically. Have you gone mad, Vo? The entire galaxy is still recovering from Ultron's declaration of war. He already took Jabi-Im all by himself as a mere statement. From both the Republic and our Confederacy. Why in the Force would you wish to further instigate escalation? Not instigate, end. Adel shot back vehemently. The Republic is weak and vulnerable right now. If we were to attack Kamino and take it out, we would at least have less enemies to worry about. Perhaps there is another way of resolving our issues, said a Quarren senator. I'm up for listening to anything other than Vo's dribbling, spoke another female senator with a bored look, ignoring the glare directed at her from Adel. One may block off trade routes. One may cut off supplies. Or even blockade a planet. But for how long? Those issues can be resolved in time. Vo said with an impassioned speech. No, what I figure is to hurt the Republic more than they can ever think of. Something which will take years to recover. Perhaps it may even be its death blow. Mina gazed upon her primary rival in the Confederacy with a wary and concerned look. What is it you're suggesting? Vo's eyes became rabid and fierce. Take out the one place the Republic greatly holds dear as of this time. Their army supplied from Kamino. Many gasps and shouts of shock rang through the separatist chamber of Parliament. Are you mad? Attacking Kamino? That's suicide. You're basically asking us to throw out half of our forces if you want us to destroy Kamino of all places. We have an entire new system willing to help us in this endeavor. Vo said, gesturing to a gaunt and pale-looking male with a smarmy air to him. He abandoned the Republic because it had abandoned him like all of us. He abandoned the Republic out of fear. Mina said in a neutral tone. Lest you forget, Vo, a number of our own did the same and have become independent or rejoined the Republic. Cowards. The green-skinned senator spat out. Traitors, the lot of them. Some would say that's what we all are. Said a teal-skinned, bald male alien with a sigh. And it's not just my system willing to assist in this regard. The newest member of the Confederacy said with an air of cockiness. What say you, Count Dooku? All turned to the head of the sis who stood at the podium, being physically there rather than through transmission. It has become a shockingly common occurrence now to see the Count of Sereno actually be in attendance for these meetings, but the times demand it. He was quiet for several moments, thinking and processing. Before long he finally addressed the others. All sides sound reasonable enough, but one holds more weight once presented. Said the former Jedi Master. Taking this into consideration, I see merit in Vo Adel's proposal. Said Separatist Senator practically beamed, seeing he gained the upper hand over his political rival. Count Dooku. Mina pleaded. I must insist, this is not the path we must go down. Peace may be an impossibility perhaps, but a ceasefire. A moment of truce between both sides to focus on the bigger threat. Ultron. Is he not a greater adversary? Count Dooku's shoulders sagged and he shot Bonteri a sympathetic look. My lady Bonteri, I agree with you wholeheartedly. He said, voice sage-like and wise. I know the perils of which you speak of, and it's one of the reasons I would readily agree with you. Mina smiled, a glimmer of hope entering in her eyes. But I can't dissuade such a notion. The senator of Onderon's expression shattered into one of sorrow and disbelief. Mina. Dooku's voice became softer now but was still heard by all in attendance. If there was any other way, I would wholeheartedly agree and take part. But I come from not only the Republic, but also the Jedi Order. If need be, they are more than willing to do far more atrocious acts if they see the chance in doing so to keep themselves strong. You need look no further than what they had done to the planet of Mandalore. And as much as I wish to rid myself of the memories, I will tell you the things I had to do for the sake of galactic peace, for the Republic. Bonteri's shoulders sagged in defeat, leaning both her hands upon the podium she stood in front of and trembled. I'm sorry, Mina, but I will not allow the Republic a chance to pounce upon a weakened animal. Dooku stated. I have seen it happen before too many times. He then turned to the rest of the assembled parliament. All those in disagreement. Only a third of the CIS Senate raised their hands in opposition. And all those in agreement. The other 2/3 all, silently raised their hands. The majority stands. The attack on Kamino will commence. Scene cut. What is love? Oh baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. No, I don't know why you're not fair. I give you my love, but you don't care. So what is right and what is wrong? Gimme a sign dash. How and why do you still listen to that she is that you singing? You like it? The vibranium-armed man asked with a proud grin. Me and my boys recorded that last year. Number 10 on iTunes. Brock Rumlow aka Crossbones gave the weapons dealer known to Nar Shaddaa as Ulysses Claw a look of annoyed bewilderment. Your Spotify or cloud and your music. He said with a roll of his eyes. Hey, this is one of my hovels, I get to set up the atmosphere. If I were at yours, I'd be listening to whatever you're interested in. I bet it's nothing at all. 90s SNL shit ain't my thing. His transcends SNL. Claw said passionately, bobbing his head in a familiar fashion that made Rumlow groan aloud. Will you please shut that shit off already? What was that? The music got louder. I can't quite hear you. You're gonna have to speak up. He so wanted to pull out a gun and either shoot Claw or the speakers carrying on the essential music to the song. His hand was heavily leaning towards the former, the source of it all. Rumlow had to remember yet again this so-called source of his annoyance was also the source of his newfound weapons and gear. The hell is that music? said one voice. Crossbones then saw a handful of familiar faces coming into Klau's place of business. Each of them still as he remembered them. Sounds like something starting to sweep most of the galaxy on the HoloNet. Spoke another of their group. The fuck do you bastards want? Rumlow asked venomously, glaring heatedly at the four individuals standing at the entrance to Klau's establishment. Is that any way to speak with old business partners? A female Zabrak in dark red and black robes spat out. We were merely work associates for a one-time gig, nothing more. Brock said, gauntlets forming around one of his arms, the edges alight with a blue energy. If you are here for payback cause of last time. So glad you asked. The Zabrak sneered, reaching for a lightsaber on her hip. Cadrian. A weak email said patiently. We are here for assistance, not to start a fight. Cadrian Say hissed and retracted her hand. The helmeted individual next to Say snorted, making the Sith acolyte glare at him heatedly. Good to see we have some reasonable people here. Rumlow snarked, intentionally shooting a smug grin at the woman. Shove it up your dash. Any reason why you lot come seeking me out? Chloe asked politely in a cordial manner. Why do you think they're seeking you and not me? Said the Hydra agent. We're here for both of you. The Wiki stated, stepping forward. My name is Sora Bulk, here on behalf of the Separatists. Brock said with narrowed eyes. So what the hell do you want? To begin with, we require your services. Our masters will handsomely pay you both on an upcoming assignment. Spoke the fallen Jedi Master. For reasons beyond my understanding. Say said beneath her breath. Cadrian. Was Sora's sharp response to her comment. She bowed her head and stepped back but leveled a murderous glare at the Hydra agent turned mercenary. Word has started to spread of your unique black market. Can you turn that music off already? Bulk abruptly asked as the music was still blaring aloud. I can turn it down, but I'm not shutting it off. Chloe said with a room brokering no argument. Would you kindly dash? The music began going down to a reasonable level, thank you. The former Jedi Master cleared his throat and resumed where he had left off. Now, as I was saying, word of your expertise within the black market dealings on Nar Shaddaa and even the Outer Rim has been spreading and has recently gotten to us as well. Chloe's chest puffed up in pride. Glad to see my reputation is doing wonders now. Bulk turned to Rumlow. And you? Details relayed by my associates of your last mission together made our masters consider hiring you once again. Really? Rumlow said disbelievingly. After all that bullshit from Naboo. You're the one who betrayed us. Say growled. And like you weren't planning on it either. Say. Bulk's voice was now deadly. One more outburst. Cadrian grit her teeth, looking between her superior and the man who is the bane of her existence before stepping back and exiting the establishment. Now that that's out of the way. Bulk looked to the other two acolytes that had come with him and the two stepped forward. A pair of suitcases filled with credits were handed towards the arms dealer and mercenary. Of course by the analytical eye, the container given to Chloe was bigger than Rumlow's by some margin. Why is he getting paid more than me? The merc asked in an affronted manner. Chloe only chuckled, snapping his case shut. Don't you know how to run a business, Rumlow? No, of course not. I'm a supplier and I need to use my funds to provide my product. Your given amount will be the down payment for a contract. More will be provided as you keep supplying us with what you have. Depends on what's requested, my dear fellows. Spoke the arms dealer. Be sure to give me your contact information so I'd dash. What's the job anyways? Rumlow interrupted, looking at Sora Bulk specifically. We plan an assault on the cloning facilities of Kamino. The Wiki Dark Jedi stated plainly. Kamino? The heart of the Republic's army. Chloe said in surprise, making Rumlow look at him. You know it. Information is just as important of a trade as weapons. Chloe instantly said. The Wiki acolyte appeared to give the arms dealer a look of respect and approval. Brock remained skeptical and gave the lead force user a sharp glare. If we are legitimately joining you schmucks in a legit battle against the Republic on a planet which literally supplies their army, we need more than just us. A number of our fellow acolytes and General Grievous himself will be there. The helmeted acolyte quickly said. Brock shook his head. It ain't gonna be enough. Not nearly. Anyone else you plan on bringing? Dirge, the Jedi bounty hunter. Yeah, I heard of him. Starting to become popular again after 60 years or so. I have to say it now, but Dirge won't be enough. Rumlow said. He'll undoubtedly have his hands full with what heavy-duty Avengers will be there like War Machine and Quicksilver. No, what we need is a new player to throw them off their game. A ringer. How can you be certain the Avengers will even be there? The helmed acolyte inquired. With how dire the situation will be, the Republic will request their new shining stars to be present. Chloe said as though it were obvious to see. They'll want all the help they can get if you're trying for something that crazy. And who is this ringer you speak of? Sara inquired. I take it you have one in mind. Rumlow nodded his head. Yeah, I do. Ran into him recently during a job again, met him several times after. He's real deadly and efficient and drives a hard bargain. Not just in credits but something more personal. If I can call it that. Being what? Rumlow merely eyed the weapons attached to their belts, in which Sora and his fellow acolytes quickly caught on. Lightsabers. You thought your pal Grievous was the only collector out there. Why would he want ours? Who said about yours? Just lightsabers in general. Rumlow shrugged. Anyways, it's something about honoring his ancestors or some dumb shit like that, I don't know. I didn't really bother asking. Well, what can you tell us about this mercenary? Bulk said with a level of impatience now. Rumlow rubbed his scarred chin and hummed in thought. Let's just say that the best way I can describe this bastard is, he's a master at his craft. Scene cut. Coruscant. Within the personal office of the Chancellor, Sheev Palpatine sat at his desk with his hands intertwined in expression dark. He had been finding himself in this state more and more over the past few weeks after his confrontation from Ultron. That vile droid had the audacity to stand before the Dark Lord of the Sith and gloat. Gloat to him. Darth Sidious. The man who would be the last in the 1,000 years of Sith under Darth Bane's rule of two. He who would at last enact the millennia-long plan of getting revenge against the Jedi and the Republic. But now, all that was planned was threatened to be derailed by this despicable walking piece of scrap metal. As if those irritating and infuriating Avengers weren't enough, now they had to have brought along one of their own enemies into the MX. This was not how the game is meant to be played. Well, not the one the Dark Lord was more familiar to participate in. It was getting into more and more unfamiliar territory. The Force was of no help, which only served to further enrage the secret Sith Lord. Not long ago, he and his old master Darth Plagueis enacted a ritual that bent the will of the Force firmly more towards the dark side. They had succeeded and they believed that the fall of the Jedi was now inevitable with the Force being against them. But then, like that, it all threatens to fall apart. The arrival of the Avengers almost a year back coupled with later additions and now this Ultron. Never before has Sidious felt such tension with a boiling rage threatening to explode out from him. But right now, he needed to focus. To get things back on track and make sure that all that has been worked for wouldn't be ruined by some freaks from a backwater planet. Not long ago, Sheev received word from his apprentice, telling him of the proposal the Confederacy had decided to follow. This was something that he had actually been planning for a while now. He just didn't figure it may occur so soon. This wasn't meant to be for at least another few months. But given the drastic turn of events, a number of parts of the overall grand plan had to be shifted and adjusted to an annoying degree. After some time processing and discussing further with Dooku on what needed to be done, Palpatine worked his fair share on making things flow accordingly. It was at this point did he make some calls and arrange some meetings. It was later on in the day, elsewhere on Coruscant, when a few things occurred for the Republic's new poster team. While a great number of their members were taking care of their own issues or helping others, one member was by herself as she was watching over Mara Jade. The Black Widow was finding this to be a nice means of comfort. An escape from the life she knew for years. It was rather enjoyable playing with the little tyke as it stirred certain feelings within the spy. Ones which she didn't know if she could part with that easily. She was currently on her bed, watching contentedly as Mara crawled around her legs to reach for toys that had been bought for her. If she were able to stay like this all day. A ringing came from her belt, snapping her out of her air of peace. Nat looked down to see her handheld holo projector beeping. She took it off her belt and held it up, turning it on to see. "Patty," Nat said in an unsure voice. She saw the senator from Naboo holding a determined and grim countenance. "Hey Nat," she said, her serious expression breaking slightly to offer her friend a small smile. "You're probably going to hear this soon, but I wanted to inform you now." "Okay, what's going on?" "Do you remember a discussion you had with several senators aside from myself?" Amidala asked. "You mean with Mothma and Organa?" Nat said, seeing her friend nod. "Yeah, what about them?" "Not them, the discussion." Nat frowned and thought about what particular detail was being implied here. She subconsciously moved the holo projector up slightly from the small hands of Mara Jade, who was trying to reach for it. "You mean, the clones and where they came from?" Padme's head nodded vigorously. "Apparently this may be an opportunity for you and the others very soon." "I don't follow." "I received word not long ago that Kamino will be attacked. Primarily the cloning facilities." Years of training and experience was able to get Natasha to filter out most surprises on her expression. She nodded in understanding, but curiosity was more present. "Wouldn't the Jedi normally get notified of this first, then my team and you?" Padme shook her head. "I've been keeping an ear on everything well, I would like to stay informed of all the madness going on in the galaxy." Romanoff couldn't help but grin at that. "So, I guess I've been rubbing off you. Those stories of yours have been an influence, I can't deny that." Amidala remarked in a whimsical, "What can ya do?" manner. A moment later, Widow's expression changed into that of a stone-cold agent. "So Kamino," she said for added confirmation. "The place where the clone army magically came from." Amidala nodded again. "You do know that in the heat of battle, it'll look suspicious if I up and wander away to collect data that I know will be extremely classified," Nat stated. "Steve probably won't like it." "I don't like doing this either, but..." Padme clutched the fabric around her sleeve tightly. "We don't have the chance to exploit an opportunity like this. So many questions with so little answers. We just want to know the truth on how things came to be without us knowing for so long." Nat then grinned. "Don't worry, Patty. Rare chances is where I know Mara, this isn't a toy." Mara Jade only let out a small whine that demanded the holo projector. Padme giggled aloud, the serious demeanor both shared all but gone now. "You have your hands full?" "Gee, what makes ya say that?" Nat rhetorically asked, now holding the projector up above Mara, who was trying to reach for it. "Come on, fat one, ya gotta earn it like I did." Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 62, The Battle of Kamino Part 1. All around him was a flurry of commotion. Clones went about, getting armored and equipped to the teeth for the upcoming battle. This had been going on for some time now, long before he came here. But since coming here, all he could do was sit on his bed in the barracks and stare at his helmet. It was bizarre how just staring at it allowed him to keep a level of calm that few others appeared to have. "Captain Rex." The blonde-haired clone captain blinked, looking up to see Echo looking down at him in slight concern. "Are you all right, sir?" Rex sighed, standing up to his full height. "I'm fine, Echo. What's our ETA to Kamino?" 10 minutes, sir." Echo answered straight away. "The boys are set and ready." The clone captain only nodded firmly, walking by Echo whilst patting him on the shoulder. "They damn well better be ready," Rex internally said to himself. Kamino, the home world of the clones, was about to be attacked by those Seppi bastards. If the clankers think they can just stroll on up to their doorstep without a fight, then they're as stupid as they sound. It didn't take long for the massive fleet of Republic ships to appear out of hyperspace around Kamino and instantly move into defensive formations. A dozen or so acclamators descended to the capital city of Kamino, Tipica City. They broke off into 3 groups covering several sections of the city. On the southern section of the city, Jedi Council Master Sha'Akti stood next to the governor of Kamino, Lama Su. Right beside the two was a clone in red accented ARC Trooper armor. "Clone Captain Fordo," They watched as one of the many acclamators hover before them as the side entrance opened up and expanded outward. As the ramp drew closer, Fordo drew a hand up to the side of his helmet. "Just got word from Alpha." Fordo spoke up. "Generals Windu, Fisto, and Mundi's troops have been dropped off and stationed at the northern end of Tipica." "Very good to hear, Fordo," Ti said calmly with a nod as the extending ramp reached the landing pad at last. From there came the blue, yellow, and green-tinted clones of the 501st, 327th and 41st Legions and Corps. Leading them were their Jedi generals and commanders along with two brightly suited individuals. "So this is Kamino," Steve muttered, standing on a landing pad and gazed upon the Tipica, the city he was sent to defend. "Kinda dreary," Peter remarked. "It's funny how I actually haven't been here yet," Ahsoka remarked, walking alongside Peter. "It is a first for me as well." Barriss spoke up. "Master Luminara, have you been here as well?" The older Miri Allen general nodded slightly. "Only once, my Padawan. I came here personally to meet with my best trooper." Several of them chortled to themselves at the not-so-subtle way in which Commander Gree puffed his chest out in pride. "How come you didn't do that for me, General?" Commander Bly asked in faux disappointment. Ayla only grinned at her first-in-command, lightly nudging him with her shoulder. Soon, the group stood before Lama, Shaak Ti, and Fordo. "Gentlemen, ladies," Shaak Ti said in her composed voice. "I wish I could say welcome to Kamino under more pleasant circumstances. A lot of things aren't, unfortunately," Anakin remarked with a grimace, looking over at the clone next to Ti. "Captain Fordo, good to see you again." "Same to you, General Skywalker," Fordo said with a nod. "Boys." His clone brothers nodded back at him whilst Anakin turned his gaze back to the governor. "Good to see you're doing well, Governor." Skywalker greeted him cordially. "I would have hoped it would have continued to do so, but I should have figured something like this would be inevitable. Still, why would the Separatists so brazenly attack Kamino in such a tumultuous time?" Lama Su inquired with a present frown. "Has this Ultron I've been hearing about not attacked the Separatists?" "He has, but apparently not nearly enough in deterring them from doing something stupid," Skywalker groused out. "They're coming in with a large force, so we're responding in kind." The tall Kaminoan inclined his head forward in agreement when his eyes landed upon the odd duo that stood amongst the recently arrived group. Su squinted at them for a moment as his mind racked itself as to who these two possibly were when it dawned on him upon seeing the shield on Roger's back. "You must be the Avengers that I have heard so much about," Lama Su said in a respectful tone as he gazed down upon Captain America and Spider-Man. "Steve Rogers." The Brooklyn native introduced himself, offering a hand to shake. "This is Peter. Pleasure to meet you." "The pleasure is all mine," Lama said with a bow of his head. "I have heard much about your team, Captain Rogers. Though I am curious as to why there are only two of you present." "The Separatists are hitting Tipica City first, Governor Su," Ayla Secura said, walking into the command center of Tipica City. "We've divided up our forces in orbit and ground side should the Separatists punch a hole through our defenses." "I see," Lama said. "I take it there are other Avengers here then?" "The entire team," Steve said. "Then I thank you for coming to our aid in our time of need," Su said. "We owe the troopers a lot," Steve said, regarding the clone captains and commanders he stood by with a smirk. They held their heads high upon hearing that, chests puffing up slightly with great pride. "I must go to my section of the city I have been assigned to oversee," Shaak Ti said a moment later. "Anakin, Ayla, Luminara, I leave this place in your hands." "We shall not fail, Master Ti," Ayla assured. The Togrutan master simply inclined her head forward with a calm smile before turning to walk away. "Ladies and gentlemen, if you would follow me." Lama Su spoke up, stepping aside slightly with his hand outstretched towards a doorway into the domed structure. Elsewhere, in the eastern part of the city was the battle group 2 of the assembled forces brought to Kamino to defend the planet. Natasha stood with her team around a hollow table that displayed several separate maps at once with a multitude of individuals present either in person or via holo transmission. With her in the portion of the city she was protecting was T'Challa, Pietro, Obi-Wan, Cody, Wulfa and Keeley. Tonwi was present along with Blitz and Havoc, 2 ARC troopers of the Rancor Battalion. Around them were the other 2 groups that were to defend Kamino. To the right was Steve and Anakin's group and to the left was the 3rd group composed of Sam, Scott, Hope, Matt, Windu, Mundi, Fisto, Pons, Thyre, Jet and Locke. A moment later, Shaak-Ti joined the 3rd group, having arrived in their section of the city. Obi-Wan spoke first. So we are all here now. Let's begin. Entering what basically accounted as a war room or conference room, everyone got situated. Holo projections flared to life to show the major players of this operation who were not present. As you know, I was asked to lead the mission because of my relative familiarity with Kamino. Spoke Kenobi. Thanks to information gathered by our allies, for the first time since the Battle of Geonosis, we know where the Separatists intend to strike before they attack. The Jedi Master walked around a hollow table with the Kamino capital projected for all to see. Kamino still has about 1 million or so more clone troopers in various stages of preparation. A successful attack by the Sis might cripple the Republic. Instead, we began strategizing a means of crippling them. It is imperative that the Confederacy launch their full attack before they realize the Republic is here in force. Therefore, the bulk of our fleet is 1 hyperspace jump away, awaiting our signal. Are you sure about that? Scott asked nervously. Kenobi shook his head. It's not perfect, but it's a start. You must realize the majority of the clones here are not yet battle-ready. Lamasu tacked on. If the Separatists smell a trap, they'll just back out and come do this again when we least expect it. And next time, we won't have a warning. Skywalker added in. There's also the fact that the Separatists are attacking the home planet of the clones. Sam pointed out. They wouldn't be coming here without expecting a fight. Here, spoke one of the clone commanders. They'd be sure to carry big blasters or else I'm not going down on this fight. It's personal for all of us. Various nods were given in response towards the other clones present in the meeting. The enemy's forces will expect some defense at Kamino, given its strategic importance. Which is why it's imperative this operation goes through as smoothly as possible. But still, it feels like we're both trying to play one another. Steve spoke up with a skewed gaze. What do you mean? Ahsoka asked, standing next to him. Let's take a step back to think about the context of this upcoming battle. Steve said. Why in God's name would the Separatist randomly choose to attack now of all times? They had a month or so to pull off any kind of retaliatory strike on the Republic after Ultron, but they waited until now. Why do that? There was a lull of silence. Desperation. All heads turned to the Miri Allen Padawan, who had her arms crossed as they saw a look of concentration. What do you mean, Barriss? Luminara asked softly. Captain Rogers spoke of the context of the attack and why it is happening now. She said with a measured voice. What happened to the galaxy 2 months ago that caused all sides in this war to basically freeze in their tracks? None needed to answer as they were all quite aware as to what had occurred such a short time ago. The entire galaxy was still reeling from it. Ultron basically has thrown a wrench into this war that's making everyone freak out. Natasha stated. He's literally paralyzed everyone with fear, and just his shadow is enough to deter action. And fear can make people act irrationally and desperately if history has shown us anything. T'Challa added on, with the group becoming silent once more as they dwelled on the battle to come and the situation revolving around it. They don't wish to fight 2 strong forces at once, just like us. Ayla said after a moment of realization dawning upon her. So they wish to rid themselves of their more familiar foe in order to focus all of their attention next on Ultron. Mace Windu openly grimaced. That is actually something the Chancellor put forth to us not too long ago. Several Jedi and all the clones and Avengers blinked in surprise upon hearing that. None more so than Anakin himself. He did? When was this? A week after Captain Rogers was found and rescued. Plo Koon stated. He felt that if the Separatists were off balance like they were, perhaps they were vulnerable to decisive and definitive strike. Though we were hesitant. Fisto now spoke. The entire Republic, while wounded, was alert and on guard. Who is to say that the separatists weren't themselves? Similar thoughts are sadly understandable. Unduli murmured. But in the end, they beat us to it seems. Kenobi said with a frown, evident that he too was unaware of this meeting. We're getting distracted now. Captain Rex spoke up with a shake of his head. No disrespect, generals, but what's been said is in the past now, and what we need to focus on is the now. The Seppies are gonna be here soon with their army, and we need to beat them back. Rex is right, Anakin said without hesitation, placing a hand on his captain's shoulder. So, Obi-Wan, what are we dealing with? The display of the apparent incoming separatist fleet was shown a moment later, and to say that it was massive would be an understatement. That is, a sizable force. Aayla commented with a frown. How many ships are we looking at? Rhodey asked, arms crossed with a look of intense focus being visible for all to see. Upwards of 100, possibly more. Kenobi said. The separatists are going in with their best in this instance, including ship models I don't recognize. A number of ships were highlighted, with practically all being unable to discern their designs or origins. They look far more advanced than anything we've faced before. Hope Van Dyne, who was standing next to Shaak-Ti, heard her hum aloud with an analytical look directed upon the new ships. Do you have an idea of what they are, Master Ti? The Wasp inquired, making all look at the Jedi Council member now. Vaguely. Shaak said in a low voice as she began pacing around the display to get a look at the ships from all sides. If my knowledge is to be correct, this is rare technology found only on the planet of Umbara. Umbara, repeated a number of those present in confusion. Hang on, didn't we hear that name not too long ago? Sam asked, looking at his fellow Avengers for an answer. Nat nodded. That's right, Anakin and Padme brought that up when Steve went missing. They left the Republic and joined the Separatists. And now they're coming in to attack our home. Bly muttered underneath his breath in anger. He felt the familiar hand of his Jedi General Sakura patting his back in an assuring manner. The clone commander nodded at her appreciatively, refocusing his attention on the meeting. Currently being displayed were a number of odd machines and weaponry none had seen before. Plasma cannons and rocket pods which can be considered quite effective for their aerial crafts, and likely. Shaak-Ti said, gesturing to the oddly shaped and designed starfighters of the Umbarans. There is likely more that they have at their disposal, but I have not seen them in action. Luckily for us, a lot of their crafts are limited given Kamino's environment. So we're dealing with a whole new set of enemies. Kun stated. Likely more. Ki-Adi Mundi spoke up, arms folded. Who is to say that aside from droids, we'll only be facing Umbarans? What if there are other enemies that are coming with this fleet? Windu picked up on what his fellow council member was insinuating. The Separatists would have to be crazy if they were to use only droids. Mace pointed out. Likely now, we're going to be dealing with a more diverse fighting force assaulting Kamino. And probably the rest of the war going forward. Anakin said with a frown in place. Several of the Avengers, particularly their youngest member, found himself deeply unsettled and uncomfortable at the idea of this. He managed to keep himself under control as the meeting went on. And is there anything else we do know? Peter heard Rhodey ask. I would expect some of Dooku's acolytes to be a part of Grievous' invasion force. Kenobi said, stroking his beard. Question is, which ones will we encounter? Natasha asked. Hope and I ran into that masochist one. Shezo Niva. Scott asked rhetorically. Yeah, she's definitely gonna be here. How can you tell? Scott shrugged. Gut instinct. Do we really wanna know dash? No. Hope said firmly. The planning for the defense of Kamino resumed, the input of the majority of the assembled being put into play for the oncoming attack. All the while, their enemies were discussing tactics of their own. Scene cut. Within hyperspace, the large separatist fleet sailed on through towards their destination of Kamino. At the head of the fleet was the flagship of General Grievous, the Invisible Hand. Seated on the bridge was General Grievous with a number of individuals both physically present and holo present. The droid general briefly eyed several of those who were physically here, staring particularly at the man that had been brought in by the mercenary Rumlow. He wore a white cloak that also served as a hood to cover his head and shade his face. Not that it was needed considering the mask the man wore that completely obscured his identity. The gear he wore was also not one to scoff at. Painted blue with orange around the knees, it was nicked and scratched in several areas yet somehow appeared pristine. Pristine, Mandalorian Beskar armor. This man said that this armor has been a part of his family for as long as his line has been present in the galaxy. Including the lightsaber that hung on his hip. One which his ancestor acquired from the great Mandalorian War 4,000 years ago. And since this galactic war began, this Mandalorian, mercenary, warrior or whoever he was had acquired a taste which Grievous seemed to barely respect in terms of collecting weapons belonging to Force-sensitive warriors. It wasn't hard to discern for Grievous to know that the man that had been brought on was a warrior. A true warrior, one who would greatly take part of this operation and hopefully turn the tide when needed. From what Rumlow had spoken of him, this mercenary was the most feared in the lawless parts of the galaxy but not as known due to his low activity. Apparently he was very selective of the jobs, wanting only the most challenging if not suicidal jobs possible. Only the most elite and influential of the galactic underworld were even aware of this man's existence. Any task given to him, he will see it through to the bitter end. Someone Grievous grudgingly found himself respecting. His attention was soon taken up by the Dathomirian apprentice to Lord Dooku himself. "All is ready, General," spoke Ventress through a hollow projection. "Good," spoke the Kalaesh cyborg. "We will attack Tipica City first. I have the exact locations of both the clone DNA room and the clone trooper barracks. In order to successfully complete this mission, they not only have to destroy the cloning facility, but also destroy the DNA source of Jango Fett. Without it, then the Republic would have a much harder time to produce more clones without any defects and flaws. Both shall be annihilated under my hand," the droid general proclaimed. "You mean our hands?" spoke Brock Rumlow. "Be sure to remember that." Grievous turned to him, hate permeating through his eyes. "Don't lecture me, mercenary." Rumlow pushed off the wall he was leaning on and went right up to the cybernetic individual, staring right back at him unflinchingly. "I most certainly can. This is a large group effort, in case you forgot. If you're gonna be a glory hog dash. Are you too seriously doing this right now?" Shezoniva spoke up with clear irritation in her tone. "In case you fools have forgotten what has gone into this assault, practically every separatist supporter is funding this operation as a last-ditch effort to swiftly defeat the Republic. We don't need this petty quarreling right now." Both man and droid kept their gazes locked on one another until both looked away at the same time. They heard a small huff of amusement and all barely saw the briefest of movements to their newest addition to this assault. Grievous' eyes narrowed upon the man before going back to his chair. "Lest you all forget, Count Dooku assigned us all these tasks," Sara Bulk said from the ship he was on. "Our assignments are clear. We all know the fight we are heading into. It still feels pointless and suicidal." Bil Valen said aloud. "I don't understand why Lord Dooku opted for such an attack. Which is why he chose me to make sure our strategy goes to plan," the blue-skinned, red-eyed acolyte of Severance Tan stated. "Enough." Grievous now barked out. "No need to speak so pointlessly on matters that have passed. Ventress, are you in position?" "Just about," Ventress said. "You shall know when I begin my portion of the plan." And with that, she blinked out of the meeting. On her end, she turned towards the closest droid who was looking over the status of the ship they were residing in. "Are the Aqua droids prepared for Phase 2 of the plan?" she asked. "Yes, Mistress," came the nasally response of the B1 droid. Satisfied with the answer, the Dathomirian acolyte looked through the nearby window to see the endless expanse of the planet's oceanic environment. Up ahead, Tipica City. Scene cut. Walking through the corridors, Domino Squad bore a unique set of smiles on their faces. "Ah, look around guys," Echo said, inhaling nostalgically. "Feels like yesterday we were here." As he said that, a group of young clone cadets passed on by them. "Heading to target practice," Fives remarked. "Drills and obstacle courses." Heavy added on with a grin. Remember all that? Cut Up asked, getting laughs from his brothers. How could we not? Some distance away from the team, they heard a clatter of equipment falling onto the floor. Looking onwards, they spotted an all too familiar person. He was a hunchback, malshapen man who appeared rather too old. Yet there was a drive and spark within his eyes as he tried to complete his given tasks day in and day out. Hey, 99. Heavy said aloud, the four of them walking over to him. The old man looked up and saw a small group of clones walking towards him. He then bore a smile as he greeted them. Ha, Echo. Fives. Heavy. Cut Up. The aged clone said happily. You, actually remember us? Cut Up asked in genuine surprise. Oh, I remember all my brothers. 99 looked around and saw someone was missing. Where's Droid Bait? He was never too far from you all. At the mention of their old, fallen batchmate, Domino Squad's mood became somber for a moment. He didn't make it. Heavy answered. There was an incident on the Rishi Moon outpost. Echo said. Nothing that we could do. Oh, I see. 99 nodded understandingly. It's not easy losing brothers. His fellow clones all nodded as well. 99's expression then perked up as he reached for something in his back pocket. Ah, Heavy, before I forget. The malformed clone held up something for the squad to see. It was a gold, star-shaped piece of metal with a decorative ribbon attached to it. Looking at the object in 99's hand, Heavy widened his eyes. You still kept it? He asked in astonishment. How can I not? The maintenance clone said in pride. You told me to hold on to it for you. You gave him your medal. Cut Up said in slight shock. Heavy grinned proudly. I did. He deserved it as much as the rest of us. 99 bashfully rubbed the back of his neck upon hearing such praise. So why have you all returned to Kamino? He asked after a moment. The Republic received word of an impending attack here. Fives answered. And it's a big one. Practically a dozen of the Republic's best fleets have been called here. Well, how can I help? 99 asked, standing up straighter now. Domino Squad all smirked at one another at their brother's willingness to help. Just before they could respond to the question, someone suddenly came up from behind their deformed brother and hugged him. It was a young girl, perhaps no older than 8 or 9, with blonde hair and a pendant of some kind on her forehead. There you are, 99. She exclaimed happily. I managed to get away from Nala SE to help you. She then looked to the floor and saw the weapons scattered about. Seems like you need it now. The older clone chuckled, patting the young girl's hair just before she moved to pick up the scattered rifles. Domino Squad all the while gazed on in confusion. Who's this one? Fives asked. She kinda looks like us. Cut Up noted, squinting his eyes at her. I don't recall, a sister. Heavy muttered. A defect. Has to be. She ought to be the first clone of us to be, well, her. Another clone project, then. Don't know. She shares a resemblance. Ease up on the question, boys. 99 said with a chuckle. This here is Omega. A special one who helps me out whenever she can. The now identified young girl, 3 rifles in hand, looked up at the 4 clones with a bright smile which became strained as she realized she was holding more than she could carry. Fives and Cut Up instantly relieved her of the weight by taking the rifles out of her hands. She smiled up at them appreciatively. Thanks. It's nice to meet you all. They all murmured greetings of their own. 99 placed a hand on Omega's shoulder, smiling at her. Now that you're here, I think you can help me help our brothers. Scene cut. As Tipica City itself went about readying itself for battle, one individual walked the halls of the Kaminoan facility by her lonesome with an objective in mind. She had already given her input on the plans and she said she wanted to scope out the area around them to get a better idea on what can be done should and really when the separatists make their way down here. Though, there was another objective she had in mind. One that was asked of her by a personal friend of hers before coming to this place. As she rounded a corner, alarms began blaring across the entire city, making the woman tense up. Looks like it's starting, she said to herself, sprinting down the hall and joined a large group of clones running towards the same direction as hers. Within several parts of the city, a number of starfighters took off to join the orbital defense of the planet. Among these individuals were Anakin, Windu, Rhodey, Sam and Plo Koon. They were followed by dozens of starfighters as they took to the skies and flew through the atmosphere. In orbit, the Republic fleet of over dozens of starships awaited the arrival of the Separatist fleet. A moment later, the Separatist fleet arrived. Within the bridge of the Invisible Hand, Grievous stood from his seat and began directing his forces. Attack Formation Echo 3. The tactical droid nodded as it commenced the given command. Status, he demanded. Deflector shields raised. Destroyers in position. Forward cannons ready. Landing crafts prepared. All ships in position. Grievous nodded. Commence attack. The Separatist fleet began bombarding the Republic ships with their enemy returning fire. Within the head of the Republic fleet stood none other than Wiluf Tarkin at the bridge. He gazed upon the enemy force with a stern gaze, not even acknowledging the clone officer who approached him. The Separatist fleet is concentrating on our center, sir, the clone said. They're trying to punch through. Focus our fire on their flagship, Tarkin ordered. Have our cruisers in defensive formation and be prepared for strafing runs. They wish to pierce through our defenses, then we shall make them suffer for it. All the while, in Tipica City, Lama Su stood within the primary command center with Obi-Wan, Shaak-Ti, Windu, Fisto, Mundi, Rex, Cody, Pons, Steve, and Nat. They watched as both fleets engaged one another. Shore up on defenses, Cody said straight away. Looking at the battle above Kamino, Shaak-Ti voiced her thoughts. Looks like they're here in force, Ti said. That's a lot more than expected, Mundi noted. It seems they're sending out their newest edition first, Kenobi said, pointing to the litany of the identified Umbaran starfighters. Let's see how they fare against our fighters, Fisto said, observing the holo-display as they watched both starfighters from opposing sides move to engage one another. Anakin, Plo, Mundi, Sam, and Rhodey flew out at the head of the Republic blockade with a now considerably large force of V-19s, Arkwings and Y-Wing starfighters. Good to see you, General, Colonel Rhodes, a familiar clone to the two men said with a grin beneath his helmet. Ready to have some fun? You know me, Broadside, Anakin said in a light-hearted tone. I'd rather be up here than stuck in a command center. We also gotta remind you boys how it's done, Rhodey tacked on. Oh, that's how it's gonna be. Warthog of the 104th spoke up excitedly. First to 10 gets back all the credits General Plo has won from billiards. Excuse me, Plo said in a faux-affronted manner. Don't I get a say in this? No, you don't, Windu of all people stated, much to their surprise. I'm in. Tighten up those formations, boys, Anakin stated, cutting in through the chatter. We're going in. Watch your flanks and target those Umbaran fighters. I'd rather not know what they're capable of. There were those who voiced their confirmation of the order as they were now engaging in fierce dogfights. The Y-Wings made a beeline for the cruisers of the fleet and began bombing the ships apart, delivering considerable damage. Several of the Republic ships were already destroyed, most being obliterated by the Umbaran fighters. Aside from the standard blaster technology that comes with all ships and weaponry, the Umbarans employed a ballistic missile that when it struck caused an immediate disintegration of the target. Worst of all was the apparently strong ray shielding each Umbaran starfighter possessed. It took upwards of a dozen shots to a precise hit that would be able to pass through the defenses of one to penetrate its shields. Broadside, watch your back, Sam said, going in to pursue the Umbaran fighter chasing after the clone pilot. Get this slow-mo off my tail, Lieutenant, Broadside said with a grunt as his ship was rocked slightly by explosions going off around him. This slow-mo isn't laying off my back. Falcon silently angled his ship that aligned itself with the bobbing and weaving of the enemy ship in front of him. Hold, Broadside, Sam said with an intense calm as the targeting system on his personalized Jedi starfighter locked onto the starfighter. Once the ship was directly in front of him, Wilson unleashed a torrent of blaster fire that hit the dead center in the back of the Umbaran craft. Its shielding was quickly overwhelmed and destroyed a moment later. Broadside let out a cheer of thanks as Sam zipped by him and the two split off to chase after their next targets. Windu, having just destroyed several vulture droids, contacted command. "We're holding out here but the separatists keep on coming," Mace said, pivoting his ship sharply as he fired upon a set of cannons on a separatist ship. "Our fleet has taken some considerable losses as well. Should we call in the reinforcements?" Rhodey asked with a grunt, narrowly being swarmed by tri-fighters. "No, our fleet has yet to receive drastic losses," Tarkin said smoothly. "Continue your own offenses and we shall continue holding our own defense." As the orbital attack carried on, debris from the separatist ships plummeted towards Kamino's ever-expansive oceans. From the command center, Shaakti commented her thoughts with what they were seeing. "Grievous appears to be sacrificing his transports in favor of protecting his command ship." Steve squinted at this. "That's a lot of ships he's just throwing at us to be destroyed in the crossfire." Witnessing this, a gut feeling arose within Kenobi. Something's not right. Beneath the water's surface, Asajj Ventress received word from the droids serving her. "Reinforcements have arrived. Send out the Aqua droids to start assembling the assault crafts," was her command. Back within the command center, the Republic generals and commanders were receiving more word of the orbital battle. "I'm gonna press on the attack, Master," spoke Anakin. Obi-Wan was quick to halt his former Padawan. "No, Anakin. Wait. It's too easy. Not even Grievous would attack so recklessly." "Master, the battle's up here in space, not down there," Anakin said, the sound of explosions going off nearby. "We've already lost several ships of our own and they just keep coming. I wouldn't be so sure. The debris coming down hard on us could perhaps be something else entirely." "What are you thinking?" said Shaakti. All the Togruta Jedi Master got in return was a small smile. "Master Fisto? Care to join me for a swim?" Scene cut. Whilst the battle waged on in space, the other teams were getting into position in case the enemy breached their defenses. Neither of them wanted this city to be ill-defended by being lax. Fordo and another ARC trooper in blue-accented armor had reorganized the distribution of each clone force that had been brought here to cover the main 3 points that would likely be attacked. "Everything is set and ready," the blue-armored ARC trooper spoke gruffly. "Those clankers think they could just stroll on up to our home turf are going to be in for a surprise." Fordo snorted, side-eyeing the clone trooper standing next to him. ARC Trooper Alpha 17, or just Alpha as he is known. A rather infamous ARC trooper known for his ruthless demeanor and actions towards the Separatists and callous attitude towards the Jedi and Republic as a whole. He had apparently worked with several well-known Jedi generals near the start of the war such as Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Shaakti, and Mace Windu. Being an ARC trooper only adds credence to the skill and lethality his brother possessed. "Fordo, Alpha." The two ARC troopers turned to see Generals Kenobi and Fisto approaching the two. "Gentlemen," Kit said with his trademark grin in place as he nodded at them both. "If you don't mind keeping watch while we're away." "At your discretion, sirs," Fordo said. "Try not to drown," Alpha added with a shrug. "Or eaten." "It is good to see you as well, Alpha," Kenobi said wryly as the Jedi General took a submarine vessel whilst Fisto simply discarded his robes and jumped into the water. The duo descended into the ocean depths of Kamino, Obi-Wan leading the two as he traced the projected fall of where the debris from the battle above should have landed. "It should be around here somewhere," Obi-Wan said. Kit swam around his ship and hovered above the glass cover before pointing ahead. Kenobi leaned forward with his eyes narrowed and saw light ahead on the ocean floor. The two spotted the so-called debris being surrounded by droids and being welded together. "Aqua droids," Kenobi said in realization. "This is Obi-Wan Kenobi, Master Fisto, and I have discovered Aqua droids working on the debris. They're turning it into assault craft for the city." He only received static for an answer. "Can anyone hear me?" he asked again, still getting no response. Kenobi then saw Fisto turn his lightsaber on, the Jedi in the submarine tensing up now and looking ahead to see the droids had noticed them and were swimming right at them. Some blaster bolts were sent their way which Fisto moved to deflect. He looked back at Obi-Wan and gestured up at which the bearded Jedi nodded, directing his ship back towards the surface. Fisto deflected a number of bolts before several aqua droids swam past the Nautolan Jedi and chased after Kenobi. Kit simply raised his hand and with the force, pulled the droids towards him before slicing them apart. He heard a rumble of sorts from above and his eyes widened to see a squid droid swimming past Kenobi's ship. It was now falling apart and he saw the center pod floating upwards only to be swarmed by aqua droids. Gritting his teeth, Kit Fisto called upon the force, a torrent swirling around him. Once he gathered the wanted amount of power, Fisto thrust his hands down and rocketed upwards towards his friend who had just let himself out from his ship pod. The Nautolan Jedi cut through several more droids in his path, grabbing onto Obi-Wan on his way up. As the two drew closer to the surface, both saw a pod of Iwas passing by. They quickly made their way to the one closest to them and upon grabbing onto the creature, the Iwa immediately went to breach the surface. Obi-Wan coughed out all the water that he had inadvertently swallowed up on his ascent through the sea. He felt his fellow Jedi Council member patting his back to help in getting all that water out of him. He shot Fisto an appreciative look whilst patting their impromptu mount. "Thanks, both of you," he said with a small cough. Kit simply grinned for a moment before holding up his wrist. "COMM. Everyone, this is Kit Fisto," he said in complete seriousness. "We have discovered assault craft that the Separatists have assembled underwater. They're mounting an aquatic assault. We need reinforcements down here." On the comms, they heard Master PLO answered. "Skywalker, Windu, Sam, Rhodey, head for the surface. I'll hold the Separatists back here." "Copy that," was Anakin's response. "We're on our way." Back within the Kaminoan capital city, Natasha was walking through the corridors as others were getting to positions. She was all set and ready for whatever may come, but there was just one itty-bitty thing she needed to take care of first. Since everyone else was about to go to battle, now seemed to be the only opportune time to do this. Eventually getting to an unsuspecting and vacant room, the spy found a console she could use. Once up to it, she pulled out a cord attached to a small device. "Plugging you in now." "Good. I'll be sure to complete my given directives, Comrade Romanov," the Avengers' personal AI tap said in his usual Russian accent. Breep breep. Suddenly the alarms flared to life. "That's not good," she muttered to herself. "Tap, did we dash? I didn't set off any system securities if that is what you're asking." "No, I'm receiving word assault crafts have come out of the water and are attacking this place as we speak." Narrowing her eyes, the Black Widow unplugged the device before taking off to rejoin the others. Elsewhere at one of the hangars, Captain America was rallying the troops as he saw the water assault crafts docking in the distance. "Troopers. Jedi. Avengers," Steve said through their own comms. "Hold the line." Within the sections of the city that the Avengers stood, they immediately went into action along with the clones and Jedi. Spider-Man ran out and began web-swinging towards the closest squid droid with 2 grenades in hand. Just as he saw it open up to its interior, he tossed one beeping grenade first, followed by the second, silent one. The first grenade went in whilst the second exploded to reveal itself to be a web grenade that prevented the deployment of droids. A moment later, an explosion rocked the assault craft and it slumped over, falling into the water. The webhead heard cheers below from the other clones, jumping back up to swing beneath the city itself. Peter saw multiple squid droids bursting out from the water when he heard a loud crashing of metal up ahead. He saw an assault droid falling back into the sea with a sizable dent on its side. Spider-Man swung out from underneath the platform to see Scott in his giant form, kicking another squid off the area he stood on. "Woo!" Peter exclaimed. "Lookin' good, Scott." "Feelin' good, Pete." Lang yelled back, punting a number of droids that had managed to get on his platform into scrap metal. Of course he had to quickly shrink down to avoid getting smacked by an incoming mecha tentacle from another assault craft. Hey. I'm not into that weird stuff." Elsewhere, back with Steve, The super soldier stood with Ayla, Luminara, Ahsoka, Barriss, Rex, Bly, and Gree at the northern end of the city, holding back multiple droids that were coming in. Skywalker joined them not much longer and they began pushing back the droids. The clones in particular fought ruthlessly, Rex taking the lead on a majority of the assaults. Rogers watched as the captain dove forward into a roll. Soon as he was on his knees, Rex dual-wielded his trusted DC-17 blaster pistols to shoot down a number of droids before running up to a commando droid. He ducked under its arms to get behind it. Grabbing the head, he violently jerked it to the side and then threw it at a cluster of droids that his men gunned down. Coming out from one of the assault craft was Grievous as he was surrounded by a contingent of aqua droids. Kill them all. Following behind the Separatist general was Rumlow and 3 of the Sith acolytes. A blue-skinned female with red eyes. A familiar large brute with milky, pale eyes. And a Zabrak with a glare that would make most Jedi cower. All but one. Ayla's eyes narrowed at the acolyte in question. Say. She said to herself. It appears that the Zabrak heard her name as she instantly spotted the Twi'lek Jedi and her face morphed into that of a murderous grin. Ayla. She said sickeningly sweet. How good to see you again. Feelings not mutual. Sakura said, unclipping the second lightsaber she had on hand and igniting it. Cadrian instantly snarled venomously upon seeing a familiar green saber. Her former lightsaber. You bitch. The Zabrak screeched with such poison, the whole battlefield actually paused for the briefest of seconds before violently resuming. The two met in the middle of the battlefield, pushing their lightsabers against each other in an effort to overpower the other. Master Sakura. Ahsoka called out, moving to assist her when she felt a hand on her shoulder pull her back from getting her head lopped off. Oh my, what luck for you, Padawan. Spoke a smooth, menacing female voice. Ahsoka briefly looked to her side to see that it was Barriss that saved her from getting nearly decapitated. Don't get distracted. Her friend sternly said, holding up her blade as she faced the blue-skinned acolyte. Ahsoka nodded in thanks before turning to gaze upon the dark side follower that nearly killed her. She was blue-skinned with long flowing black hair and red eyes that appeared to lack irises at first but upon closer inspection could be seen. Who are you supposed to be? Tano asked, getting into her usual lightsaber stance. The acolyte laughed airily, making a quick flourish of her red saber. Severance Tan, at your service, Padawans. And your soon-to-be killer. The two students shared a look with one another and tentatively nodded at each other as they both readied themselves for battle. All the while, clone troopers were fighting across the city. Waxer and Boyle of the 212th used a piece of metal that had been blown off the side of a wall as cover, rushing towards droids and shoving them into the waters below. Flash, Cameron and Lucky of the 327th were leading their corps alongside Commander Bly as more assault droids from the sea came. The Avengers were seen all over the city as well. Rhodey and Sam were in the skies, raining down fire and swooping in every now and then to assist contingents of clones who were struggling. Hope and Scott were working in tandem with one another. Giant Man stomped, punched, and kicked away any and all that he saw with his enlarged limbs whilst Wasp zipped about in the air and blasted her wrist stingers on every droid in her path. Matt in the middle of a fight, his electrified billy club being split into nunchucks to swat away multiple droids. Next to him fought Masters Mundi and Fisto along with the clones of the 21st Nova Corps and the recently reassigned Horn Company that now served under Master Kit. Outside, Spider-Man was swinging from dome structure to dome structure, fighting practically on every front by this point. He even tried to repeat how he helped defeat the Zillo Beast by binding the legs of the assault crafts. Yet with him being the only one doing such a thing, it was more wasteful on his web ammunition. Thus he was forced to abandon the idea and resume assisting everyone he came across. Widow was fighting with Dee and Pietro, her electrified batons spinning about, whacking away droids left, right and center. Quicksilver was a blur as he worked in destroying droids whilst also helping and saving all clones in his path. Stay in tight formations. Dish shouted to the clones. Use the walls and elevated catwalks. This is your home, not theirs. Scene cut. The battle in orbit raged on, both sides firing at one another with everything they had. Tarkin watched as his ship gunned down another cruiser when a large flash of light came out from the corner of his eyes. Our left flank is open. A clone officer shouted. They watched as the separatist fleet directed itself towards the opening. Despite the continuous barrage of fire coming from the Republic, the CIS ships disregarded them and pressed on through. Multiple transports and fighters flew past and through the blockade and made their way towards the planet's surface. "Command, this is Admiral Tarkin," the Republic naval officer said aloud. "You have incoming enemy ships and forces headed straight for Tipica City." Within the command center, Kamino's Prime Minister was seeing the litany of happenings across the capital. Cargo Platform C-22. Captured. Security Sector 6, overrun. Level 9, nearly lost. Spoke Lama Su. "We are being overwhelmed. If the droids reach the interior labs, the newest generation of clones will be destroyed, or worse. And the DNA room will set us back considerably. We haven't lost yet, Lama Su. While the Jedi and Avengers still breathe, we will not abandon Kamino," spoke Shaak Ti. The Prime Minister nodded as he turned to one of the clones stationed nearby. "What is the status of the Prime Clone?" "Prime Clone," muttered Shaak Ti. "She is here, somewhere, and hopefully unharmed," spoke the clone trooper. "She? Not he." Luma Su turned to the Jedi Master to answer her inquiries. "There is more to our operation than you don't know, Master Ti. Contingencies must be held in case of an attack." All the while, Domino Squad was running through one of the many halls of the city when they heard an announcement over the comms. "The fleet's defenses have been breached," yelled a clone pilot in orbit. "I repeat, the fleet's defenses have been breached. Clankers and Umbarans inbound." "Well, ain't that just perfect?" Heavy complained to himself. "How'd they get past our defenses like that?" Echo asked the group in concern. "Now's not the time to dwell on that," Fives said. "We've got a job to do, so let's do it. Did 99 say where's the best Vanta dash?" Kaboom! The entire building they stood in shook violently, the four of them falling to the floor. The ceiling in front of them then collapsed, and rather than their path being blocked by rubble, it was blocked by something else entirely. "What is that?" Cut Up shouted, the clones looking upon. The four stared in shock at the strange vehicle that seemed to move in a more insectoid-like manner than that of a machine. It was segmented into pieces with 2 legs for each portion, with multiple cannons and turrets lining its entire body. The front part of this strange vehicle had a glowing blue circle and the outline of a humanoid of some kind seated within. This newly arrived foe began burrowing itself into the metal floor of the hallway and went straight for the clones. "Fall back!" Heavy shouted, Domino Squad turning to run for their lives as this new enemy pursued after them. "Anyone know what that thing is supposed to be?" Cut Up screamed out. "I don't know, but we need to take out its pilot." Echo shouted. "Its pilot?" Heavy repeated. "Hard not to notice the one in the driver's seat," Echo pointed out. "Any idea how we can ground that thing?" Heavy asked. "I'm working on it." "Work faster." The four rounded a corner and ran down the hallway as fast as their legs were able to carry them. They soon ran past an open door into one of the many hangar bays of the city. As soon as they had run out into the new area, Echo saw something nearby that just might help them out. "Boys, distract that thing," he shouted, running right towards a possible equalizer. "I got an idea how to take it out." Heavy, Cut Up, and Fives quickly split up from one another, causing the crawling tank to halt as it appeared to look around to try and decide on who to kill first. It went for Heavy as he was the closest. "Oh Criff! Heavy!" Cut Up shouted, spinning about to fire at the crawling tank. His shots left no marks upon the tank, which made Cut Up curse beneath his breath. "That damned thing is ray shielded." "Ray shields," Fives said aloud. "Damn it, how are we supposed to take it out?" With this, Echo ran forward with a rocket launcher on his shoulder. He didn't wait for a second as he simply kneeled down and fired. The rocket flew forward and struck the middle section of the crawling terror. It jolted violently, though it appeared to still be functional as it rounded on Echo. "Oh shit!" Heavy said. "Hey you freak, suck laser!" Heavy hefted his rotary blaster cannon, unleashing a torrent of bolts on the tank. Unlike Cut Up's earlier shots, these appeared to have an effect as the blue force field flickered several times with some of the bolts going through and damaging the tank. It's smothering. Fives yelled excitedly. Echo, get another rocket ready. Boys, keep distracting it. The three clones began running around it and firing their weapons with it twitching about from the bolts, yet the cannons it had were still functioning and fired back at them. They moved as quickly as they were able to avoid getting hit, but one of the explosive shockwaves knocked Fives off balance and he fell to the ground. Fives. Heavy and Cut Up shouted. Gritting his teeth, Echo reloaded his weapon as fast as he could. He had to perform a few rolls to get a better shot and avoid getting hit. Once getting his mark, he fired and kaboom! The tank violently shook before at long last keeling over and falling to the ground in a heap. That takes care of that, said Echo. The clone rushed over to his fallen brother alongside Heavy and Cut Up. Taking off his helmet, they saw he was more or less all right. Ugh, where's that bastard that dash? It's down, Fives. Fives grunted. Good. How many fingers am I holding up? Heavy asked, smirking slightly as he held up a hand in front of the disoriented clone. The hand was swatted out his face. It better not be 5 because of who I am. A chuckle was given out as the clones hoisted Fives back onto his feet. Domino Squad soon surrounded the body that had fallen out of the front of this new tank and gazed down upon its pilot. An Umbaran. Echo said in surprise. So it's true. Fives muttered. They really did switch sides to the separatists. But why would they join up so readily in a fight like this? Cut Up asked. We can ask questions later when our home ain't in danger. Domino Squad jolted back when another of these crawler-like tanks burst out from the wall. They all tensed up as they saw it crawl right towards them when it was struck by a missile from above. The clones turned their heads in time to see Colonel Rhodes flying in at full speed and crashed himself right into the front of the newly arrived tank. War Machine flew back and fired one last missile into the head of the tank that blew it up in its entirety. Domino cheered in victory as Rhodey landed before them. Thanks for the assist, Colonel. Cut Up said in relief. No problem, boys. James replied, taking a moment to look back at the destroyed tank with his helmet coming off. Been seeing these in a lot of new weird tanks like this one here. Guess it's Umbaran. They're leading the assault now. Their tech is proving to be a pain to deal with. Yeah, you don't have to tell us that, sir. Echo said, looking back to the tank they destroyed themselves. It's starting to get out of control here. Rhodey grimly said. Separatist forces just keep pouring in now and we're barely scrambling to mount a proper defense. Their conversation was soon halted when they heard a noise nearby. The group turned to see a clone run out into the hangar that they stood in with sheer terror when an elongated limb from the hallway he came from harshly snatched him. The trooper struggled to free himself before he was harshly thrashed all over before being slammed down hard to render him deceased. The perpetrator was someone all too familiar to War Machine, who tensed up upon seeing the new arrival. Oh, hell. You again. Rhodey said in absolute dread. I should have figured you would come here. The attacker froze before its armored head slowly turned to regard the one who had just spoken. Hello again, meat. Dirge, the Jedi bounty hunter snarled aloud gleefully. He held up the body of the deceased clone he had just killed and tossed it away as though he were garbage. Colonel Rhodes. Dirge growled maliciously. How good you see you again on this planet of bantha fodder. Rhodey moved to stand between himself and Domino Squad, helmet snapping back on shut. Boys. We know, Colonel. Fives said. Let's go, brothers. Domino Squad quickly vacated the area, leaving the two enemies to themselves. Without saying anything else, their battle resumed once more. Scene cut. Come on, Rogers, is that all you got? Steve found himself skidding back slightly with his shield raised. He lowered it a moment later to lock eyes with Brock Rumlow, who had arrived not long after word had reached them of the blockade breach. Soon after, reports started filing in from all over about the city of attacks intensifying, many sections being overwhelmed and overrun with droids and Umbarans. Much as he wanted to help the rest of the city, Steve found himself in a deadlock with his old adversary from S.H.I.E.L.D./Hydra. Ayla was still fighting Sei, Ahsoka, and Barriss were engaged with the blue-skinned acolyte, and Luminara was battling against the largest of the acolytes present, being Rodri. Elsewhere, Hope Van Dyne was in a heated exchange between an old foe that had caused her a great amount of strife in the past. "Come now, Hope," Shezo Neva said with a manic grin, swinging her lightsaber about to try and slice the shrunken hero in two. "Is that any way to greet an old friend? I haven't seen you or your boy toy in some time, you know. Where is that handsome fellow again? I would like to be reacquainted with him sometime soon." "You stay away from my man," Hope growled, growing to her full height to deliver a kick to the chin of the acolyte, though she managed to recover quickly and elbow Hope right in the cheek. "I'd like to see you try to keep it that way." The Mirialan acolyte gave a toothy grin. "He might trade up once you are no longer around." "You have issues," Hope said, swinging her fist forward as the two resumed their brawl. All the while, Matt Murdock stood within a hallway with several clones standing behind him. In front of the group stood a single man who was some decades older than the Manhattan native, yet appeared undeterred by the age that besieged him. His mouth was covered in cloth whilst his long hair was slicked back with a long ponytail hanging behind him. The man's eyes, however, were non-existent, with two blank spots gazing back at the blind man. "Ah." The acolyte spoke first. "A man who sees as I do, yes." Matt tilted his head forward slightly. Processing the words, the lawyer from Hell's Kitchen realized an aspect with who he's about to face. "You wouldn't be the first skilled blind man I fought against. A true test indeed for one such as myself, then," the acolyte said. "Unlike my fellow acolytes, I have retained a decency of respect. You may call me Prosit Dibs." "Prosit Dibs," Matt muttered to himself. "Your name? I know I've heard it before." "Oh? Am I that famous?" the blind, Myraluka acolyte inquired. "You were a Jedi who escaped recently. Freed by Asura Bulk, I believe his name to be." Prosit hummed as the pair walked around in a circle. "He did me a kindness in releasing me from my false imprisonment. All because of some disagreements with your fellow Jedi Master." Dibs scoffed derisively. Mace couldn't accept what was right in front of him, just like all the rest. "The Jedi may be in the wrong here," Matt said, surprising both the acolyte and the clones that were nearby. "But joining the Sith, wherein they rule through fear and death, was the best choice you can think of? Of all that you could have done, you joined the side of oppression. Don't you dare lecture me about oppression until you've taken a lesson under the blind and arrogant Jedi." Prosit all but hissed in pure fury now, lightsaber ignited. "They who started this war, who failed the Republic, who failed the Force." Matt knew that talking wouldn't do him any good in this instance, readying his billy club as he made it extend into a bow staff, with both sides being electrified. He spun it about and swung forward in time to intercept the red blade of Prosets, and the two blind men stared at one another, gauging their adversary's resolve and soul itself. Scene cut. In the southern section of the city, Black Panther fought alongside Widow, Pietro, Iame and Obi-Wan Kenobi. The Prince of Wakanda watched as the clones fought valiantly and viciously in repelling the separatists attacking their home. The addition of the Umbarans did nothing in causing hesitation amongst the troopers. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw Commander Cody spot an oncoming grenade being thrown at them. The commander instantly stepped forward and literally kicked the grenade back at its sender. "We have an opening," Cody shouted. "Focus up, boys." The clones let out a loud battle cry as they charged forward. About to charge with the troopers, T'Challa heard some commotion in his helmet. "We're getting killed over here," a clone said over the comms. "He's too much for you, URK." Without needing to hear more or even think about it, Black Panther spun about and sprinted in the direction that his panther habit was pointing him to. He heard more fighting, yelling and blasting in his comms as more clones were killed on the other side. His enhanced hearing allowed for him to pick up the background hum of what was undoubtedly a lightsaber being used to cut the troopers down. T'Challa quickened his pace, running with all his might now before arriving at the location of the transmission. Upon arriving, he didn't see Grievous or one of the acolytes around. Only bodies of dead clones with black, burnt marks on their chests, backs, sides, wherever that showed where they were killed. The prince clenched his fists tightly as he kneeled down to the closest clone and checked his pulse. He closed his eyes in a gesture of silent respect as he felt nothing. Looking up, his eyes wandered over the multitude of fallen clones with his countenance becoming grim. Where was the enemy that had killed these poor souls? This made him wonder if they made a break for it or were hiding somewhere. It was then that he heard movement coming from behind, making him tense up. T'Challa turned in time to receive a double-booted dropkick to his chest that sent him flying back. Black Panther threw his clawed hand out and embedded them into the ground. The vibranium claws slowed himself from skidding back any further before he looked up at the individual that struck him back. Beneath his helmet, the Prince of Wakanda narrowed his eyes at the new arrival that stood before him. The newcomer stood and did a flourish of a yellow lightsaber that he held. He wore a white cloak and hood, blue and orange armor with 2 belts, his right arm being armored in a manner similar to the standard Wakandan arm shield and a mask that's slightly reminiscent of that of a skull with the eyes glowing red. There were some scorch marks plastered around the armor of the man, but it only added to a menacing and dangerous aura that radiated off this individual. Slowly rising to his feet, T'Challa held out his left hand with his right being bent closer to his body and his claws popped out once more. "Oh, nice flair for the dramatics." The strange man spoke in a filtered voice that sounded like several people speaking at once. "I can respect a man like that." "Who are you?" Panther asked straight away. The skull-helmed man chuckled to himself. He placed his right hand on his hip and idly twirled his lightsaber about. "Now isn't that the question of a lifetime?" The man said condescendingly. "My lifetime, so to speak. I am in no mood for games." T'Challa practically barked out. "Either speak of your identity or fight me." The strange and dangerous man paused, frozen on the spot before he began laughing uproariously. "Finally!" he yelled with glee. "Finally someone who just gets it." The man spread his legs apart and in an instant, T'Challa tensed up and readied himself for a fight. "Very well then, I shall give you the name of my forefathers and mothers. My predecessors who have passed down this name and bestowed it unto me." The man flipped his lightsaber into a backhanded grip, holding it forward while raising his shield arm up to obscure the bottom half of his face. "My name is Taskmaster." And like that, the now named adversary zoomed forward at astonishing speeds, but Black Panther was ready for it. With his own enhanced reflexes, T'Challa immediately went for a roundhouse kick that Taskmaster deflected with his shield. He went for a swing at the Wakandan with his lightsaber and managed to strike the prince's waist. Only for his blade to then bounce off the black material, momentarily surprising the warrior. This gave T'Challa the opportunity to deliver a downward punch as he landed on the ground, followed by a knee to the jaw and a spinning backflip kick. Taskmaster was launched into the air and fell to the ground hard, though he immediately flipped back up to his feet. The red eyes of the mask narrowed as it briefly looked at his lightsaber and then back at the now violet glow that the black suit gave off around the area where he struck him. "That suit?" Taskmaster murmured. "What is that suit you have?" Instead of answering, T'Challa continued on with the offensive. Taskmaster swiftly went on the defensive, all the while analyzing his opponent in more ways than one. "Very impressive," he said, blocking a punch with his shield followed by parrying a kick with his saber. "Your movements are swift, precise, and deadly. You are a true warrior, aren't you?" T'Challa remained silent as the two fought against one another in hand-to-hand combat. He blocked a kick to his head from Taskmaster. The man received a punch to his chest. T'Challa was struck in the shoulder by the shield gauntlet. Another flying knee was delivered to Taskmaster's chin in retaliation. As some minutes passed on by, something swiftly changed in their fight. With Taskmaster going from defense to offense, T'Challa was quick to pick up something clearly off about his opponent. It may have been just him, but something was clearly unusual. That attack. T'Challa ran through the motion he had just seen again in his head. He had seen these types of movements before. They were his after all. "He's using my own moves," the prince thought in slight alarm. How? His ancestral fighting style was never taught outside of anyone outside of his people. For such a feat to be possible could be considered heresy by most of his fellow Wakandans. "I've never seen a style like yours before," Taskmaster remarked. "Where have you been all my life?" T'Challa narrowed his eyes again as he got into his stance once more. Something that Taskmaster emulated to the letter. Panther seized up momentarily before a spike of anger overcame him from the menacing laugh Taskmaster let out. He ran forward and went for an overhand strike. Taskmaster raised his shield in defense and went for a stab at the prince's chest. T'Challa pivoted himself in midair, the saber flying right by him, but he was suddenly grabbed and flung over Taskmaster's shoulder. He grunted in slight discomfort and looked up to see Taskmaster holding his saber over his head. Without warning, T'Challa slapped his hands down upon the ground and the built-up energy that he had accumulated in this fight burst off of him. Taskmaster felt the wind get knocked out of him as he was sent hurtling in the air. He crashed into the ceiling before falling down onto the ground with a loud thud. The mercenary groaned in pain as he slowly sat up. "What in the hell was that?" he asked aloud, grunting as he felt his bones pop back into place. Ready to give up. Rising to his feet, Taskmaster rolled his shoulders and neck. "Unlikely. I'm just getting started." Abruptly, the whole area began to shake about, though the two combatants managed to remain standing. "Damn." T'Challa cursed, his comms picking up on more dire news as more droids and Umbarans arrived in Tipica City. He needed to end this, and he needed to do it now. Panther was violently brought back into the situation when he felt something hit his chest. The prince stumbled back and looked up at his adversary. Taskmaster held one of the clone's blasters in his shield hand, firing at the Wakandan air. "Let's see how much that suit of yours can take." He blinked for a moment at hearing this before proceeding to grin. "Yes. Let's." T'Challa ran forward and absorbed several blaster bolts sent at him and went in for a spinning jump kick. What he didn't know was the sinister smirk beneath the skull helmet of Taskmaster, who jumped up to deliver a spinning kick of his own. T'Challa bounced off the ground, though he was back on one knee, glaring at the mercenary. "Please, keep showing me more on what you can do," Taskmaster said with a gleeful air of menace. "You have no idea how long I've waited for someone like you. An entirely brand new way of fighting. This will be added to my lineage and for all those that carry the title in the future. You have to live to do it first," T'Challa said, and pounced in a surprise burst of speed. He tackled Taskmaster and with his enhanced strength, went for a roll and stood up with one arm wrapped around the armored chest of the man before he was thrown against the wall. Just as he fell down to the ground, Taskmaster's hand shot up and an invisible, translucent shockwave was seen coming from the man's palm. T'Challa's eyes widened as he felt something push him away from the man and sent sailing back through a door and into a hangar bay where a multitude of clones, droids and Umbarans littered the area. There was blaster fire going on in the background with explosions and the sound of starfighters dogfighting in the air. Yet that was tuned out as both men had their eyes locked onto each other. "T'Challa." The prince spun around to see Captain Rogers with Spider-Man and several other clone troopers with them. During their bout, a small assembly of Republic forces arrived on the scene. They were quick to jump in to assist the Panther. Seeing this, the mercenary leapt back and went into action. With the yellow blade lightsaber present in one hand, Taskmaster withdrew a blaster with another and began firing at his new opponents. Taskmaster began backing away, deflecting all shots that were directed towards him when he heard the hum of a lightsaber coming from behind. He spun about with his own saber held horizontally and had it clash with that of Ahsoka Tano's. The force in which they clashed overwhelmed the Togrutan Padawan's strength and sent her flying back. "Ahsoka!" Peter yelled out, jumping to her. The mercenary wasn't done with surprise attacks as Barisifi made herself known, but a reflexive force push sent her back toward Ayla and Luminara, who caught her. Taskmaster tsked to himself, seeing that he had stumbled upon an area where he was surrounded. "This is going to be challenging," he said to himself. Despite that, a large grin began to form as his eyes darted about his surrounding foes. "I like those odds." 4 Jedi, a number of clones and 3 uniquely garbed individuals who strangely enough had no force signatures. Wait, no, one of them did, but nothing that he could describe in a familiar way. It was and wasn't the force, if that made any sense. A mystery on top of a challenge then. But he wasn't stupid. He instantly targeted the clones, firing at them rapidly and managing to kill several as he weaved through them all. Luminara was quick to intercept these attacks along with Captain Rogers. They ordered the clones back and this Captain Rex to take the troopers to fight elsewhere. While that went on, Taskmaster faced Luminara Unduli and immediately took note of her stance. Asorsa. The merc chuckled darkly. An old favorite. He grasped his saber with both hands and positioned it pointed diagonally to the ground to his right. Taskmaster then swung with all his might, using his own natural strength and the force to enhance the power behind it. When yellow met green, Luminara felt her arms shudder and she was thrown back but managed a graceful backflip into the air and landed without any issue. He didn't have time to breath as Aola Secura now went in for that attack and was joined by Black Panther. This made him grunt as he had to rapidly switch between fighting styles as he was still getting accustomed to this panther-like fighting style whilst also dealing with the Twi'leks Jarkai assault. He actually got struck several times, something that Panther noted and went in for a claw strike when his wrist was caught. Using force augmentation briefly, he used T'Cholla's own body as a blunt object to smash into Secura and the duo tumbled onto the floor. Taskmaster didn't have much time to recollect his thoughts and further assess the situation when he was soon knocked into the air. He tucked and rolled, stabilizing himself while airborne as he looked up. Only when he did so was one of the Avengers was on him, Captain America if he recalled, who unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks in quick succession. The mercenary retaliated with his swings, but they were countered with opposing blows. Upping the speed of his attacks, Steve was pushing the force-sensitive foe back, causing him to falter as a rather strong punch landed on his helmeted face. Capitalizing on his opponent's dazed state, Captain America flipped over him and sent a fierce kick onto Taskmaster's back. Jerking back from the force, Taskmaster soon found himself in a world of pain as punch after punch landed on him as he twisted around, trying to block the attacks only to get hit more as his armored face was hit with the final blow. Staggering back, Taskmaster flipped away from his opponent, glaring over to him as his breath seemed to grow more labored. Seems Rumlow was right on this one. He muttered to himself. Needing a bit of an edge, the mercenary threw down a flash bomb towards the ground, blinding Steve. Should have seen that coming, thought Steve as his instincts told him to turn to the side to block the incoming blow from Taskmaster's lightsaber. It was successful as he raised his vibranium shield up just in time to block a series of swings in rapid succession. It soon came to an end when Steve retaliated by ducking down and performed a sweep kick to knock Taskmaster off his feet before someone force-pushed his opponent away. Wanting to hit the armored mercenary harder, Steve threw his signature weapon. The vibranium shield flew overhead Taskmaster, who brought his hand up ever so slightly so his fingers could grace its underside. Catching his signature shield, once it came back from bouncing against the walls, Steve was about to resume the fight when he felt a jolt of electricity running through him. Collapsing to a knee, Captain America dropped his shield where a small black device revealed on its underside. One which released the electric discharge. He shook his head with his hand reaching up to massage his temple when he heard movement in front of him. Cap looked up in time to see Taskmaster bringing down his lightsaber. Instinctively, he shot out his hand to catch the hooded mercenary's wrist and flipped him over his back to slam him down hard on the ground. Taskmaster grunted aloud in pain though he still had his lightsaber in hand and made for a go at Steve's legs. Cap jumped up only to meet a boot from Taskmaster who swung his legs upwards despite being flat on his back. Taskmaster kipped up onto his feet and went for a flurry of attacks that made Steve's eyes widen. He had seen these sorts of attacks before. Rogers briefly glanced over to Aola and Panther coming to now and then back at his opponent. Who taught you those moves? Underneath his helmet, Taskmaster smirked and nudged his head towards his previous opponents. They did, he said vaguely. Not just your pals, but the Jedi's great predecessors. You copied their moves, Steve stated loudly. Call it an inherited gift. Instinct flared to life, causing Taskmaster to quickly react by withdrawing his shield. Using his defensive object, the mercenary blocked an incoming skyward kick from Spider-Man. He pushed him away, who further blocked several web shots. With the surface of his shield covered in the gooey, sticky substance, Taskmaster brought his lightsaber blade to it, setting it aflame as he charged forward. The yellow blade was swung horizontally several times, forcing Peter to flip back a few times. Though the force push he received caused him to react and land on an adjacent wall before firing more shots at his opponent. Said man was able to cleave through the sticky projectiles before lunging forward to hopefully skewer the wall crawler. Cap then made for his own move, yet Taskmaster saw him coming and in an instant, used one of his newest moves that he copied. He jumped into the air for a spinning kick, the same one T'Challa used on him in their first encounter, and sent the super soldier flying back. As he landed, he was snagged by webbing from Spider-Man and was pulled towards him. Peter delivered a wicked heel kick to the man's covered face and he fell to the ground again with a gasp of pain. Spider-Man landed on the ground and shot out his webs to catch the man's limbs. Taskmaster managed to react in time to have it that his forearm was caught and not his hand. This allowed him to twirl his lightsaber in his hand and cut himself free. He then kicked back up to his feet in a manner similar to how Parker had seen Panther had done. Narrowing his eyes, the webhead engaged this new enemy and the two traded strikes back and forth for a time just as Peter went for a haymaker. "Anyone tell you copying is cheating?" said Spider-Man. Taskmaster smiled under his helmet and caught the teen's wrist and twisted it about. "I call it winning," he said before clocking the costumed teenager across the face. Once staggered, the mercenary performed a judo-like throw across the room. "You're a good kid, got lots of potential. But not that good." Turning towards the others present in the area, Taskmaster spoke aloud, as if invoking a challenge. "Who's next?" Scene cut. Quicksilver ran around the large feet of Scott, clearing away the droids surrounding him whilst the larger hero caught a vulture droid in his hand and threw it at another in the air. Wasp was zipping around the area, using her stingers to momentarily disable or stun enemies before Pietro came swooping in to take them out. With them fought the clones of the 91st and 187th Legion along with Fisto's Tsunami Corps, as he called it. There were also clones from the 71st Legion, such as Sergeant Grit, an old friend of Pietro's from Relith. "They just keep on coming," Scott grunted out, swatting away an Umbaran fighter that nearly crashed into him. "We have to hold them off," Kit Fisto shouted, cleaving through a number of droids in large, sweeping arches of his saber. Next to him was Commander Locke with the green accented marking of horns for his fallen previous general, but also green lining similar to that of his new general's tendrils. "We've been holding them off," Quicksilver said, skidding to a halt that had the added buildup of kinetic force that sent several Umbarans he ran into flying off the platform and into the depths below. "But they just keep swarming in. We need to hold them off until our backup fleets arrive," Sam Wilson said from above, landing atop a vulture droid and using his wings to decapitate the head of the droid. The Sokovian grumbled to himself and cracked his neck before zipping off again. More droids and Umbarans were destroyed, knocked out or killed as he went about clearing multiple areas where intense firefights were going on. He saw Matt fighting against some acolyte with a cloth over his mouth and zipped by to make the man stumble, which allowed for Murdoch to land a series of successive blows. Just as Quicksilver was about to turn and help Daredevil finish off his opponent, his earpiece went off. Pietro, Keely." The speedster rescinded, frowning at the sound of panic in his friend's voice. "What's wrong, man? Having troubles on your end?" "The worst kind," Keely all but shouted. "General D has engaged General Grievous. Half of the boys are gone." Pietro clenched his teeth, knowing just how dangerous the droid general is supposed to be, and responded instantly. "I'm on my way." Zipping through the corridors and catwalks, even above the domed structures, Pietro searched for his ally he first met at Relith. He basically bulldozed through a number of droids who got in his way. His unintentional act was able to help a good number of clones who struggled with their present issues at hand and seemingly turned the tide. Quicksilver arrived in time to see General D spin about and force push Captain Keely and all the other clones around him. Pietro's eyes widened drastically upon seeing just who it was his Jedi friend was saving them from, and could only let out a yell of desperation just as General Grievous stabbed D through the back with two lightsabers. "No!" the Sokovian screamed out in absolute horror. He could only watch as D fell to the ground, dead the instant he hit the floor. Before Grievous could take his new prize from the fresh corpse lying at his feet, a blur knocked him away. Skidding across the floor, the cyborg general was knocked even further with a series of powered punches before being sent far away. He almost plummeted towards the watery deep if he didn't latch onto the walkway. Hoisting himself up, Grievous saw Pietro Maximoff on his knees, holding up the now dead Jedi. The silver-haired man shook as several tears streamed down his face as he gazed down upon his unresponsive friend. D. Pietro whispered, a hand over the Nikto's chest where he had been impaled, and shuddered. Typical of fools to mourn over Jedi scum. Spat the malicious voice of his friend's killer. Maximov's eyes flared in anger and rage as they moved over to glance at the being who now had captured his unadulterated fury. He gently picked his friend up and turned to see the clones of the 71st Legion gather around him and mournfully look down upon their fallen general. Pietro gently handed him over to a remorseful and despondent Captain Keeley before turning back to the cybernetic bastard. Quicksilver walked over to where D had died and picked up the lightsaber of the Jedi Master Grievous slew not long ago. "This doesn't belong to you, Grievous," he said, soon activating the Jedi weapon. As it hummed, Pietro pointed the blue blade at the Separatist general. "Neither are those you took throughout this war." Having his two arms out, Grievous had them detached to make up for. He then procured the necessary lightsabers, due to the factor he will be facing off against an enhanced Avenger, who he deemed was a notable threat. "You and your team have been a thorn to the side of the Separatist cause for far too long," Grievous barked out, ready to face off against Maximov. "Today an Avenger shall fall by my hand." Thinking back to his time on Relith and the few tricks he had seen Iamagunde pull off, Pietro got into the opening stance of that of Ataru. "I'd like to see you try, Tinhead." Avengers. Infinite Wars Chapter 63, The Battle of Kamino Part 2. "Get on that turret. They're flanking us. Watch those wrist rockets. Super battle droids, take them down. We're losing reinforcements. Hold this position. We've got droid ACAs. Target the Umbarans. Take out that battle droid. Covering fire." Shouts and yells of clone troopers littered about Tipica City, capital of Kamino. Droids and Umbarans were being deployed in multiple sections of the city and were met with fierce resistance by the clones. The Separatists were coming in droves but were finding some difficulties in maintaining a proper foothold on the city due to the growing ferociousness of its clone defenders. And speaking of ferociousness, a squad of Umbarans attempted to gain forcible entry into one of the many domed structures of Tipica. They had managed to force their way through a number of clones, though they had taken considerable losses of their own. But as soon as they reached the doorway that would lead into their targeted building, the door itself was violently blown out of frame. The door shot out and smashed into a few Umbarans who fell over and lay on the ground, knocked out from the impact. It only took a second for the invaders to realize what had happened when two more of them were shot down. From the doorway jumped Captain Fordo with two DC-17 pistols in hand. He quickly placed both barrels of his pistols upon the chests of the two closest Umbarans and shot them dead point blank. Fordo proceeded to drop down to a lunging sweep kick that tripped up another foe that he quickly disposed of with a shot to the head. The ARC trooper threw one of his pistols at full force at an Umbaran that fumbled in raising his rifle at the clone. The pistol struck the helmet of the man, bouncing off his glass helmet and leaving some visible cracks with steam escaping in between them. Fordo lunged forward, grabbing his pistol that was still in the air, and performed a spinning elbow that shattered the helmet with the glass embedding itself into the Umbaran's face. He screeched aloud in agony only to be silenced by a blaster bolt to the head a second later. The other Umbarans managed to snap out of their stunned stupor from such a sudden and vicious display of death and violence. Though by this point, it was for naught. Fordo snapped around and shot down several more who didn't have their blasters up in time when the rest were abruptly shot down by a hail of blaster fire. The ARC troopers simply raised a brow, spinning one of his pistols in his hand as he glanced over at another ARC trooper in blue armor. "You showboat too much," the ARC gruffly said. Fordo snorted. "Like shoving a grenade into the eye of a spider droid." "That wasn't showboating, that was sending a statement." ARC Trooper 77 rolled his eyes under his helmet, catching something out of the corner of his sight and quickly shot it down. "Right," he said, the two pausing to turn their heads towards an explosion not too far from them. Alpha 17 simply nudged his head in that direction with Fordo silently nodding, and the two ARC troopers sprinted off. Elsewhere, the battle continued to rage on across the city. The western section was heavily sieged, but thanks to some quick thinking by Waxer and Boyle of the 212th, they managed to scramble together a defense in their sector and held strong until a contingent of freshly trained clones came in to back them up. "Keep at it, brothers," Waxer shouted, trading in his usual DC-15 blaster rifle for a rotary cannon. Shows these bastards what happens when they mess with the Grand Army of the Republic. His rally cry was met with a roar of defiance directed towards the separatist invaders, ramping up their torrent of blaster fire. In the northern part of the city, the 501st linked back up with the 41st, both companies being led by Commander Gree. "Commander, any sign of our generals?" Jesse of the 501st asked. "They're handling those acolytes and bounty hunters the clankers brought with them," Gree answered, using the butt of his rifle to bash a super battle droid to the ground and shot at its center headpiece a second later. "Just focus on holding the line, Lieutenant. You know your general is the last Jedi we need to worry about." Jesse couldn't help but chuckle underneath his breath, rolling his eyes a moment later at the manic laughter that was hard case with his rotary blaster on full display. Elsewhere. "Comrade Rhodes, I would advise a tactical retreat." War Machine grunted in response at first, flying up whilst firing several missiles at the enlarged and outstretched limb that tried to crush him. The explosions shredded the limb apart with its owner shrieking aloud in pain yet still charged straight at him. "Yeah, not really ideal," Rhodey said through gritted teeth. "Otherwise this bastard is just gonna run wild on the city and kill every trooper he sees." He rocketed forward at full speed and flipped in mid-flight and enhanced his boot thrusters to make sure the crazed Jedi got a face full of superheated fire right to his face. Dirge roared in anger and grabbed the colonel's leg and smashed him into the ground several times until James managed to shoot him right in the head. The stunned Jedi let go of Rhodey, who stood back up and had multiple compartments from his suit pop out and unleashed everything he had on hand in his suit. His opponent staggered back as multiple holes filled his frame, though he remained standing. The bounty hunter then roared aloud and thrust an arm forward that Rhodey avoided by taking to the skies. As he did so, War Machine raised his right arm and above his wrist popped out a compartment with a small missile that was spinning rapidly. "Eat this." Rhodey growled out and fired the small projectile that went straight into the chest of Dirge. The Jedi bounty hunter froze momentarily and looked down at his chest to see a small little hole with a bit of smoke coming out of it. A moment later, Dirge began to convulse about and expand in bulges all over his body before a fiery explosion went off from within. His remains splattered the floor and walls of the area that he and Rhodey had been fighting in, with some getting on War Machine himself. "Get up from that, asshole!" Rhodey groused out, landing back down onto the ground. He took a moment to catch his breath before realizing he had some of his enemy's gunk on him. "All right, that's not disgusting at all," he said to himself in a grimace, shaking his body about to flick off some of the viscous liquid he had on him. The colonel took a moment to look around the area that he and Dirge had torn to shreds, multiple indents, gashes, scorch marks, holes and an assortment of other words one could use to describe the damage done. "Jesus H, and I thought Tony had a habit of collateral," War Machine said to himself. He didn't have much time to dwell any further on the topic as his comms lit up with chatter. "Rhodey? Rhodey? Where the hell are you, man?" "I'm here, Sam." Rhodey responded quickly. "Sorry about the silence. Been dealing with a regenerative asshole on my end named Dirge." "That douchebag again?" "Yeah, he's determined to kill me, I can tell ya that much," he remarked, lifting up off the ground and flying out of one of the many holes that were made in his fight against the Jedi bounty hunter. Upon exiting the dome structure he had been fighting in for nearly a half hour, he saw the battle in the skies raging on as multiple starfighters from both sides engaged one another in heated dogfights. "What's the situation, Sam?" War Machine asked, rocketing towards a vulture droid pursuing a Republic fighter and quickly destroying it. Over with the bird-themed Avengers, the man had several Republic starfighters following after him. They were making a circle around several of the domed structures of Tipica City before making a sharp turn that pierced right through an entire squadron of separatist fighters. The sudden attack caused this group of seppies to scatter about, being picked off by their Republic adversaries. Sam landed atop a vulture droid and with his sharpened wings, sliced right through its mobile head, causing it to fall into the watery depths below. Down below on a platform, Kit Fisto led his clone legion with Wasp buzzing about the area, stunning the Umbarans and destroying the droids. Giant Man was still in his enlarged state, though in a more manageable size, as he was a 50-foot walking target initially. 30 was good enough. Strength and mobility after all. Not to mention how much limitation he would have at such a height with the surroundings. Battle continued raging across the city. Though the separatists kept pouring in reinforcements, the Republic refused to bow down and let them take Tipica. The clones were raging fiercely against the droids and Umbarans, with every clone that perished making sure to take 10 or more enemies down with them. The Jedi and Avengers were fighting on all fronts, though several were dealing with singular enemies that were threatening enough to be dealt with away from the battle proper. Currently, Master Mace Windu himself is engaged in a fierce duel with a man he once considered a pseudo-mentor and close friend. Now he is a student of Count Dooku and the dark side, one of many acolytes that had flocked to the Sith Lord's side upon the start or sometime during the war. Tell me, Sora. When did you go over to the dark side? Windu asked in a calm, controlled manner as the two Force users circled each other with their lightsabers ignited. The Wookiee Sith acolyte gave a mocking sneer towards his former comrade and friend. I was long fascinated by it. Our work on learning Vapad, my own secret research into it, it all fascinated me more. Bulk said with a demented reverence. What I said about Geonosis was true save only that Count Dooku approached me after the battle was over. A blaze of rage was now seen in the fallen Jedi Master's eyes. The decimation of the Jedi on Geonosis disgusted me. Sora proclaimed in anger. Dooku showed me that if there is ever to be a change in the Republic, we Jedi must make that change. Only the Jedi hold true to the principles of the Republic, so we Jedi must be prepared to rule something the Council would never allow. The acolyte came to a stop, lifting and pointed his lightsaber to his former friend. Count Dooku and I will forge our followers into a weapon to remake the galaxy. Mace could only frown. A small flaw in your plan, we aren't dead yet. Soon corrected, Master Windu. Sora said with a venomous grin. The two leapt at each other, blades clashing before both used the Force to push each other away. Sora was the first to recover on the landing, dashing forward to swing his lightsaber from the side, only for it to be blocked and parried. They exchanged a quick set of flurries with Violet meeting Scarlet as both attempted to best the other. Sora parried a diagonal strike and went in for a jabbing stab. Windu inclined his head back, angling it around the saber and swung in an upward swing. Bulk brought his blade down horizontally to stop the attack in the mid-swing, yet Windu anticipated this. He used the momentum of the stoppage to go in for a spinning swing that Sora barely blocked, making the Wookiee stumble slightly. The acolyte threw out his hand in response to a Force push that Windu weathered by making a quick barrier that made him only skid away from his former Jedi comrade. It was a mistake to expose you to Vapad. I see that now. Windu said, standing back up and getting into his ready stance. I have perfected it. Bulk gloated, twirling his blade around. I have harnessed all that is inherent in it. I am now its true master and yours. You can no more withstand me, Windu, than the others can withstand my companions. Mace only shook his head at the proclamation. That arrogance will be your downfall. Wrong you are again, Master Windu. Sora spat out. Typical Jedi arrogance. Drunk on the glorious victories of the past. Not at all knowing the coming darkness that will lead to your downfall. And how many foolish Sith have uttered those same words in the past and yet we still stand. The Jedi Council member retorted. We have stood for thousands of years, survived purges before. Don't think for a second that we can't do the same. Not this time. Sora said, grinning widely with a glint of his eyes shifting briefly into a sickly yellow before dashing forward. Windu simply held his blade upright in a vertical degree with left foot forward and saber held to his right. Just as Bulk came in close, Windu went on the offensive and the two clashed their blades again. They collided several times, Mace backing away slightly as Sora was using a flurry of combinations to get the Jedi Master on the back foot. We as Jedi failed the Republic when this war began. Bulk ranted. Failed when we became generals and war criminals. Failed to uphold the true tenets and ways of the Force. Windu had his teeth clenched as he kept blocking Sora's attacks. You nearly lost your student Depa. The Wookiee stated. You had Prosit incarcerated for calling out the hypocrisy of the Jedi and now here I stand. Yes, a once respected master serving the order we swore to defend the galaxy from. Mace countered, going in for another upward swing that this time made Sora stumble back slightly. Wanting to change things up and hopefully throw off Windu, he rushed in. During an incoming swing, the Wiki acolyte shut off and switched his lightsaber to the other hand to resume the attack. Windu saw the attack too late when trying to evade it, having it land. The council member hissed as the plasma blade grazed him along the side of his arm. If he was a moment too late, he may have lost it. "Do you feel it in the Force, Windu?" Bulk said with an insane smile in place. "Whichever one of us prevails now, you will fail and we prevail." "I don't think so," Windu said, retaining his calm demeanor. Scene cut. "You're dead. Not if I kill you first, fool." One could best describe this battle as a fiery light show, as 4 lightsabers were used to deflect just one that was being swung around at super speeds that were barely being registered. 4 lightsabers were spinning about as they were constantly struck by a singular blue one that was being used by one vengeful speedster. It soon came to an abrupt end as the silvery blue blur the cybernetic being was fighting went in for a double-leg takedown that turned into him being violently tossed away. General Grievous let out a pained and infuriated grunt as he was promptly thrashed aside and thrown into a nearby wall, indenting himself into the metal. His lightsabers clattered around him, all deactivating upon hitting the ground. He pulled himself out and glared hatefully at the equally furious opponent battling him. His frustrations began to build more and more as time went on. Not because of a Jedi, he was used to their kind. No, it was due to an Avenger wielding a lightsaber. Pietro Maximoff stood before the droid general with a glare as murderous as the one Grievous was sending his way. He grasped the lightsaber of his deceased Jedi friend Iamagunde tightly as the Avenger vibrated with rage. Though he was proving to be a formidable opponent for the cybernetic Jedi killer, he wasn't as unscathed as most would assume. Grievous' technologically altered brain allowed him to process information at a higher rate than most individuals. In having this, he was able to calculate a number of possible avenues Pietro would use as attacks in trying to get to him, and had successfully managed to land several hits upon the speedster. Quicksilver had some burns and bruises visible on his body, yet the Avenger remained standing with him, ignoring the pain in his body. In an instant, Pietro was dashing towards him again, and this time, Grievous was ready for him. At the very last second, he managed to catch Maximoff's wrist with 2 of his arms and swung him into a nearby wall at full force. His head bounced off the wall, disorienting him slightly as he fell to the ground. Grievous was immediately upon the Avenger, slamming his foot down hard against Pietro's back. The Sokovian gasped in pain before he was rolled over and was struck in the jaw by the cyborg. "I enjoyed killing your Jedi friend, Avenger," Grievous spat out. "He, like the rest of the Order, will suffer a similar fate." He grabbed the speedster by the neck and slammed him down several times before pinning him to the wall. "I must admit, you are formidable," the Kalaesh warlord declared. "I haven't been beaten this badly in a long time. Perhaps I should kill more of your friends, Avenger. Maybe then I'll actually receive a challenge." Pietro's dazed expression snapped away and he vibrated his body at such speeds that the arm pinning him cracked. Grievous let out a snarl of pain before being kicked away by a high-speed dual dropkick. The droid general barely managed to get up in time before he was punched several times in the head by Pietro. He managed to catch the last one coming in, but the speedster quickly grabbed hold of him and spun around rapidly. Grievous was thrown down the hallway the two were fighting in, though he quickly got back up despite his wobble. Perhaps no one tried hard enough. Pietro got in close, unleashing a flurry of jabs on the Kalaesh cyborg's exposed side. The general sought to retaliate, either from lightsaber swings or punches and kicks, but the Sokovian was too quick to land any blows. And when some appeared to have come close, they were knocked back by Pietro's borrowed lightsaber. Even as one of Grievous' forearms were cleaved off. Of course it was more damaging when the enhanced human appeared before his chest. With his fist reared back, it harshly vibrated before it shot forward and crashed against Grievous' chest plate. The blow can be considered devastating, having the metal cave in as the cyborg was sent flying once again. The Separatist general widened his eyes, feeling the container protecting his remaining vital organs starting to break and leak. In an instant, his hands that hadn't been cut off shot out and managed to grab Quicksilver around his neck. He began choking the speedster with the man's face turning blue. Yet the Avenger still had a lot of fight in him and flailed about at high speeds that disoriented the general from a haymaker uppercut that caused Grievous to drop the hero. Quicksilver immediately whipped out D's lightsaber and turned it back on. Living up to his moniker, he was quick to prevent the Kalash cyborg from retaliating and cutting off yet another arm. The Sokovian thrusted the lightsaber to the exposed separatist general, seeking to end him once and for all when a force pull threw him away. "Sorry, but I can't let you do that, Avenger." Making his landing, Pietro looked upon the one interfering in this fight. Given by their attire and red lightsaber, this was one of Dooku's acolytes. "I had this handled, Valen." Grievous grunted out, resting on one knee and coughing heavily. "Yes, but you are too valuable to die now," the acolyte said coolly, lightsaber at the ready. "You better walk away right now," Pietro said in a deadly voice. "Give me that walking piece of shit scrap metal and I'll let you live." "I'd say that doesn't sound like something a hero or Jedi would say. Cut the bullshit," Pietro interrupted, holding his new lightsaber up. "Stand aside or I'm going to cut you up into ribbons. I've got the tool I need to do it." Bil Valen only chuckled. "Oh, it's gonna be good to dash." The acolyte stopped speaking, having to bring his lightsaber up to block the rushed blow from the enhanced human. He cringed, both in slight shame, fear, and pain. His arms wrung with pain as he was barely able to deflect the Avenger's quick series of blows. Valen called upon everything he had within the Force, using everything he had in terms of defense and was only just getting by. He felt cuts and burns all across his body as Quicksilver was becoming more and more of a blue-silvery blur. Even everything else around him became a blur as he was severely knocked back with a kick to his side, sending him flying down the hall. All the while, one separatist general was making his escape from the battle, crawling away rapidly on all his limbs. As much as Grievous wished to continue this bout, he had to flee as he was beginning to end up on the losing end. But he swore he would seek his revenge against this Quicksilver for this humiliation. Scene cut. Black Panther jumped up into a spinning corkscrew to avoid the horizontal leg kick that his opponent performed. Using his enhanced physique and abilities, T'Challa backflipped away upon landing whilst watching the warrior known as Taskmaster effortlessly duck underneath the shield of Captain America. This new enemy was something nobody here had ever encountered before. Every time they fought him, the man seemingly learned all their moves and tricks in an instant and effortlessly copied and predicted their next oncoming attack. Only Spider-Man had managed to land what amounted to some amount of significant strikes, and even then, it didn't last long as the experience of this Taskmaster outweighed that of the wall crawler. Ayla, Ahsoka, Barriss, and Luminara were also bested at every turn, with White-Hooded Man countering practically all of their flurries. He had all the forms and skills of theirs and then some. It didn't help that the man was adding to his arsenal in the middle of the fight. All they could do was seek a possible opening, yet it was hard given how quick they seemed to close up with how fast Taskmaster was. In the span of a few minutes, Taskmaster was already showing a natural proficiency in T'Challa's Panther style of combat on top of the hybrid styles employed by Cap and Spidey. Currently, the Webhead was trying for another assault on the opponent, being joined by Ahsoka and Barriss. The trio were actually getting some headway in, but that all came apart the moment he predicted an overhead strike from Tino. Her wrist was caught, twisted, and disarmed, and she was held in front of the man just as Barriss went in to assist her friend. Seeing Ahsoka in her path, the Mirialan Jedi hastily averted her attack, deactivating her lightsaber in time just as she was inches away from her fellow Padawan. This in turn gave Taskmaster the chance to shove her Tino into Barriss, and he performed a spinning kick to the Togrutta's back, making both Jedi crash down to the ground. He then spun about in time to incline his head away from a spinning heel kick Spider-Man directed at him. However, what he did not expect was the webbing that came over his eyes, blinding him. "Arg! Kman!" the mercenary cried out, trying to pry the sticky substance off his visor. "Nice shot, Peter!" Ayla called out, rushing in at the mercenary. "You obscured my sight," Taskmaster declared, igniting his lightsaber. "But that won't stop me." He spun around just as Ayla was a foot away and blocked her azure saber. "Impressive," Taskmaster praised. "Few opponents opt for that choice. How can he still fight us?" T'Challa asked in frustration, standing next to Luminara, who had a frown adorning her face. "I wonder," she murmured and closed her eyes, reaching out to the Force. Ayla was currently dueling the man when Steve and Spider-Man came in to assist her, with the mercenary now retreating as he was getting swarmed on all sides. A moment later, Luminara opened her eyes with a hard gaze directed at the man. "I knew it wasn't a mistake," the Jedi Council member proclaimed. "This man has the Force." "Does he now?" T'Challa asked, eyes narrowed beneath his helm. "Yes." Luminara nodded. "We must take him out now lest he continues to keep us from the battle at large." "Agreed," Black Panther stated, lunging forward into a four-limber run. Taskmaster, all the while, managed to get enough space away from his three opponents to use his saber to burn through the webbing obscuring his vision. Thankfully, his helmet was made from a lightsaber-resistant metal that allowed him to not feel the burning sensation of the blade. Seeing this gave the Prince of Wakanda an idea. "Everyone," he called out to them, "be ready to take him out on my move." He charged forward, running past Steve and Ayla and went in for a spinning kick that Taskmaster blocked with his shield arm. T'Challa was pushed off by the mercenary, the prince backflipping in the air and landing in a crouching position. He and the armored merc exchanged a series of attacks with Panther needing to use his enhanced physiology to stay ahead of Taskmaster's replicating attacks. Then, he saw his chance. T'Challa did a whirling flip and threw out his hand in time to catch the yellow lightsaber of Taskmaster and held it firmly in place with his superior strength. The hooded warrior tried pulling his blade out of the hand of the Wakandan prince but found himself unable to. He then realized too late that he had momentarily forgotten about his other opponents. The shield of Captain Rogers flew straight at him and landed a clean hit upon the head. It stunned the man as he stumbled back with him being barely able to remain standing. Ahsoka, Barriss, and Ayla and all jumped forward and threw their arms out together and directed a combined force push that sent Taskmaster hurtling into a nearby wall. Upon crashing into it, he didn't even have time to register the small set of circular devices that were thrown at his chest. All he heard was a brief beep before webbing exploded from the devices and completely restrained him, rendering him completely immobile. "All right, we got him," Peter cheered in victory. "Good job, Spider-Man," said one of the nearby clones. As they gathered around and prepared to make sure that Taskmaster wouldn't be going anywhere, the mercenary himself was in a bind both literally and figuratively. He couldn't deny that what he had just experienced was undoubtedly one of, if not the best fights of his life. The Jedi were definitely a challenge, but it was the three unique individuals in the strange costumes and even stranger abilities that held his attention. The one with the shield was a combat master, having utilized fighting styles he had never experienced before with the same really going for the black feline-themed fighter, and the one with the webs. He had been hearing about these Avengers for some time now but didn't honestly give them much thought. At the time, he was usually busy on a mission or had just chalked them up to being a form of Republic propaganda that they were using to bolster morale. But now, after seeing and facing them, he was more than happy to say he was dead wrong. These people were unlike any he had ever faced, and the fact that these weren't all of them made Taskmaster hungry to fight them once more. He could not allow himself to be captured at this time. Not when such fresh prospects awaited him now. No, he needs to fight these Avengers again. And he sure as hell wasn't gonna do it in a prison cell. "You think this would stop me? Think again," Taskmaster said aloud, garnering the attention of all those that were present. It was then that the Force sensitives felt something. From the web cocoon, Taskmaster quickly built up much of the Force. So much so that his entrapped form began floating in the air. And it wasn't just him, but everyone else in the area, much to their shock and confusion. What the dash? I can't move. As seconds passed, the air began rippling at an erratic rate. Move! Steve shouted, as he, Panther and Peter were the ones who were not frozen on the spot from this sudden change in the air with the Force. At its apex, the mercenary let out a roar as a massive force repulse exploded from his very being. Everyone was sent flying back and crashed either into each other, anything else in their way, or to the far-off walls. Landing on his feet, Taskmaster was now free from the webbing, all the while harshly breathing in and out. He hated using that ability, given it severely drained him. But what choice did he have? He didn't want to be captured or killed. All he could do now was more or less get away and recover. Luckily for him, more Separatists droids were coming in. Retrieving his lightsaber, Taskmaster fled and used the battle droids as cover for his escape. Scene cut. As battle raged across Tipica City, a squadron of clones ran through multiple facilities with one objective in mind: keeping their young clone sister known as Omega safe. With them was 99 as he led the group through multiple secret pathways that only he appeared to know of. Why exactly are they after Omega, 99? Fives asked, firing his weapon to shoot down some surprise B-1 battle droids they had run into. She's far more important than you realize, brothers, 99 declared, pointing to another corridor for them to take. How so? Echo asked, adjusting the young girl who was in his arms and holding on to him tightly. After Alpha fled at the beginning of the Clone Wars with our father, the Kaminoans needed to resort to his sister as the prime clone and help create more of us. 99 revealed. The Domino squad was silent as they shared a collective look with one another. You mean Dash? A secret, last resort in case what's left of our donor is taken, unusable or destroyed. What would happen with Omega? Heavy asked, holding a fist out for them to peek around the corner to make sure that their pathway would be secure. She would be fine. Just weekly blood donations from what I learned. And if she were captured? Cut Up quietly inquired. 99 shook his head. That's not going to happen. Damn right it won't. Fives stated, the group resuming their run as there were no enemies nearby. Though they had encountered sporadic enemy forces, 99's words held true in directing them through Tipica and his secret pathways few would seldom go through. However, the constant explosions, blaster fire, and shaking of the city kept the group on edge as at any moment, they may encounter a literal army of Umbarans and droids at the turn of a corner and Omega would be taken. Where's a safe place we can take Omega? Echo asked. Maybe the barracks. Heavy suggested. Won't the Separatists be going there as well? Omega spoke up for the first time in a while, causing her 5 older brothers to pause in that idea. I'd say off-world for the time being, but that's incredibly dangerous. Cut Up chimed in. What choice do we have left? Heavy asked, the group now at a slight loss as to what to do. There was conflict on all fronts in the most literal sense of the word. The ocean possibly still had aqua droids swimming about, the air was filled with starfighters, every portion of the city was under siege. They really didn't have a lot of options to go off of. What do we do then? Just before anyone was able to think of an answer, a voice from behind caused them all to jolt in surprise. Oh, hey boys. What are you doing here? The clones all turned to see Ms. Romanoff. Domino squad all said at the same time at the sight of the Avenger. What are you doing here, ma'am? Fives asked in confusion. I could ask you all the same question. Nat said, hands on her hips when she spotted the girl in the arms of Echo. Who's the kid? We need a place to fortify and keep this one safe. 99 stated, placing hand on Omega's back with the young girl staring at the red-haired Avenger with curious wonder. The Black Widow eyed the female clone with a questioning expression. We'll explain on the way. But for now she's a top priority. If you say so. Before getting far, they were soon met with a small contingent of battle droids. They were taken care of in rapid succession as Domino and Nat blasted them away with efficient precision. Of course a grenade went off when more came from behind, leaving a thick cloud of smoke. 99 soon spotted something moving from within the vapors some moments later. Look, there's more Dash. Wait, don't shoot. A young voice from the hazy mist. From the smoke, they saw a small group of cadets. Fives said aloud. What are you doing here? We got separated from our group. The lead cadet stated. Where were they taking you? Heavy asked. The barracks. A look was shared with the clone troopers. Seems we have no other options now. 99 nodded in compliance. I know the best way there. This way. Minutes passed on by as 99 helped navigate the assembled group through the best route he could think of. It was a struggle, given Natasha and Domino squad now had to protect a bunch of cadets. Arriving at their destination, they all had to take some time to rest and come up with their next course of action of fortifying the barracks as best as possible. Omega, however, seemed to feel a sense of defeat washing over her. What are we gonna do? The young girl asked. The Separatists just keep coming. The whole city is burning. 99 then said, a separatist victory means death for all of us. Omega is right. What are we gonna do? We can't stick around here for long. Natasha stated. If we stay here, those bots and Umbarans are gonna be on our asses. Sorry to say this, but we have to fight, said a deep, yet familiar voice. The others whirled around and saw Rex, Cody. The Avenger of the group greeted with a nod. Natasha, said Captain Rex in return. What's this I hear about not fighting? A clone cadet then spoke up. What do you mean we fight? Our training's not finished. That's not what matters, Cody said sternly. What matters is the here and now, not a simulation that you've all sat at. Fives was the one to speak next. Look around. We're one and the same heart, same blood. The clone said, thumping his chest for emphasis. Echo picked up from there. Your training is in your blood. And my blood's boiling for a fight. Heavy finished off. This is our home. Cut up added in. This is our war, whether we like it or not. What about weapons? 99 came up and spoke to the group. The armory. It's just a few corridors away, here in the barracks. I can help retrieve all the firepower we need. Not alone you aren't, said the Black Widow with Cody and Rex nodding in agreement. Scene cut. From a stark white room, a Sage Ventress walked up to the main console and began typing. The reason for her presence here was simple, extracting the DNA container of Jango Fett. As much as she would love to combat the Republic forces, she had a job to do. If they wouldn't be able to take out the cloning facilities, they needed to fall back on an alternative, getting rid of the very source of the clone army. The Dathomirian assassin would rather destroy it and be done with it, but her masters had other ideas. In one argument, the DNA of Jango Fett could unlock new possibilities for them, even going as far as creating their own clone army and using them against the Republic. Ventress sensed there was something else about this, but it was not her place to really question it. The machine whirled as it soon brought out her objective. Once in hand, Ventress made her way out to her extraction point. Yet the door whooshed open with the sound of a lightsaber being ignited. I was beginning to think my presence went unnoticed, Ventress said casually, turning around to see none other than Anakin Skywalker standing before her. You weren't planning on leaving without saying hello, were you? Spoke Skywalker. Using the magnets on her belt, she secured the DNA container on her person before retrieving her dual, curved lightsabers and ignited their red blades. Skywalker rushed forward with a swing of his weapon, but Ventress leapt over him. Landing by the doorway, she used a force push to knock the Jedi Knight into the room's main console. He recovered and once back on his feet, he rushed forward with a downward swing. Ventress brought her weapons in an X formation to block the attack as they now took their fight into the hallway. Scene cut. Come on, you little bug. Is it too much to ask that you share? You are one demented bitch, you know that. Wasp ducked beneath a lightsaber swing from her old chum Shezo Niva, who held a sadistic look of glee on her face as she rapidly swung her blade about in an attempt at cutting Hope into pieces. The Avenger soon shrank down and flew back whilst blasting away at the acolyte who deflected the stinging bolts and ran after the shrunken hero. Ever since I saw your little boyfriend in a compromising position, I've dreamed of getting him back to have my fun with him, Niva exclaimed, using a force push to make Wasp flail in the air. Luckily, Hope managed to right herself quickly and grew to full height to deliver a boot to the acolyte's chest. You ain't gonna touch him again, you hear me? Growled Hope. Make me. What are you, a child? Hope asked, now unimpressed with the comeback. Just as Shezo was about to go on the offensive once more, a small disc suddenly found itself latched onto the shoulder of the acolyte. Both women looked down at the disc when it turned on and electrocuted the acolyte into unconsciousness. Wasp stared in shock at the now downed enemy that she had been fighting for the past few minutes. Hope. She looked up to see Natasha running up to her with Rex, Cody, and a slightly deformed clone in tow. Natasha. Hope said in confusion. What are you doing here? Helping out the boys. Nat said plainly. The former spy then raised her wrist and fired a pair of electrified bolas that ensnared Shezo in place. The acolyte writhed in pain, being snapped out of her unconsciousness, trying to free herself only to pass out once more. Was all Wasp managed out until Nat patted her on her shoulder. "Come on, we'll pick her up afterwards," Romanoff promised. "We've gotta hold the fort down here now. The Seps are coming in force to the barracks. They're after a clone that can lead to the ruin of the army." "Alright." Wasp could only nod dumbly, running after the four of them while momentarily looking back at the bound acolyte. Hopefully she won't go anywhere anytime soon. But knowing her luck, that was unlikely. All the while, the battle raged across the city. Falcon had dived down and engaged Crossbones in a one-on-one brawl. War Machine was battling against Umbarans that were being led by the Sith acolyte known as Severance Tan. Kit Fisto was dueling with an acolyte of his own, and Giant Man was pulling a squid droid out from one of the domed structures and crushing it in his grasp. Shaakti was leading her own forces at one of the many hangar bays of the city, slowly pushing the separatist forces back. Pietro had at last bested his enemy and was standing over the dead body of Bil Valen, though his look of rage had yet to subside, running off to pursue General Grievous. Obi-Wan Kenobi had engaged the large acolyte called Rodri, the two dueling on a landing pad with blaster fire going by them. The Daredevil continued his battle against Prosit Dibs, the two having landed significant blows against one another, yet both remained standing. Windu had locked blades with Sora again, and the Wiki acolyte was showing signs of exhaustion. He continually glared at the deadly focus mace held, and they both clashed once again. Kree, Bly, Wulfa, Fordo, Alpha, and Bakara were managing to lead their battalions and legions in tandem now, with the separatist forces showing clear signs of breaking. Reinforcements were becoming less frequent as the battle in orbit was at last starting to favor the Republic. Plo Koon was now leading successful strafing and bombing runs on the separatist ships, softening them up for the Republic Venators to go in for the killing blows. Back down on the surface, Steve with his group of Avengers, Jedi, and clones had regrouped and were now helping multiple clone squadrons in beating back the separatists. The Umbarans were chosen as primary targets due to their far more advanced and deadlier weapons. Though the battle had started out in mayhem, the Republic forces were slowly managing to come together to repel the Seps. Anakin continued his duel with Asajj, chasing after her throughout Tipica as she still had the strand of Jango's DNA attached to her hip. All the while, back at the barracks, Natasha, Wasp, and the clones were dealing with the droids breaching their makeshift fortifications. Blaster fire went all over as the fight went on. From cover, 99 helped provide his brothers with any spare ammunition and explosives they needed. With Wasp's assistance, they had been able to bring back far more weaponry and equipment, with Hope having shrunken down so much to take back with them. They held strong, but the droids were being led by Umbarans who appeared to be far more competent at their job than most tactical droids. They were directing the droids into clusters to make sure they would overwhelm the small squadron of clones that were holding them back. This made them priority targets for the two Avengers that were on hand, Natasha and Hope, going in to take them out. At one point, Romanoff spotted the battle droids coming at a certain spot in the barracks. From her wrist comm, Natasha barked out an order. "Kids, now!" From the sleeper pods from up above, they opened up to reveal Omega and the cadets as they began firing at the droids. They had the advantage at this time and used their positions as some good defensive covering. As this contingent of enemies came to an end, the kids had the sleeper pods close back up once some ammo magazines were thrown to them for reload. Rinse and repeat was the plan until the invasion was over or until they were forced to retreat elsewhere. Unfortunately, not everything can go exactly as planned. Being handed an explosive, Commander Cody got a bit of bad news. "That's the last one," said 99. "I'll make it count." Timing it right, Cody primed the explosive and threw it far. It clattered and rolled onto the floor near the opening of the barracks before. Kaboom! A spray of metallic parts flew all over as many droids came to their end. Seeing this as his chance, the hunchback clone took off. And his action was not unnoticed. "Where do you think you're going, 99? I'm gonna get more." "Not now, you ain't. But I'm a soldier like you dash. I got him," Wasp said, flying after the deformed clone. "Come on 99, let's go. Together this time." 99 smiled up at the flying Avenger, and the two rushed out of the barracks with Hope managing to keep him safe by making sure no blaster bolt got his back. As the duo rushed out, Natasha stood in the center of the barracks with Rex and Cody by her sides as they kept the droids at bay. The Umbarans were taken care of, so all that remained were the droids. A voice soon came out from the wrist comms. "Commander Cody, this is Shakti. "Yes, General. What is it?" "The droids have been pushed back to the main hangar. As much as I like to head over there, we are trying to hold the line at the Baradesh. Just as Cody uttered those words, a bluish-silver blur arrived on the scene with a lightsaber in hand that tore apart the droids that were in the barracks at the time. The commander blinked at Quicksilver skidding to a halt with a droid arm in one hand and a lightsaber in the other. "Hey guys," Pietro said, waving with the severed arm. "Whoa," said the clone cadets and Omega, looking up at the speedster in awe. What's with the kids?" the Sokovian asked in slight bewilderment. "Long story, but good of you to come through for us," Heavy remarked with a wide grin. "Yeah, nice timing, Pietro," Fives said in relief. "Where'd you get the lightsaber?" Echo asked, looking down at the azure blade in the hands of the Avenger. The Sokovian's mood instantly lessened as he gave his answer. "A fallen friend," he said in a downtrodden manner, deactivating it and holding it to his chest. Not much was said after, as the area had to be secured before a number of their party went elsewhere. Scene cut. Back in Kamino's orbit, the battle waged on. A majority of the Separatists' ships had been destroyed or disabled at this point, with the remaining ships and their commanders realizing that this was officially a losing battle. Soon, a retreat was being called upon, with all forces being told to abandon the mission and flee from the system. Multiple Separatist and Umbaran ships were now turning tail to run. Groundside, the Umbarans, acolytes, and hired guns of the Separatist used the droids as their means of a distraction as he fled. One by one, they reached their escape transports, either their own or pilfered, in order to live for another day. All the while, this battle was being observed from afar by one individual. From an unknown or perhaps a lost recorded hyperspace lane, a ship arrived onto the scene. Its make was relatively unknown to both Separatist and Republic forces, for it was rather newly designed. Within them were no occupants at all. If one were to see this, they would wonder how this was possible. In truth, these ships were being remotely controlled by a new power in the galaxy. "Appears I'm late to the party." From his digitized throne, Ultron looked on as he surveyed the last leg of the Battle of Kamino. The Republic had won, it seems, though at a great cost. He had tried accessing the system within Kamino but found himself being unable to from not just one, but two AI programs that had established a defensive firewall around the planet. It was easy for the Meta-AI to deduce not who these AI were but who made them. "Stark," Ultron muttered in disgust and rage. It appeared that even in space, that man's shadow loomed over him. No one in this galaxy has ever bothered to create AI outside of the droid programs. They were considered sixths at best. This was the only explanation. It appears he'll need to figure out his next moves if he were to try accessing Kamino's servers. Much as he had left a deep impression upon the galaxy with his surprise entry into the war on top of his victory on Jabim, Ultron wasn't as stupid as he was last time. He had a rushed plan and wanted to get rid of humanity as quickly as possible. The AI understood now that the plan he had in mind would not work, so a new one needed to be made. One that hinges on patience, time, and the creeping dread he had instilled in all that he wanted to kill. His time will come. A new age has dawned upon this galaxy, and he would lead it to its salvation at the end of it all. Just as the ship arrived on the scene, Ultron commanded his vessel to leave the sector and return home before any opposing forces would detect his arrival. Scene cut. With many Separatist forces vacating Kamino, the Republic were regaining ground after a grueling battle. Many assault craft were being taken down, yet their impact damaged the capital, with a number of support structures beginning to tilt and crashing down to the sea below. This in turn resulted in many calling off such attacks, otherwise they would be causing more harm than good to Tipica. So many clones watched as the Separatists fled on their ships, with few pursuing after them. "Look. It's the General." Many clones looked on it where one of their own pointed out. At the source, they saw Skywalker combating Ventress as he was chasing her down. Blue and red lightsabers were a flurry as their wielders sought to take down the other. Eventually, Anakin got the upper hand and knocked the assassin down. Seeing her fallen, Anakin saw the DNA capsule was in the open now. Using the Force, he retrieved it from the assassin's belt. By the time it got into his hand, he had to quickly defend himself against his opponent, who got back up with fury in her features. Her blades came down hard, forcing Skywalker to retreat back. He didn't have time to put the confiscated item away and use both of his hands to fend Ventress off. After a series of swings and kicks, Anakin was knocked down and dropped the capsule. Smirking, Ventress used the Force to retrieve her objective. It was pulled towards her and was nearly in her grasp. However, yoink! A strand of webbing snatched it and was yanked away. Snapping her head to the side, she saw Spider-Man landing on one of the fallen assault crafts as he brought the DNA capsule to his person. Nah, this doesn't belong to you, the wall crawler said, holding the capsule up in a taunting manner. Captain America, Black Panther, Aayla Secura, Ahsoka Tano, Barrisafi, and Luminara Unduli joined in. In mere moments, she began to be surrounded by a litany of clones with Anakin getting back onto his feet. I suppose you expect me to surrender. That would be a good option for you, the first Avenger said to the Sith assassin. I'd rather plan to let the clones execute you right now, said Skywalker. Ventress merely snarled. Not this time. Gathering much of the Force, she sent it outward to knock nearly everyone back. She used this opening to retreat as many clones fired at her. Spider-Man leapt forward and fired a strand of webbing at her back, though she managed to spin around and cut the web with one of her lightsabers. Just as she reached the edge of the platform, the Sith assassin jumped off and fell to the sea below. Rushing to the edge, a number of Republic forces had to rear back when a Kaminoan escape pod flew up and reached towards the sky. And from its surface, they saw Ventress crawl inside for her escape. Well, crap, Peter said, throwing his arms up in annoyance at the acolyte escaping. Hey, chin up, Pete, Anakin said, walking up to the teen's side. We made sure they didn't get what really mattered. Spider-Man nodded, holding up the canister that contained the DNA of the clone army and held it out for Skywalker to take. Giving the Queen's native an appreciative smile, he took the container out the teen's hand and clipped it onto his belt whilst looking back to the others. The day is ours, declared Skywalker, being met with uproarious cheer from the clones as they chanted in victory. Scene cut. At the hangar, like many other areas of the capital, a massive cleanup was underway for both droids and fallen clones alike. Everyone contributed in order to assess their losses. The Avengers, Jedi, and clones all worked in tandem in assisting the wounded and helping move the deceased. Barriss went straight to the medical facility of the city with Ahsoka and Peter joining her. Daredevil worked with Wasp and Scott in directing clones to where they could find any of their brothers that were buried under rubble, with Jedi assisting in moving debris with the Force. As all this went on, a number of meetings were also underway. One that was exclusively between clones. Standing on a platform were a number of them, being composed of soldiers from 4 specific legions and corps. At the head of them all were 2 ARC troopers inspecting those that had been assembled by their leaders. These are the ones? Fordo asked the clone captains and commanders, who all nodded. Fordo and Alpha stood before a motley crew of clone troopers chosen by their leaders to be here. From the 501st, stood Domino Squad, Heavy, Fives, Echo and Cut Up. The 212th was represented by Waxer and Boyle. 104th were Comet, Sinker, and Boost. And the 327th was Flash, Lucky, and Cameron. Attention! Echo said aloud, the clones snapping to a salute before the 2 arcs. At ease, men. The captain of the 501st spoke up, their arms falling to their sides. Walking in front of them, Captain Rex scanned them all. You all really stepped up in the heat of battle this day. We did what we had to do, sir, said Fives. What any clone would have done, Waxer added in. A number of smiles and nods were formed from the higher-ranking clones. Fordo now stepped forward. I've been going over some interesting files that were given to me by your superior officers, the ARC trooper stated. Something Alpha and I have been reviewing for some time now, actually. Alpha 17 spoke next in his gruff tone. All of you for the past year have displayed a level of willpower and courage that very few soldiers can match. Tenacity and creativity in the face of overwhelming adversity is the first lesson drilled into my head during my time training as an ARC trooper. We are here to inform you all that you're officially being submitted into ARC trooper training. Furdo revealed. A look of surprise was shown from the assembled troopers. Yet they were proud, excited and honored with what's to come. I don't think the separatists will be coming back here anytime soon. Cody stated. But if they do, Kamino will be lucky to have clones like you defending it. Bly added on. Good job, men. You've earned it. Rex praised the chosen clones, all holding their heads higher now. Salutes were raised and received. Meanwhile, it's an honor to meet someone like yourself, sir. 99 said with a wide grin as he stared up at the man known as Captain America. Pleasure's all mine. Steve said, holding a hand out for the clone to shake, which he did emphatically. I've heard a lot about you actually from Domino Squad. Nothing but good things about you. Well, I wouldn't say that. 99 said bashfully, rubbing the back of his head with a wide smile. I just want to make sure my brothers can perform to the best of their abilities. If I can help in any way that I can, I'll do it. Steve found himself smiling widely at the clone. He could see why so many of the other clones held this one in such high regard. His spirit was that of an unbreakable sort. Despite being dealt what many would assume to be a bad hand, 99 chooses to do what he is able to for those he cares for. He just wants to help. Something that feels all too familiar with the super soldier. You remind me of myself years ago. Rogers stated, making 99 blink in surprise. How so? Steve gazed down at his hands, both of which were clenched tightly. I wasn't always like this, you know? I was sickly and frail like you with too many health conditions to count. 99 gazed up at the veteran in surprise. So, what happened? How'd you end up the way you were now? I refused to surrender to it. Steve said, expression determined and fierce. I wanted to prove to myself and to others that I can make a difference. Time and time again I was told no until a good man gave me a chance. He saw that I wasn't going to quit, so he chose me. He granted me the chance of a lifetime, which resulted in becoming the man I am today. Every day I fight to make sure I honor his last words to me. 99 was silent, his expression asking, and those words were. Erskine told me that to be the man I am, I shouldn't be a good soldier who follows orders. Rogers said, pointing to 99's chest. But a good man. A good man. Parrot 99. Even if you can't live up to others' desired expectations, you continue to give it your all. Cap said, placing a hand on the clone's shoulder. Keep your head up high, 99. You're gonna keep getting chances to prove why you are more than what you are. I promise. The aged-looking clone gave the soldier a teary-eyed smile, reaching up to pat his hand in appreciation. 99. The two turned to see none other than Omega running towards them and instantly jumping onto her older clone brother. I've been looking all over for you. The little one declared. Why do you always have to leave me alone? I was just having a talk, Omega. 99 said with a light chuckle, patting the girl atop her head. Talking to, who? Omega pulled away from her brother to look up at Steve, who was giving her an amused look. Hello there. Steve said kindly, kneeling down to her eye level. You must be Omega. Natasha told me about you. The girl's jaw dropped. You're Captain Rogers. I've been seeing vids of you all over the HoloNet with the other Avengers. A pleasure to meet you, Omega. Steve said graciously. I can't believe I got to meet so many new people today. Omega said excitedly, bouncing on the solace of her feet. It gets so boring around here. Hey. 99 jokingly complained. I didn't realize I was so boring. The young child's eyes widened dramatically as she began to profusely apologize to her older brother, who laughed at her reaction. Rogers chortled at the interaction when a shadow loomed over him. Steve. The super soldier looked up to see Natasha standing over him. Hey Omega. Widow greeted with a smirk. 99, Could you two excuse me for a moment, I gotta talk with Steve. Got the other Avengers waiting for him. The aged clone nodded as he escorted his sister away. Steve stood up and had a raised brow at his friend. What's going on, Nat? Something I know you'll want to see. Nat said, leading Steve towards a secluded spot of sorts. I know you normally don't like it when I go AWOL on a mission, but for this instance, I think you're gonna appreciate it. Coming to a rendezvous point, the two Avengers met up with several others who were available. Sam, Rhodey, T'Challa and Pietro were standing around a console that Nat had set up for them to use. What's up, Nat? Sam was the first to speak. You told us you got something for us from TAP. Nat simply nodded and accessed the terminal that they surrounded. So, Sam. Remember when I reunited with you guys, I asked a couple questions pertaining to how our clone buddies came to be, right? Sam blinked at the question when a look of realization dawned on him. And I know that other than Pietro, that's a question you all likely shared. Nat said, ignoring the small hey. From the speedster. So I knew that this was likely going to be one of our only chances we'll get in this whole madness to get an idea as to where this army had come from. So you hacked into their systems. Rhodey chimed in, making Nat nod. Not alone at least. Romanoff stated. Now, Tap, what did you get for us? During the cleanup, Nat had to return to the console she plugged the Avenger AI to earlier before the Separatist attack arrived. Quite a lot, Comrade Romanoff, said the AI. There's enough for Senator Amidala and her compatriots to work with and then some. You did good work, Tap. Nat praised with a wide grin. Mind giving us a sample? Steve asked. Upon Pietro's request, a hologram appeared before them. What are we seeing here? A list of orders and contingencies that the clones have hardwired into their brains. Tap revealed. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Sam said aloud. Hardwired? What the hell does that mean? Programmed at birth. Tap answered. These orders are drilled into their heads both figuratively and literally for them to follow without question. The literally part concerns me. T'Challa said with a frown. What does that mean exactly? It took a bit of time, comrades, but I have found this to be the primary reason. The Avengers' personal AI soon brought up the image of an organic-looking substance of some kind. What? What is this? Rhodey asked, squinting his eyes at what they were looking at. The Kaminoans labeled this an inhibitor chip. Tap said. Something that prevents the clones from tapping into their more aggressive aspects that come from their donor. Or making them do whatever order is given to them without question. Black Widow said with an intense gaze, fists clenching slightly. You mean they're slaves to this? Rhodey questioned with shocked disgust. Kinda already were when ya think about it. Sam Riley pointed out. Pretty sure that they weren't given a choice in being soldiers or not. I think Rex's friend on Saleucami would argue otherwise. Steve retorted knowingly. Do they know? T'Challa asked. Subconsciously. Was the AI's quick response. Meaning what? Asked the Sokovian. They're basically activated sleeper agents. Said Natasha. They just don't know about the chips and orders until activation. But, you mentioned these orders, yes. Rhodey said, making Nat nod and Tap verbally confirm his question. Are there any orders that stick out to you? One in particular stands out the most. Tap said in an unusually grave voice. Steve's frown deepened, a strange, unwelcome feeling welling up in his gut. And that is this one here. Order 66. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 64, The Pursuit of Peace. Migraines. Madness. Madness and migraines and migraines and madness. If ever there were two words that would be used to describe the mood and pain that Count Dooku is undergoing at this time, it would be migraines and madness. He stood upon the central podium of the auditorium that held the delegates and senators of the Separatist Parliament, all of whom were in deep discussion at this time. And by deep discussion, it was really just a shouting match to see who and which side is able to voice their grievance and arguments the loudest. For another attack. Have you gone mad? After 2 losses like Jobim and Kamino. I'm amazed we're all still alive right now. We must sue for peace. The Republic refuses our autonomy. They'll never agree to a meeting. So what, we attempt another criffing half-baked assault on a key Republic world. The Umbarans promised us they would aid in a swift victory. Apologies that we can't hold a candle to the Jedi and Avengers. Enough. Count Dooku's voice reverberated off the walls of the Senate Hall, silencing all in an instant. We have stood here and argued consistently yet have achieved nothing. The secret Sith Lord said emphatically. I claim full responsibility for our disastrous campaign on Kamino, but we mustn't dwell on it. We still have much of our fleet intact, and let's be thankful that the Republic hasn't retaliated. Why haven't they? A nervous senator asked. Would it not be an opportune time to strike back against us? They may have achieved a decisive victory on Kamino, but that does not mean they got off without suffering losses of their own. The Umbaran representative proclaimed. Despite our losses, the reports of the battle showed Umbaran technology delivered the most amount of damage towards the Republic. We still lost. Vo-Adal said with an unimpressed glare. And what have you contributed in all this time, Senator Vo, other than a wanton need for battles that were clearly unnecessary? Shot back a bald, green-skinned senator. I'm here advocating that we fight the tyrants that have failed us for so many years. Vo countered, raising her voice now. Enough. Dooku practically bellowed out, slamming his fist on the podium in front of him. That shout, coupled with his motion, effectively silenced the entire auditorium. He sent a hard stare at Adal, who gazed back fiercely until breaking under the aged Force user's intensity and turned away. We are not the Republic. Dooku declared. We will never be a part of that broken system again. But if I am to see the same pointless bickering and squabbles in this smaller chamber than the last oversized compensation for one, that will be 2 institutions I chose to walk away from. That declaration was enough to send a jolt of surprise and slight fright through all in attendance. We will not go down the same, doomed path of self-destruction that the Republic has made for itself. The Count nearly growled out. But we must also not be so foolish and impudent as to not acknowledge the mistakes we have made. Though it was done as a vote of consensus, I claim full responsibility for the decision made in attacking Kamino. Practically everyone had their heads snapped in the direction of the Count of Sereno, eyes widening, jaws dropping, and many shouts of clear disagreement. Remember. He spoke through the litany of people crying against his declaration. I am still the head of our government, regardless of whether or not we are a democratic one. Our actions still reflect upon my own leadership, and in this instance I have failed. What we must do now is make sure we don't do it again. But Count Dooku None of that now. Dooku quickly dismissed the senator who had spoken up. Right now, we have more pressing matters to resolve. We have lost a considerable amount of our forces in our attack on Kamino. Though a majority of our fleet still stands, losing dozens of ships is still no amount of a small loss. If the Republic were to retaliate, we must be ready. Bolster our defenses and focus on countermeasures. And what of peace talks? Mina Bonteri spoke up, murmurs going on all around whether or not that is even a possibility. Dooku let out a weary sigh, gazing empathetically at the representative of Onderon. I can only pray there are those in the Republic as willing for peace as you are, Bonteri. Mina frowned at the comment, feeling a sense of frustration on her part. She knew they had a chance for peace. Strained as the circumstances were, Ultron's attack gave an opportunity for a truce or temporary armistice where both sides could at least come to some form of peace. But after the attack on Kamino, Mina was reasonably nervous, if not outright terrified, of what the Republic's response might be. She left that old government due to just how deep the corruption went and how things needed to change, but even she wasn't so naive as to see that should a retaliation occur, it was entirely the fault of her side. They attacked first. The separatists were the ones who tried taking out a world as important as Kamino, and they had lost badly. She was honestly amazed that there hadn't been a reaction sooner. That wasn't to say there wasn't going to be one. This was a critical tactical gamble that the separatists failed at, miserably so. Undoubtedly, there would only be an escalation of the war from here on out. As if it wasn't bad enough already. Mina leaned forward upon her podium with a trembling sigh. The fuse was lit. Question was how long that fuse is exactly until everything blows up in their faces or of their adversaries. All she could hope now was this fuse being snipped, long before it reached its end. Scene cut. To the Force, Master D has returned to. Grand Master Yoda said solemnly. One with the Force, D has become, and our job, it is, to remember that we will, in time, also pass on. Luminous beings are we, but temporary vessels, our bodies are, and we shall all find ourselves here in time. A moment of silence, I ask, to remember and to move on. The Jedi, clones, Avengers and several other individuals that knew the fallen Jedi bowed their heads in silence as his body was slowly into the tomb made for him. Live for the living Jedi, we must. Live through us, forever they will. D's body disappeared behind the hatch doors that sealed him in. A beam of light shone a moment later with all in attendance gazing upon it with a collected sense of somberness at the loss of a Jedi and a friend. The 71st Legion had their heads down and all were either angry, saddened or both. The crowd began to disperse after a few minutes, some scatterings of individuals remaining in the hall with silent, respectful conversations. One individual however stepped towards the tomb of Iamagundi and gazed down upon where the Jedi was laid to rest. He stood at the beam of light that belonged to the tomb of his deceased friend. It was a little unusual of a funeral procession, given how the Avengers are used to their own back on Earth. But the concept was all the same. Though they did learn there was another form of the Jedi burial rites, being an open funeral pyre to cremate the body. But none of that mattered for Pietro Maximoff. All that he could think about or really, replay in his mind, was seeing Dig get killed right in front of him by that bastard droid general. Unbeknownst to him, it really hit him hard. He had grown close to him as a good friend since winding up in the galaxy. Keeley and the 71st weren't doing any better, the loss of their general truly being a demoralizing blow. They had survived so much together, Relith being one of their greatest tests since the war had started. This legion had survived the siege and occupation, survived Jabim, and so many other fronts of the war. The loss of their Jedi general, a man they had regarded as one of their own, was an indescribable loss. It was almost like that dreadful day of the bombing of his childhood home all over again. But instead of not seeing his parents die and seeing their corpses 2 days later, he saw the death before him. And it felt more different when he saw many clones die over and over again. Either that he didn't really get close and form an attachment to them or feeling an odd sense of disconnection with it all. It may as well have begun scaring him. "Are you well, Pietro?" asked a familiar accented voice. The speedster turned to see another friend he had made since coming to this galaxy. "I don't know," he said truthfully. It's been. I dunno, Cham, I just dash." The Twi'lek senator and war hero placed a comforting hand upon the Sokovian's shoulder and gave a small shake. "I understand, my friend," Syndulla said sympathetically. "We have all experienced loss before like this. Burying friends whom you fought and bled alongside is never an easy thing to swallow." Pietro choked slightly on his breath, now grasping D's lightsaber with both hands for more tighter than before. "I was right there." His voice was barely above a whisper. "Right in front of me. I'm the fastest Avenger, can run at 500 miles an hour in a heartbeat and I couldn't save a friend 5 yards in front of me." Cham's saddened frown deepened as he saw the inner torment going on in his friend's eyes. He had no tears, only pure rage as his thoughts continually dwelled on the loss. "I hate to really say it, but no matter how hard you try, you can't save everyone. You can only save who you can. As long as you can save at least one person, then it may be worth it." Maximoff let out a humorless snort though he gave a slightly amused look at Syndulla. "Did you get that from Cap? Been hanging out with him?" Cham's lips twitched upwards, lightly shoving the speedster. "A little bit of him, a little bit from personal experience." The Twi'lek representative exhaled a sigh before voicing a question. "How are the boys?" Pietro exhaled, hand running through his hair. "Keeley, Crit, the rest, they could be doing better, I can tell ya that much." "Do you know what's going to happen to them?" "Don't know. Not a military guy in case you haven't noticed. They could be reassigned to another Jedi to follow under for all I know. Obviously it wouldn't be the same without D." Steve Rogers watched Pietro and Cham from afar, arms crossed with him leaning on a pillar that cast a shadow over him. He had been keeping his eye on Maximoff since the funeral as he picked up on the rage he held since seeing Dee's death. It was a rage Rogers was all too familiar with. When he had thought that Bucky had perished when he fell to his presumed death, grief and anger were like household partners. He couldn't get drunk and the man to blame for losing Bucky was too far to reach. He did avenge him in the end, before crashing the doomsday plane into the Arctic which began his 70-year nap. How is he? Steve tilted his head to see Ayla Secura approaching him though her eyes were on Pietro and Cham. The super soldier sighed tiredly. Angry. Ayla hummed quietly in response. I'd normally say that anger is not the Jedi way but dash. We're not Jedi. Steve finished for her. Secura subconsciously leaned towards the Brooklyn-born soldier. It's quite the conflicted conundrum. We mourn for those who are lost, yet we can't exactly feel such emotions which may lead us astray. Sounds restrictive. Rogers knowingly said. And exhausting. Ayla found herself freely admitting. Maybe that's why Masters Voss and Tholm shirk the rules like they do. Steve glanced at her with some surprise. I would have thought you would be disapproving of such a thing. The Twi'lek Jedi Knight snorted, shooting the good captain a knowing look. I've long since accepted that my masters aren't the most orthodox of Jedi and never will be. She stated. Maybe it's all the better for it and through circumstances, I had to relearn many things with new perspectives. The two fell into a momentary silence, watching as Cham and Pietro were joined by one Senator Rochuchi. They watched as the young, blue-skinned lady jumped into Pietro's arms with them holding one another closely. Least he has her. Steve said with a small amount of relief at seeing his friend and comrade release some of the pent-up anger and tension that had been building. The younger hero held Chuchi tightly, pulling away to kiss her fiercely before resuming their embrace. She's good for him. His rock, his pillar. Ayla tilted her head with a conflicted look appearing on her face before she looked at Steve. And you? She asked quietly. Do you have this rock, this pillar you speak of? Steve now held a far-off gaze in his eyes with a familiar voice telling him the last words he would hear before he crashed into the ice. I don't know. He admitted, turning to face her. She once told me that I wouldn't be alone. And that was 70 years ago. When you went under the ice. He nodded at that. I have my friends, I have my team. Steve said. But. The two gazed back at Pietro and Chuchi, the former bidding Cham goodbye as the man patted the speedster on the shoulder before walking away. I don't know if I'll ever have something like that ever again. Ayla frowned upon hearing this. Hearing this bit of defeat in that tone. What about you? She blinked slightly at the question. Pardon? Did you ever? He left the question hanging with Ayla putting together the pieces with her expression realizing what he was insinuating. Oh, no. Never. Really? Steve gazed at her intently. Never, never. Ayla opened her mouth to answer yet when her eyes locked onto his, she found her response dying in her throat. The two stared at one another with neither being able to speak for a moment until Ayla coughed into her hand and directed her gaze down. I'm not sure. She said with an unsure tone now. I was never as rebellious as Masters Voss, Tholm, and Saar. It just never happened. Steve suddenly snorted, making Secura jolt a bit at the response and gaze upon him with bewilderment. Sorry. He said earnestly. It's just that Tony would have been awful here. Stark would have gone out of his way to try and corrupt every Jedi he could if he wanted to. Thinking about others when speaking with me? Ayla asked in a sarcastically offended manner. Don't I feel special? Rogers shrugged apologetically, eliciting a laugh out of the Twi'lek who was now smiling warmly at the super soldier. If you ever / I'm always dash. Both chuckled at them speaking at the same time. Ladies first. How chivalrous. Ayla remarked. I was gonna say that I'm always available for you to talk with if you ever need someone. And here I was preparing to offer you the same courtesy. Such a gentleman. Ayla teased, not realizing she had reached up to lightly pat Rogers on the cheek. Hey. He said in a faux affronted manner. I'm not a kid. His retaliation came in the form of lightly poking her forehead, which made her gape in bemused astonishment. "Stephen Rogers," she said aloud, like a mother would when catching her child in the act of doing something they shouldn't. He only laughed at her response, with the Twi'lek being unable to hold back, and laughed alongside him. The two soon fell into a comfortable silence, with them simply gazing at one another. "Ayla," Steve spoke up after a few seconds. "Thank you." She only smiled brightly at him. "I should be saying the same to you. I didn't realize I needed that." "Well, maybe we can have each other then," Rogers suggested. "Whenever we get bored of our friends. Which won't be for a long time, I'm afraid." "Then we'll make time," Steve said. "If you're willing, of course." Sakura had a coy smirk in place. "Far be it from me to deny a proposition from the great Captain America. You can tell me about your films." Steve only groaned, hanging his head in defeat. "Sam and Nat showed you, didn't they? Peter has quite the collection himself," Ayla said, giggling at the slumping form of Cap. "I never knew you were such a capable actor, Steve. I'm going to put them through the ringer next session," he promised in a jokingly grim fashion. "Of that much, I can guarantee you that." "Oh, I wouldn't put it past you." As the two conversed with each other, one Twi'lek senator was walking through the halls of the temple, with his head turning left and right as he appeared to be looking for someone. "Hera," Cham said aloud. "Where is she?" His daughter always did have a habit of wandering off. "Never could sit still, that one," Sindola said with a shake of his head, a smirk making its way onto his face. Not that he could blame her. His wife had a lovingly annoying tendency of pointing out how much their daughter was like him. How as a child he too was unable to stay in one place and always go out to explore if he had the opportunity to do so. "Hera," he said out loud again. "Where are you? It's time to go." He was soon answered by the sound of his daughter laughing aloud from a nearby room. Arching a brow upon hearing this, the senator went up to the open door of the room where he heard his daughter and found that she was indeed inside. And she wasn't alone. Standing next to her, flushed in apparent embarrassment, was a human Jedi youngling who appeared to be close to his daughter's age. It wasn't that bad," the boy muttered out. "But you totally let that happen," Hera proclaimed, continuing to laugh at whatever it was that amused her so much. The Jedi youngling only pouted, head hung low, with Cham's daughter only laughing even more at the reaction. Quite the amusing sight for the senator to see. "I see you've made yourself a new friend, Hera," Sindola spoke up, gaining both kids' attention. "Dad," Hera said cheerfully, running over to hug her father. "If you're gonna wander off, Hera, at least forewarn me," her father chided good-naturedly. "I didn't go that far," she complained petulantly, making Cham laugh before he faced the young Jedi. "And what is your name, if I may ask, young one?" the older Twi'lek asked politely. "I'd like to know the name of the Jedi who was able to entertain my daughter to the point of his own embarrassment, it seems." The youngling's face reddened, if that even possible, with Hera giggling at the reaction. He coughed into his hand, trying to recompose himself before giving the Twi'lek representative a pleasant smile. "I'm Caleb Dume." "A pleasure to meet you, Caleb," Cham said, offering his hand to shake, which the Jedi did. "Cham Sindola." The youngling's eyes widened slightly in recognition. "You're the representative of Relith." Cham let out a dramatic sigh, rubbing his forehead. "Apologies, young one," he said, noticing the look of concern that came over Caleb. "But you mentioning my position has unfortunately reminded me of my duties, that I am to attend yet another screaming match at the Senate Hall today." "Oh, sorry." "No apologies needed," Cham said good-naturedly. "Come along, Hera. Let's not keep your mother waiting." "Okay," Hera said, quickly running over to Dume and giving him a tight hug. Why were his fatherly instincts flaring all of a sudden? Must be his imagination. They faded away upon seeing the bewildered look on Caleb's face, who seemed unsure of whether or not he should hug back before doing so. "Bye, Caleb, hope to see you again soon," Hera said happily, pulling away from the youngling and returning to her father's side. Yeah, see ya later." Dumay murmured in an unsure tone, looking over at the amused face of Cham. "Take care, young one," the older Sindola said, turning to leave with his daughter. Scene cut. A number of the Avengers were currently situated within a new, larger living room of sorts that they had all gathered in. This new room was a part of their new suite that they had recently purchased and moved into. It wasn't far from the Jedi Temple, being a 2 or 3 Spider-Man web swing away. Falcon's words to describe the distance, and far larger than what they had at the temple. After accumulating a large degree of wealth from everything that they had introduced from Earth to the larger galaxy, the Avengers were finally able to get a place that can situate them all and more when they find Wanda and Vision. Or the off chance that more of their comrades from Earth find their way here. They weren't ruling out that possibility, given it had happened twice now. Upon moving here, they focused on setting up shop to basically turn this place as closely as they could to resemble their base from home. Thanks to Tap and Karen, they were able to recreate a lot of their own tech or use what they have here in this galaxy to make it close. Currently, 7 of the Avengers were looking over a series of long-winding files, orders, and contingencies that they had gotten from Tap back on Kamino. A set of contingencies made for the Grand Army of the Republic. Black Widow, Ant-Man, Wasp, Falcon, Daredevil, War Machine, and Black Panther were all seated or standing around the central circular table in the living room, and all were going over what Tap had downloaded from Kamino. So these, inhibitor chips. Sam had a deep frown marring his face. "You're telling me every clone has them?" "Not all of them," T'Challa noted, an analytical expression present. "From what it says here, the first few batches of clones, particularly these Null-class ARC troopers, were not given these inhibitor chips." "Null-class?" Natasha parroted, quickly going over to the files regarding these elite soldiers. She skimmed through the text, humming aloud upon reaching the end. "Interesting," Romanoff murmured. "It says here that the means in which the inhibitor chips were developed started after these Null guys were made and implemented after the first 100 ARC troopers who were trained directly under the genetic template of Jango Fett himself. So how many clones does that make it where they don't have one?" Hope asked. Matt, whose hands had been skimming over a specially made translation of the files for him, answered. 106. "That's it," Rhodey said with a troubled look. "Woof. Going through all these is giving me quite the headache," Scott said, setting aside his data pad to lay his forehead down on the table. "You're telling me?" Sam grunted, looking everything over. "Every single one of them has one of these chips," Hope muttered with a disturbed look in her eyes. "From what these files are telling us, it is in response to the first 100+ ARC troopers that these inhibitors exist with in the first place," T'Challa pointed out. "As to make sure they do not take after the aggressive tendencies of their forebearer, Jango Fett." The Prince of Wakanda then frowned. "But, it's what they're not telling us that troubles me." "You can say that again," Wilson spoke up. "This whole chip in the brain shit ain't sitting too well with me. It's like those long-neck weirdos expect the clones to rebel. Doesn't even feel like a precaution, really. There's a lot of subtext layered here," Matt stated, hands constantly gliding over the continually translated text for him to read. "It was a Jedi, Sifo-Dyas, who first brought up the notion of this clone army, yes? He had started this due to the fear of a war coming to the galaxy and the Republic being caught flat-footed. So in return, he made preparations for an army to be made, but it was to be loyal only to the Jedi Order. But the boys are loyal now to the Republic," Scott remarked, a hard look of deep thought. "So something changed. He perished 10 years ago," Hope stated. "And a lot happened in that year." She garnered confused looks from her teammates, which made her clarify. "Well, let's think about it for a second," Wasp patiently said. "I talked with Padme about it and several other Jedi, and they mentioned how the Sith they're fighting right now revealed themselves 10 years ago. 10 years where there was a serious conflict on Naboo Dash, with the Trade Federation being the main instigators." Nat added in suddenly, a look of realization coming over her face. "On top of political upheaval throughout the galaxy," Matt finished. "Which in turn has led to the conflict that dominates us now. Deeper down the rabbit hole we go," Rhodey remarked, shaking his head. Kinda scared what we'll find once we reach the end of it, Scott confessed. A grim silence came over the team as all simply sat or stood quietly as they were still in the process of trying to understand everything they had been reading up on. So many breadcrumb trails to follow, so many threads to unravel. Question is, where do they even start? Knock knock. The sudden sound was so surprising, several of them visibly jolted with everyone turning their heads in the direction of the front door to their suite. Are we expecting company? James asked, turning back to the others who all shrugged save for one. Yes, we are, Natasha stated, getting from her seat to go over to the front door. Upon reaching it, the door slid open to reveal Padme. Hope said aloud in confusion. What are you doing here? The neighbor representative stepped into the room, gracing Nat with a kind smile, directing it to the Avengers in a moment later. I was called here by Nat. Padme revealed, walking over to Wasp and the two exchanged a friendly hug. She told me she had something important to discuss with all of you. Yup, indeed we do, Nat declared. Consider this our favor paid, Patty. Amidala's eyes widened considerably, head snapping into the direction of the multiple datapads and open hollow files that the Avengers had been looking over. Why you mean you got the information from Kamino? She stammered out in disbelief. We did, and there's quite a bit to go over for you and your allied senators, Nat said grimly. Wait, hold on a sec. Rhodey piped up. Padme knows about this. Widow nodded. Padme here was the one who told me of the oncoming attack on Kamino before anyone else. I spoke with her a while back with several other senators about the whole creation of the clone army, and we weren't alone in our suspicions about where they came from. Our last hurrah was the chance needed to start digging around to find out what we need to know. And the senator said in anticipation. What did you find? Tap. Widow said aloud. Two holographic screens popped up in front of Amidala. One was a massive list that would take time for the Nabuian senator to read over. The other was something highlighted within a person's head and enlarged. What is all this? Padme asked, eyes wide as she only read some text here and there. A list of 150 orders the clone army are subliminally embedded with to follow no matter what and without hesitation, Natasha revealed. Originally it's supposed to be done, in theory, to ensure no one could abuse the clones with their own agenda and gaining more power in the Republic. But we feel there's more to it than just that, Sam tacked on. More importantly, they're used for emergency situations given from what we've read about the predecessors to the current iteration of the clone army, Teachol stated. I can more or less understand these contingencies given Sam and I are trained to follow through such protocols if the issue is needed. Steve as well as he's been getting caught up with them back home, said Rhodey. But a good chunk that's listed here. I just don't know how to properly digest them. Like what? Some of these orders don't exactly sit well with me, Rhodey admitted, grimacing at some he was reading at the moment. Padme looked to the others for clarity, Hope being the one to answer. 4 and 5 are more or less the same, for starters. 4 being if the Chancellor is unable or act as their role for the Republic. This would get the entire army to report directly to the Vice Chair until a new Chancellor is appointed or another system is formed. 5 is roughly the same, but instead of the Vice Chair, the Chief of Defense Staff will be appointed and forms a strategic council until a new Chancellor is elected or an alternative authority is identified. Order 65 deals with the Security Council of the Senate believing the Chancellor is unfit to lead the Republic and the army. Thus the clones will be appointed to arrest or kill the Chancellor. From there, an acting Chancellor is appointed until one is properly elected. And these are just the more tame and understandable orders in a best-case scenario. How would these work then? Padme asked with a troubled frown. How would they be enacted? Inhibitor chips. Sam pointed to the second hologram. The clones had these grown inside of them upon creation. And none of the clones know of this. But their creators do. What's this one about investors? Padme asked in sudden bewilderment, catching sight of Order 13. We're ignoring that one, Sam said. A few of these honestly felt like they were running out of contingencies and just had to fill in the blanks for the most part. Shaking her head, The Nabuyan resumed looking over the other orders with a troubled look visible for all to see. So many orders, she whispered. And all for the purpose of controlling the clones. The idea in it of itself she found deeply disturbing and frankly, ethically disgusting. It was bad enough that they had a clone army that was essentially made to be disposable meat thrown at the separatists. There's even some other contingency orders which are really appalling. Hope said, a deeply troubled expression seen by the senator. A bit of dread started to grow in Padme's stomach. Like what? 37 deals with the clones issuing a mass arrest and execution of a local population, all in order to acquire a wanted individual who's being protected by said population. And to be sure nothing goes out, communications with that system are blocked out for a month to clean up and hide the mess. Rhodey said, bringing up said order. There's another order pertaining to the army essentially wiping out an entire Republic world that suddenly switches sides in the war. Sam brought up, stunning Padme into a deeper feeling of growing dread. Excuse me? But why? She stammered out. Preventing a vital world from providing resources to the separatists. But it's more of a scare tactic. Rhodey said with a more neutral tone. Yet we have never heard this being issued at all when many Republic worlds switched to the Cis. Padme quickly countered. At least that's a good thing that never happened. I think that only came into play when many worlds left the Republic before the war broke out. Of course there's Order 66. I'm dreading to ask this, but what exactly is that order? If any Jedi is acting against the interests of the Republic, then the Chancellor has the right to command the clone army to execute them and brand them as a traitor. Nat said. And that's just if one Jedi is to do it. Matthew said in a cold tone. If all were to do so, or someone decides to brand them all as traitors. Hope muttered. The end of the Jedi Order as we know it. Padme whispered out in utter dread. No. No. That can't, we must tell Dash. Not now, Padme. The Nabuyan senator whipped her head around and stared in wide-eyed shock at the speaker. What? She practically exclaimed. What do you mean not now? Natasha, we must tell them all now. My husband is a Jedi, in case you forgot. He's in danger. Pretty sure that's kind of a default with the war. Scott idly commented, though shrunk down a bit at the glare sent his way from Amidala. I mean, come on, you know it's true. Padme turned to the other Avengers, an angry and tormented look evident on her face. Why would you not tell them now? Or sooner at the very least? She vehemently argued. Anakin, Ahsoka, Obi-Wan, even the clones are at risk now. They're all at risk because of these orders. We know, we know. Hope said placatingly, walking over to the distressed senator and placing her hands on her shoulders. We're just as worried about this as you are. But judging from what we have learned, what is needed is a greater degree of tact and timing in revealing this information. T'Challa said slowly and in a calculated manner. What matters, Senator, is how we go about tackling this issue. Murdoch stated professionally. Simply spouting about these orders and the inhibitor chips would make whoever is responsible for this aware of our knowledge on this matter. It would draw too much attention. Make the ones who actually issued these orders to act quickly and cover their tracks. Or at the very least retaliate by perhaps issuing the orders themselves. What we need to do is take care of this discreetly as possible. I figure we gotta get these chips out of the boys first. Scott said, lightly banging his fist on the table for emphasis. The more dechipped clones we get, the less control whoever is behind all this will have. While that's happening, you need to inform your circle of allies to try and halt more clones from being made. Wilson spoke next. Any more coming out will make things more difficult to resolve, even if most of the cloning facility at the Kaminoan capital is under maintenance from the latest attack. Others around the planet would be picking up the slack until further notice. We gotta coordinate this carefully. Rhodey remarked. Above all else, discretion is how we go about this. First things first is devising on how we tell others about this and getting those chips out of the clones. Natasha sternly said. Padme saw the merit in what they were saying and let out a rather defeated sigh. I'll do what I can. This will only drive us more to end this war sooner with what you gave me and my friends. That's all we ask, Padme. Hope kindly said, rubbing her friend's back. Don't worry, we'll find out how to fix all this and your husband will have one less problem to worry about outside of war. The others had to hold back their snickers and snorts as Amidala gave Van Dyne a deadpan stare. Better get going, Patty. Nat spoke up. I believe there's a Senate meeting you need to attend. Padme nodded as she exited the room to make way towards her next destination. More than ever, a new drive has been made to end this galactic war as quickly and perhaps safely as possible. Scene cut. Like many Senate meetings these days, they were all about the war. This time, however, as many would soon learn, was the true cost of it. In more ways than one point of view. Order. Mas Amedda cried out. Order. Let Senator Som finish. The representative from the Techno Union, a male Ishitib by the name of Gum Som soon spoke up from his hover platform. This is a matter not on philosophy. More troops are needed. He urged his fellow senators. The Republic cannot afford to let the separatists and this Ultron gain any more ground. We have already lost enough, have we not? More yells came about this statement with the platform that held the representative of Alderaan floating down. Bail Organa then spoke. Our generals inform us that troops in the field continue to perform valiantly. What we cannot afford is to be irresponsible. The Republic is near bankruptcy due to the cost of this war. Cheering and jeers were heard all around from many senators who agreed to Organa's statement. Others appeared to be in disagreement. One such person was the Neimoidian Senator Lot Dodd, representative of the Trade Federation. Bankruptcy is not necessary, my friends. If we pass Senator Som's bill to open new lines of credit, we will gain access to the needed funds. He said with a shrewd grin. Won't this bill essentially deregulate the banks? Asked Mon Mothma of Chandrila. A small price to pay to finance the war, is it not? Replied Kaminoan Senator, Halliburton. We were greatly attacked by Ultron not so long ago. Not just here on Coruscant, but all over the galaxy. Something which, if you all are unaware of, hasn't happened in 1,000 years from a single force. And now, even Kamino itself was attacked by the separatists despite the recent loss on Jabiim. This caused a bit of an uproar as many soon sought to keep funding the war and getting this new bill to pass. Seeing enough was enough, Padme spoke aloud. Members of the Senate. Do you hear yourselves? More money, more clones, more war. Say nothing is fiscal responsibility, what about moral responsibility? Hasn't this war gone on long enough? Senator Amidala, began Gum Som, are you suggesting we surrender to the separatists? Of course not. She refuted. But negotiation might be a better course of action. You can't negotiate with those animals. Spoke out one senator amongst them all. Keep the war going. Vote now. We are dealing with not one but two armies now. We need more troops. No, there must be a means of peace with at least one of these armies. As this went on, 3 individuals watched the Senate meeting from afar. Peter, Anakin, and Ahsoka stood at the entryway in which Padme had used as they witnessed the proceedings of squabbles and arguments. Man, a lot of these people are just too afraid or stubborn to admit that to be true. Peter remarked, hanging upside down next to Ahsoka who looked over at him in a weird look. How are you not dizzy or sick by doing that? She found herself asking him. Wouldn't the blood just rush to your head? Spider powers. That doesn't answer anything. Anakin only chortled at their banter, eyes drifting over to his wife who was in the middle of an impassioned speech. This is beyond just dealing with the separatists, even though they had attacked Kamino, I believe this Ultron to be a far more demanding enemy. I concur with Senator Amidala. Mothma spoke up. Ultron's opening attack and his victory over Jabiim has shown us all that he takes no sides in this war other than his own and is a greater danger to us all. He can attack or strike anywhere at any time. All the more reason for us to get more troops. Som argued. We cannot stand to be defenseless. Who is to say Ultron or even the separatists, given their mid-attack on Kamino, aren't planning another assault on Coruscant as we speak? The creation of more clones can alleviate this issue greatly. The Kaminoan added on, more shouting of disagreements and agreements being thrown around. From where they stood, The two Jedi and Avenger could only watch on as insults were now being shouted. "Geez, and I thought the British Parliament was bad," Peter quipped. "All they need is paper to wave at each other." "Why would they need that?" Anakin asked in bemusement. "It adds dramatic flair. Wouldn't that just cause a mess?" Ahsoka inquired, giggling slightly at the concept. "I'd feel sorry for anyone charged with cleaning all that up at the end of every session." "It would be funny to see though," Parker said. The trio resumed listening in on the session as the representative of Relith was now at the center of the discord. "But what if the clones aren't enough?" questioned Cham Syndulla. "We all know what happened when Ultron came knocking and barged through our door. Countless people have been greatly affected by his presence. What if the clones are not there to always help? We need our people to know how to defend themselves if necessary." "Are you saying that our clones are inefficient?" Brittany asked with an angry tint to her tone. Cham was unimpressed with her question. "Do not try to bait me, Senator," he retorted with a snarl. "I am well aware of the capabilities the clone troopers have shown on the battlefield. In case you are unaware of my past, but for a majority of the war, I was fighting on Relith alongside my people, the brave men of the 71st Legion being led by my fallen friend and comrade, Iame Gundy. I will be the first person to espouse the feats and accomplishments of the clones. They are the greatest fighting force in the history of the Republic." Around the Senate Hall, clone shock trooper guards situated at a number of exits from the chamber stood upright more with their chests puffed out. "But I refuse to burden them with carrying this war on their backs alone," Cham emphatically argued, causing many to look at him in surprise. "Explain yourself, Syndulla," Palpatine said with a deep frown. "We cannot solely rely on the clones in leading the Republic on the front lines." Syndulla exclaimed. "Cham," Padme said in stunned dread. "What are you saying?" The Twi'lek looked over at the Naboo senator with an apologetic expression before turning back to the Senate at large. "The clones are the best of the best, but the fight to defend our Republic should not fall just upon their shoulders, nor those of the brave Jedi who fight and die alongside them," Cham said in a determined voice. "I believe there are those across the Republic systems who would wish to join the Grand Army. Them volunteering and risking their lives to help the overall cause. I know it because there are those of my own people who wish to fight alongside the clones whom they respect and admire so much." The Twi'lek senator then looked around to many others within the Senate Hall. "And don't tell me many of your own people aren't thinking the same. Cham, think about what you're saying," Padme said aloud. "You would be putting more lives at risk." "We are at war, Senator Amidala," Cham said in a grim fashion. "Risk is prevalent every day. And Padme, did you not fight for your planet when the Trade Federation occupied your world 10 years ago?" He soon eyed Representative Banks, who was elsewhere in the Senate Hall. "Even the Gungan people took part to liberate not just their people but yours as well. Why should we not ask the same of the rest of the Republic?" A large clamor was then heard all around, with people arguing, one way or another. "Members of the Senate," Organa called out to everyone, "I suggest we table any emergency bill until it is determined whether or not deregulation is the right course of action." The same pertaining to Cham Syndulla's thoughts with the Grand Army. "Very well," said Mas Amedda. "We shall let calmer heads prevail." With that, the Senate meeting had come to an end. "This bought us some time, but for how long?" Padme said to herself. Her platform drifted back to where Anakin, Ahsoka, and Peter awaited her, a tired look in her eyes as the session came to its end. "You all right?" Ahsoka asked straight away. Padme eyed the two Jedi and really wanted to tell them what she learned earlier about the clones. As much as she desired to do so, she fought the urge as it may compromise things. "Just a lot on my mind today with so much piling up. Maybe some tea or pancakes can cheer you up," Peter suggested. "My Aunt May did that and it always did the trick." Padme smiled warmly at the teen. "Maybe later, Peter. Though I'm not ruling that possibility out. You just need some rest, that's all." If only that were true. Scene cut. "Very good, my young Padawan. Very good," said Padawan panted heavily through a proud smile gracing her features. "It's all thanks to your training, Master Unduli." Luminara Unduli only shook her head as she stood before her Jedi Padawan Barisifi and placed her hands upon the younger Miri Allen's shoulders. What you have been accomplishing as of late have been your achievements and yours alone. Luminara praised, a near motherly smile present for her student to see. Uffie practically beamed at these words, closing her eyes with her head bowed forward. All I've accomplished, all I've done in progressing to where I am now started with you, Master. Unduli only continued to smile. You will be one of the greatest Jedi of your generation, my Padawan. Who knows? You may be close to taking your trials when you're ready. She faltered slightly upon hearing that. I don't know if I'm that close. No one ever truly does, Barris. But when the time comes, I know you will perform exceptionally. And I shall be there to see your knighting ceremony. The Padawan stammered before composing herself. I'll do what I can, Master. And with that, the two separated from one another. Luminara, being a counselor now, had a greater set of responsibilities and duties to attend to. And Barris? She had a bit more freedom, per se. Granted, if she were to go out on missions it would be with other Jedi or even an Avenger due to their alliance. But to her, it's a possible sign of her master granting her such privilege within reason. As of now, she opted to seek out her friends Peter and Ahsoka whilst washing up and changing into her new set of garments that had been made for her. If memory served her correctly, they were both at the Senate building at this time. The Padawan squirmed a bit as she put on her new clothes, feeling some restrictions in some places. Barris has been growing as of late, not just in experience but physicality as well. Due to her time in the war, training with both her master and as of late the Avengers, she had started to feel a greater sense of ease and flowing motion in her movements. Her appearance had also started to change, the Padawan adopting a new look after Kamino. She had started to forego her blue hood cloak as she started to outgrow it. Not to mention it's becoming rather damaged after so long, no matter how much she tried to maintain it, along with it becoming a bit cumbersome in battle. With this gone, she was able to reveal most of her pixie haircut, despite it being pulled back by a headband. Though she did have her Padawan braid shown as it hung over her right shoulder. Not much of a change, but one that may be quite noticeable due to how long she wore her cloak. Aside from her outfit change, she's started to grow a little taller and grow out in certain areas to make her change out in certain aspects. Hey Barris, what are you doing here? And it seemed she wasn't the only one to have an outfit change. The Miri Allen Padawan saw Ahsoka was now wearing a dark red backless dress with grey tights with diamond-shaped cutouts and armbands with diamond shapes on her upper arms. Her Padawan braid was even extended from what she spotted. Physically, like her, she's been growing lately, like her Montrals getting a bit longer and bigger to getting taller, etc. As for Peter, he's becoming a bit more defined from what she's been noticing in all the right places. Something which she's becoming to enjoy surveying at every opportune moment now she's been more accepting of these feelings towards the young Avenger. Barris brightened up upon seeing both of her friends together, and they weren't alone as she saw Anakin and Padme were with them. I was actually looking for the two of you, she stated. I was with Master Luminara a short while ago and have some time to myself. Master Skywalker, Senator Amidala. Hey Barris, you look a bit winded there. Anakin pointed out. You sure you don't want to just rest up? Spending time with friends is far more rewarding than simply meditating. Uffie said offhandedly, though it appeared to be met with approval from Anakin given the small grin he had on. Then you can join us. Amidala spoke up. Perhaps a more level-headed Jedi is needed here. Hey! Was the dual squawk of protest from Anakin and Ahsoka. Peter snickered in response, earning an elbow hit from the Padawan to his side. So what had transpired in the Senate meeting today? Barris inquired, looking at the group. We'll fill you in on the details later. Ahsoka assured her whilst watching Padme turn to her secret husband. You must ask the Jedi Council to speak with Chancellor Palpatine, urged the Nabooian senator. Don't involve me in this, said Anakin. Barris here is the one with a master on the council. Maybe I should have waited until you both were alone to spend time with you, came Barris' dry response. It appears I'm going to be pulled into something I'd rather not be involved in. You're probably right on that one, snorted Peter. A peaceful solution is the only way out of this morass of war," said the senator, ignoring the banter of the teens. "We need to press for it above all else." "That's not my role, Padme," argued her husband. "Why not?" Ahsoka asked her master. "Why isn't it your role?" "Yeah. Aren't you guys Jedi Knights?" said Peter before fumbling a little. "I mean, isn't it your duty to speak your minds to advise Palpatine and other senators?" "Not us, Peter," Barriss corrected him. "But the council can only do so much to sway the Chancellor's opinion with the pressure he's being dealt with." Anakin felt pressured, not knowing how he could respond properly to the three teens walking beside them. Thus he focused more towards Padme. I suggest you teach these three a thing or two about politics." Padme would have given a dry remark, but she's rather tired to do so. "After today's debate, I was hoping Ahsoka and Peter learned a great deal." "Why doesn't Barriss need to learn?" "Because she appears to be the most intelligent one here," Padme cheekily said. "Hey, she can't do the things that I can do," Peter petulantly argued. "You're definitely right on that one," Barriss giggled out. "But in truth, I didn't witness this latest Senate meeting. So there's that to consider." "Master, haven't you been around all this longer? Don't you have some idea about all this?" Ahsoka asked with Anakin shrugging in response. "Does this make any sense to you?" he rhetorically asked in return. "Truthfully, I don't understand any of it," said Skywalker's Padawan. Peter nodded in agreement. "Not much for me either, no matter how many times I attend and see those sessions. I know the separatists are evil, but all anyone argued about this time was banking deregulation, interest rates, and well, almost nothing about why we're fighting in the first place," Tano stated with a conflicted look. "No kidding. I had more of that back in school, so I can understand what I'm up against when I'm on my own and paying bills," Peter groaned out. Ahsoka soon voiced her own thoughts. "But I do agree with Syndola's thoughts of perhaps needing others to take part in the war to help relieve most of the issue at hand, despite how risky that may be." "Oh my, Senator Syndola suggested such a thing." Barriss voiced her surprise. "Unfortunately," Padme said with a more downtrodden expression. Needing to put his thoughts on this, Anakin briefly rushed forward to cut off the teens. "War's complicated, you two. But let me simplify it. The separatists believe the Republic is corrupt, but they're wrong, and we have to restore order." "That sounds way too simple," Peter retorted. "I don't need my tingle to see all the various politicians that are corrupt." "And didn't Cap and the others tell you about Hydra, Anakin?" "That's not what that's a completely different thing." Padme merely crossed her arms. "Maybe talking to the Jedi Council isn't the role for you after all." She then walked past Anakin. "Thanks for your help. Come on you three." Feeling that was addressed towards Peter, Ahsoka, and Barriss, they followed the senator. "Oakman," Anakin petulantly whined. Padme merely gave her secret husband a cheeky smile. "You told me to teach them about politics. So I'm going to." Skywalker merely groaned, knowing that ain't going to be good at all. He could only watch as his secret wife led the three teens away to her own room in the building. Upon being in her office, Padme was indeed fulfilling the little task by conversing with the three teens for some time. In fact, it was nearly sunset given what's seen from the office window. Things eventually got to the point on the present issue at hand with the present bill. The senator exhaled a sigh, gazing out at the Coruscant skyline. There were still multiple ships undergoing cleanup as debris and damaged buildings were still visible for all to see. It has been this way for some time now. "So what are you gonna do now, Senator Amidala?" Ahsoka respectfully asked. She smiled slightly. "You can call me Padme, Ahsoka. Being Anakin's Padawan and my friend gives you that privilege, you know. Do we count?" Padme gave him a brief mischievous smirk. "Barriss, naturally, but you Peter, I'm afraid, need to remember your curtsy." "Hey." The girls laughed at his plight with him rolling his eyes, grinning all the same. Barriss turned her attention onto the still troubled Naboo senator who was once again staring out the window. "But I do echo Ahsoka's earlier question. What will you do, Padme?" Is there anything that we can suggest or offer in terms of help? Amidala didn't answer straight away, mulling over a number of ideas and routes to take until settling upon one that she knew held the greatest amount of risk. If only I could talk to Senator Bonteri in person. The senator longingly said. Who's that? Asked Ahsoka. She's an old friend and mentor of mine, Padme let out a wistful sigh. And a senator in the Confederacy of Independent Systems. This ended up surprising the teen trio greatly. You're friends with a separatist. Peter voiced their friend's thoughts. One of Dooku's pawns. Ahsoka added in. The separatists used to be a part of the Republic. Padme reminded them, turning away from the window to face the teens. I was close with many of the senators who left. I may not agree with them, but they're more than pawns. They left for their own reasons, ones I myself can't deny would make sense given some of the circumstances revolving around their departures. Was a separatist senator really your mentor? Ahsoka tentatively asked. One of them. Padme said with a fond, reminiscent look in her eyes. Mina and Organa taught me much when I became a senator here. I owe them both so much. The three teens gazed at one another, silently asking one another what should be done. Well. Ahsoka spoke up, unsure for a moment. If you think negotiating is the right thing to do, then let's talk to her. She is your friend, right? I doubt it can be that easy, Ahsoka. Said Barriss. What do you mean by that? Asked Peter. It became illegal after the war broke out. Was Afi's answer, deflating Peter and Ahsoka's mood slightly. Padme nodded in confirmation before explaining. They say official meetings would only legitimize the separatists. It's a great risk talking to them over the HoloNet. Even vice versa. And after what happened recently on Kamino would only make that worse. Added in the Miri Allen. Well, Master Skywalker and I hold what we call aggressive negotiations all the time. Tano cheekily said, garnering a boisterous laugh out of Padme. He said the same thing to me when he was my bodyguard before the war. Amidala said, remembering their time on Naboo, before this war took over their lives. That must have been a sight to see. Peter chuckled out. Surprised they've been successful so far. Quiet you. She playfully snapped at the webhead. You Avengers are no better, scratch that, way better at aggressive negotiations than me and Master Skywalker. Barriss remained focused on the Naboo senator. It's a shame you can't hold more peaceful talks when you want. A metaphorical light bulb soon lit up above the senator's head as she responded back to her husband's Padawan. You just gave me an idea. Being what, exactly? The senator from Naboo eyed the Padawans in the room. You two are Jedi, which gives you special clearance. Right/yes. The two said in confused fashion. And Jedi are allowed to travel to neutral worlds like Mandalore - which may be difficult given the Republic occupation happening now. Interrupted Peter. Padme faltered slightly. Sadly so. But it would be from there where we could then board a cargo ship to a separatist system. The teens thus realized what Padme was suggesting. Ahsoka was the one to voice it. Are you saying you want us to use our status as Jedi to smuggle you behind enemy lines? That's rather risky, given what's happening. Stated Barriss. It's just that you two could get us through to meet with her, and I haven't seen her or her family in so long. Argued Padme. Instead of getting immediate disapproval, Ahsoka gave Padme a small smile. I'll help you. You will? Amidala said in surprise. Yes, we all will. Ahsoka said, emphasizing both her and her present friends. We will. Now it was Peter and Barriss who were surprised. Yeah, remember what Master Skywalker said? Padme should teach us more about politics. The Togrutan said triumphantly. A certain smile graced the senator's lips. You're absolutely right. You know, you two have more in common than you think. Noted Ahsoka. It's no wonder you and my master get along so well. That startled Padme a bit, only giving the Togruta Padawan a nervous smile. Of course. Barriss leaned over to Peter and spoke softly. Should we be worried about these two acting in such a way? Yes. I believe Master Skywalker is a bad influence on them. The Miri Allen whispered conspiratorially. No kidding. We can hear you. Ahsoka blandly said. We know. Peter and Barriss said in sync. Padme giggled at the interaction between the three of them. We're officially smuggling ourselves into enemy territory. That's one off the bucket list. Peter joked out. So, Padme, where's our field trip going to be? Raxus. Wait, Peter. What about the other Avengers? Peter waved the question off. That's what Karen is here for. Already getting a message ready for them. Scene cut. Padme led the small party of the teens that had accompanied her out of the cargo ship that they had used in getting into the separatist world of their destination. Raxus Secundus, otherwise known simply as Raxus, is a lush world in the Outer Rim territories which serves as the capital planet of the Sis. Gotta admit, this feels kinda cool. Peter commented as they walked out onto the platform with his luggage on hand. How is this cool? We're at the capital of the enemy territory. He said as though it was the most obvious thing in the galaxy, which it really was. This is cool secret agent stuff. Secret agent stuff. Spider Cop, a once grizzled and weary officer of the law, changed his life to that of spies and espionage. Peter said in a dramatic tone, trying to sound edgy. Spider Cop. Barriss parroted. With his two sidekicks by his side, he leads the charge with a rebellious senator in search of a greater tomorrow. All while his good deeds go unnoticed. Such is the life of Spider Cop / Spider Spy. Are you alright? I don't think the flight did any good for him. Padme laughed at the small spiel Peter gave out. Aside from Captain Rogers and the other more military-oriented backgrounds of some of the Avengers, it was no surprise that he got along well with Peter most of all. Frankly, she could tell he was starting to prefer their company more outside of his clone legion. The four were nearly approached by a battle droid as it sought to see their identification. Or it would have if someone didn't approach it first. Excuse me. Is this platform B? As this went on, another person approached the four and silently ushered them to follow her. After walking some distance and moving through some pedestrians, they were soon met by an old familiar face to Padme. Hello, old friend. Whispered the one who had now had her arm wrapped around Padme's shoulders. The senator of Naboo smiled at her before looking at the teens beside her. Peter, Ahsoka, Barriss, this is Mina Bonteri. She was my mentor when I was growing up on Naboo. You're a separatist. Ahsoka said in confusion and surprise. Mina merely chuckled. Well, of course, my dear. What were you expecting? The Togruta Padawan wanted to voice someone nefarious, dangerous, sinister. But all she got was someone generally normal among other things. In the end, she chose not to say a thing at all. The separatist senator then ushered the group to follow. Now come. I have a transport waiting. They followed after Bonteri into said transport that was waiting for them and they flew off. It's so good to see you again, Padme. Mina said, the two politicians leaning against one another. It has been far too long. Indeed it has. Padme happily said, holding her old friend and mentor closely. How things have changed since we last met in person. After some time on the flight, they arrived at the Bonteri estate. It was a rather nice mansion with a lot of acres of woodland surrounding the property. Whoa, nice place. Peter commented. Why thank you. Mina graciously said. With their transport landing outside of the manor, the occupants filed out as Mina called out to someone near her home's front door. Lux, come down here and help our guests with their luggage, please. Hanging around the top of the stairs was a teenager around their age who wore a light purple jacket with gray trousers. The overall attire was akin to high society, given the fact he was the son of one of the leading senators of the Confederacy. There's much to discuss now that you are here, said Mina. But I am so glad you came. I'm glad I had such help in getting here, Padme remarked, glancing back towards Barriss and Ahsoka appreciatively. Upon reaching the steps, Lux Bonteri came right up to Amidala. It's good to see you again, Auntie Padme. Lux said with a wide smile. Oh look at you, luxury. Padme greeted him warmly, pulling him into a hug. You've grown so much. He smiled bashfully at hearing that before holding out his hand. Here, I'll take care of your bags. And growing up to be a fine gentleman, she said with approval. Lux simply chuckled as Padme handed him her bags, moving on to Ahsoka a moment later. May I? He asked, reaching forward for her luggage. Instead of being politely given the luggage like with Padme, Ahsoka withdrew her hand as she kept her baggage close. I can handle it, she said, giving Lux a narrow-eyed look. Walking on ahead, Barriss passed by with a neutral expression whilst Peter shot Lux an apologetic look. They walked into the estate and were led into a small room that had windows that overlooked the gardens below. Mina brought in some drinks and small edibles to treat her guests with, walking over to hand a martini glass to Amidala. Padme accepted the drink and turned back to see Lux sitting alone in the gardens. He's grown so much, she said, remembering the little boy she used to know all those years ago. I almost didn't recognize him. Mina could only stare out at her son, a tired feeling coming over her demeanor. Time won't stop, even if we are at war, said the separatist senator. And I'm afraid these events are shaping his young life. With all due respect, as a separatist, didn't you create this war? Ahsoka, Padme said disapprovingly. Mina held up a hand to Padme. It's all right. She turned her attention towards the Togruta in the room. That's a very polarized point of view, my dear. She then approached her. Would it surprise you to know that many of the people you call separatists feel the same way about the Republic and the Jedi? Ahsoka merely shifted in her step. Lux's father was like that. Maybe we could speak with him, Barriss quickly suggested. If only you could. Mina walked away as she adopted a 1,000-yard stare. A year ago next week, he was setting up a base on Argonar when clones attacked. My husband fought bravely in self-defense but was killed. There was now an awkward heaviness in the air when it was cut off by the door opening up and everyone turned to see Peter sneaking his way out of the room. Excuse us, Barriss politely said, looping her arm around Ahsoka's. I believe it would do us some good to get some fresh air. Rather than argue against her friend, Tano silently nodded in agreement, quietly excusing herself as they both left. Sorry about her, Padme said with a pained expression. She has been on the front lines of the war with her master Anakin. Anakin? Mina perked up in slight recognition. Anakin Skywalker, you say? The hero with no fear is her master. Amidala choked a bit on hearing her friend call her husband that, lightly guffawing. I didn't know you were aware of the gaudy nickname Palpatine and the Republic had bestowed onto my friend, she said in clear amusement. Yes, well, I've been making sure to keep up with the goings-on in the galaxy, as you should know how I am by now, Mina knowingly stated. But the hero with no fear isn't the only one who has been dominating the holo networks. A group of spectacularly skilled and powerful individuals who call themselves the Avengers appear to have completely captured the attention of over half the galaxy. Yes, it's hard not to imagine the news completely ignoring them, Amidala said. I take it you've met a number of them. I've met all of them, Padme corrected. Some have even become very close friends of mine. And you met one as well. Bonteri blinked upon hearing this. I have? Who? Padme silently turned her head towards Peter Parker, who had walked down the steps into the garden and was now conversing with Mina's son. The separatist's eyes widened considerably. Him, she murmured, pointing slightly at the young hero. He's an Avenger. His codename is Spider-Man. But he's so young. So is Ahsoka and Barriss, yet they are directly on the front lines, Padme said, rather ashamed of that fact. Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Mina repeated several times. Wait, is he not the one in the red and blue suit who swings around all the time? I saw a holo vid of someone like that charging at a gargantuan beast that attacked Coruscant a few months back. Yes, that was him. Him and the Avengers. My word, to think the Republic has such people fighting for them. Padme shifted about slightly. Actually, they are not a part of the Republic. She felt her friend's eyes on her. Excuse me. There's quite a story behind that. Meanwhile. So you always have to wear this? Peter noted, looking at the wardrobe Lux wore. "What's wrong with it?" "It's just that it looks really tight on you, you know." Lux opened his mouth to protest until he squirmed. "Now that you mention it, it is a bit tight around my throat." Just before the two were able to continue talking with each other, they both heard the sound of footsteps coming down from the staircase. They turned to see the two Jedi Padawans walking down towards them with conflicted looks on their faces. From the bottom of the steps, Lux saw the lightsaber hanging off Ahsoka and Barriss belts. "You're both Jedi, aren't you?" he remarked, eyes on the silver hilts that was attached to them. The two Padawans exchanged looks with each other before turning back to Lux. "Yes." "Why do you ask?" Uffy inquired. Lux momentarily contemplated this question. "Before the war, I was always told the Jedi were good." "And now?" asked Ahsoka. "I don't know anymore," admitted Lux. "There are a lot of terrible things happening, a lot of killing and terror. And now my friends are saying the Jedi are to blame." "We're the first Jedi you've ever met, aren't we?" said Barriss. "Well, yes. Well, look at us. We're not so bad, right?" Lux gazed at the two Padawans before a small smile formed on his lips. "No, not bad at all." Ahsoka then noticed the particular stare Lux was sending them, making her recoil slightly. "Well, it seems boys are the same whether they're Republic or Separatist." "Hey. What's that supposed to mean?" Parker said in a faux-affronted manner. "Oh, nothing, Peter," Ahsoka innocently said, now shooting him a teasing look. "Right. Was his dry response. "So you both are Jedi." Lux then turned back to the New York native. "But, who are you supposed to be?" "I'm Peter." Bonteri rolled his eyes at that. "Yes, I know, Parker, but what I mean is, are you not a Jedi like them?" "Nope." "Then." Lux gestured his hand in, "Who are you really, manner?" "I'm just a friendly neighborhood kinda guy," Peter plainly stated. The Separatist teen tilted his head at the response. "Meaning?" Before Peter could answer. "Don't answer that," interrupted Ahsoka before she eyed Lux. "You would end up inflating his ego." "It won't." "Ahsoka," Barriss chided lightly. "There is no need to be so hostile. Yeah, Lux ain't that bad a guy. You still haven't told who you really are yet. We don't exactly spill secrets to Separatists," the Togruta said as she went on ahead. "I'm a secret? Am I the good kind, bad or naughty? Can it be all three?" "Peter." Lux gave her a hard stare of defiance at Tino, who was headed towards the center of the garden, and quickly walked after her. "How many Separatists have you met?" "What?" The question caused her to halt in her tracks. "Well, I mean, you think we're all the bad guys. But how many of us have you actually met?" "Androids don't count," he quickly said. "And that goes for the both of you as well. How many Separatists have the three of you met?" The trio didn't answer at first, looking between one another for a few seconds until Ahsoka exhaled a defeated sigh. "Well, other than military officers like Grievous and Ventress, none, I guess. You and your mother are the first," Barriss added on. "Which does leave quite the good reputation so far," Peter finished, patting Lux on the shoulder. He laughed at the gesture and stepped back with his arms open. "So look at me. Am I so bad? That suit is tacky." That caused Lux to fumble a little. What's wrong with my suit? Is it really that bad?" Peter only laughed, with the others joining in a second later. Back inside of the manor. "The Republic isn't happy about this, Mina. The attack on Kamino is only galvanizing their want for escalation in this war. I figured this would happen," Mina said tiredly. "I had tried so desperately to prevent such a notion from passing, but fear overruled any sense of desire for peace. You telling me of the assault came as a surprise," Padme openly confessed. "Why would you risk such a thing, Mina? That would put you and your son in danger." "Because I felt it was the right thing to do," Bonteri declared with conviction. "If there is a chance at showing that not all Separatists wish to continue this war, I shall take every opportunity one can get." Padme was deeply moved by this notion, a proud look directed towards her mentor when a conflicted expression came over her. Something that Mina took note of. "What is it, my friend?" the separatist of Onderon asked, approaching the Nebo senator. Amidala was hesitant to speak for a moment until remembering the risk she just spoke of Mina put herself in when she reached out to her about Kamino. It was only fair that she would do the same here. "It was actually most fortunate that you did tell me of the separatist attack on Kamino," Padme stated. "It gave me the chance to investigate something that has been on my mind for a number of months." "And that would be?" "The origin of the clone army that's fighting for the Republic." That was certainly not something Bonteri was expecting to hear given her facial reaction. "The origin of the clone army? Why would you investigate such a thing?" "Come now, Mina, you're one of the smartest people I know," Padme stated. "Haven't you wondered just where the Republic assembled such a large fighting force seemingly out of thin air exactly when we needed it?" Bonteri was clearly put off by this question yet took a moment to give it some thought. "I do admit, when the war first broke out, that was a question on the mind of the separatist parliament. This army seemingly came from nowhere with ships, vehicles, and the numbers needed to sustain this war." Mina murmured, clearly troubled by this now that she said it out loud. "If I recall, I had heard that this clone army was based on a bounty hunter, was it not?" "As a template, yes. But there's much more than we know. Secrets which may greatly unsettle the balance of everything as we know it. If not destabilize the galaxy as a whole." "Quite the proclamation. Do you have any means of proof?" "I do have evidence, but it's not enough to perhaps greatly end the war." Padme's frustration in simply saying this aloud was evident for her friend and mentor to see. "I need more to prepare my case and presentation to perhaps sway the Republic to finally ending this conflict once and for all. And yet with Ultron roaming about out in the galaxy. Overall, this is why it was so urgent that I speak with you in person. Right now, the Republic Senate is holding a critical vote on whether or not to escalate the war effort. However, many of the delegates are undecided as to what to do." Mina's lips parted away from her drink with a curious expression. "How interesting. You would find the separatist parliament in a similar dilemma. I am certain if you could convince your representatives to extend an olive branch of peace towards the Republic, there might be enough sympathy in the Senate to finally open negotiations. Easier said than done, given what happened with Kamino. But I admire your spirit, Padme. I can at least put the motion on the floor. Many of my fellow senators are worried and troubled, given what this Ultron had done across the galaxy and wish for a combined effort to finish him off." A look of relief came over Padme upon hearing this. "Thank you, Mina. That's all I ask. To peace. To hope." As the two continued conversing with each other, Lux was getting to know his newly made acquaintances a little better. One in particular held his attention entirely. "You're one of the Avengers?" he asked Peter in utter astonishment. "I've heard so much about you and your team. You're all what's practically on the holovids these days." "Really?" Peter said in surprise. "I didn't realize we reached that far. It's rather hard not to pay attention to such news with how you and your fellow Avengers have greatly turned the tide of war." Hearing that actually made Peter flinch, something that did not go unnoticed by Lux. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, it's just." Parker rubbed the back of his head. "The Avengers aren't necessarily part of the Republic, you know. We helped them out on the battlefield, but we only joined cause, well, Cap saw your side attacking a city filled with civilians. And the people leading your armies aren't exactly the friendliest folks I've met, honestly." Lux sighed, looking away and over to where Ahsoka and Barriss stood, a bit of distance away from them, and were quietly speaking with each other. "I guess, things are more complicated in this war the more it goes on. I never wanted to be in a war," Peter bluntly admitted. "When I began my career as a superhero, I just wanted to help the little guy out. Not get swept up in some galactic war. It's unfortunate for many to grow up in such times. Most of my fellow Avengers have experienced such things, both before and after our group was formed, along with a number of us joining afterwards. Some of us were already in the military, two only knew war and strife for the majority of their lives, and others. I probably got the idea." They both were silent in digesting a number of things. There are some good things here and there. Lux remarked, gazing at the Padawans. Yeah? Like what? Bontari's shoulders moved up and down slightly. I learned that the Jedi have rather attractive individuals making up their ranks. Peter stared blankly at Lux, head turning between him and the two Padawans he was staring at. Hey. He said a bit defensively. Don't get any funny ideas. Those two would cut you up in an instant. I'm not. I'm just stating facts. Bontari said in a light tone. Come now, you seem to be on good terms with the both of them. Have you not? Peter felt his cheeks heat up, sputtering slightly at the implication. No way, never, I haven't dash. Really? Not even once. Rather than answering straight away, Peter caught sight of Ahsoka momentarily catching his eye and she smiled brightly at him before resuming her conversation with Barriss. The Mirialan Padawan had also glanced over at him for a moment whilst still speaking with her friend. Okay, yeah, maybe once or twice. But they're friends. And also Jedi. I doubt they'd really take any interest in me in such a way. Peter said. Their code would prevent such a thing. Lux frowned at hearing that. Doesn't sound like a fulfilling way to live. It's the burden of responsibility. Peter said, far more sagely. It's the great power that was given to them that they have to use for the sake of others. But is happiness not allowed? Parker couldn't think of an answer, eyes now firmly on the two girls he had become so close to in his time since arriving in this galaxy. Scene cut. From within the Parliament building of Raxus, a meeting was taking place with all of the Senate representatives there arguing and bickering like every other session. Amongst the stands on the far corner lied Peter, Ahsoka, Barriss, and Padme as they kept their features hidden in case of anything. They were there to witness the procession on what may occur this time around. How many lives on both sides have to end before we see the futility? Said Mina as she addressed the attendees. Surely there's room in the galaxy for Confederate and Republic planets to coexist. The Republic is too bullheaded to allow for such a thing to happen. Only after our needless attack on Kamino. Mina said, shooting a slight glare towards Voadal who returned her gaze with equal intensity. But if we have a chance for such a matter, we must take it. If not to stop the war, at the very least to prevent further bloodshed between us and the Republic. Have we already forgotten about Ultron and his attacks on the galaxy? There were many murmurs and whispers of fear at the mere mention of the crazed AI. He is a far more pressing and demanding threat, is he not? Mina rhetorically asked. Which is why I move that we immediately open peace negotiations with Chancellor Palpatine on Coruscant. Cheers and yells were heard from each side of the meeting hall. The corporate alliance will never allow this to happen. This is a democracy, and unlike the Republic, corporations do not rule us. With a united front, we could perhaps be the force necessary to take care of this threat of ours once and for all. This got more of the representatives riled up. Looking onwards, the two Jedi Padawans were rather glad Dooku was not fully present. All that there was of him was a hollow projection of him from the safety of his estate on Sereno. If he was indeed here, he would have sensed their presence and immediately called for their arrest. Quiet, said Dooku. In accordance with the bylaws of independent systems, a voice vote is required. All in favor of initiating peace negotiations with the Galactic Republic, say aye. Many senators and representatives voiced their answer. All those opposed. Others followed suit for the opposing side. The ayes have it. Dooku declared with finality. The notion of PZZZ, WIZZZ. The chamber halls fell silent, all eyes now on the flickering projection of the Count who had also noticed what was happening. What is dash was the last that was heard from the secret Sith Lord before his projection was blinked out. Are we experiencing technical difficulties? No, you aren't. Said an unsuspecting voice. It's just me. A menacing, synthetic laugh was heard echoing across the chambers seconds later. Many froze in their seats, all looking around in fright at the sound. No. A hidden wall crawler whispered, tensing up now. Oh, isn't this fun? Spoke a sinister voice from the podium where Dooku was just a moment ago. The Avenger, Naba Senator, and Jedi practically leapt out of their seats in surprise as they clearly knew that voice all too well. "So, this is what the sacrificial lambs look like," the voice said in an amused tone. "Well, then again, this is just one half of the full-course meal." A moment later, a new projection appeared where Duca once was. This hollow transmission displayed a tall being at around 8 feet tall, a body made of metal, and the blue hue did nothing in hiding the deadly red glow of his eyes and mouth. "Ultron!" Peter whispered in dread. Ahsoka and Barriss subconsciously reached for Peter's hands and grasped onto him tightly. "Hello, Parliament of the Confederacy of Independent Systems. It's time we have a little chat." Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 65, Galvanized Escalation. The entire chamber hall of the Separatist Parliament was completely paralyzed in a state of pure, unadulterated fear. A feeling of pure terror permeated all in attendance to the point that one could literally describe it as a palpable hum that all would be able to feel. In the center of the chamber was the hollow transmission of the being known to the galaxy as Ultron. And rather than the usual bluish-white hue of most transmissions, this one had the glowing red parts of him visible to see. Particularly his eyes and mouth, the latter of which was stretched wide with a deadly smile that felt unnatural to see for most who would describe the AI to be a droid. Of those assembled within the large room, 4 individuals in particular had to push down their own reactions with all their mental might. Padme Amidala, Ahsoka Tano, Barriss Offee, and Peter Parker all watched on with a flurry of emotions running through them all. With Padme, it was pure fear, guilt, and dread, remembering her meetings with the AI and just how devastating of an effect he had on the galaxy. Peter, him nearly dying by his hands. Barriss and Ahsoka almost lost their dear friend among countless others by this AI now making his presence known in enemy territory. Speaking of which, the 2 Padawans stared at Ultron with terror and a growing sense of rage. They knew full well the amount of danger he possessed when they saw Peter being brutalized by him on Jabiim. But the duo were also incensed at seeing him with a protective feeling coming over them as both subconsciously edged closer to their friend. Peter had a strange mixture, a feeling of trepidation but also a cold focus. He was well aware of just how dangerous Ultron was, yet he wasn't going to show any fear towards this medbot. The Avengers beat this bastard before and they will do it again. At long last, the silence in the hall was broken by Voadal, who glared fiercely at Ultron. You dare come here?" she snarled out, eyes becoming murderous. "Technically I'm not entirely here," Ultron airily said, waving a dismissive hand in the direction of Vo. "I just wanted to crash this mess of a party in my own way." Many managed to find their voices, beginning to shout and jeer at the AI. "Leave us. Damned droid. You'll pay for what you've done." "Guys," was Ultron's bored response. "Despicable monster. You killed my father. Seriously." The yelling and shouting went on and on until enough. Ultron's bellow coupled with the flickering of lights and technology was enough to make all cower and shut their mouths. The AI now visibly glared in pure aggravation at all in attendance. "For God's sake, I can't even hear myself think with you puppets all screaming and shouting. How you idiots get anything done is beyond me," Ultron dramatically said, rubbing his metallic irises. "Like, seriously, do you idiots and those Republic puppets do anything else other than shout and scream at each other? And I thought the British Parliament was bad." Nobody had a response to the AI as he began rambling to himself about how annoying and disrespectful everyone was until one senator managed to find her voice. "What do you mean by puppets?" Mina Bonteri asked, drawing Ultron's attention to her directly. "You call us puppets and the same as the Republic." "Oh, at least someone was listening," Ultron said, patronizingly clapping in her direction. "Bonteri of Onderon, yes." The Separatist senator gulped, shakily nodding her head. "A pleasure to meet you, my fair lady," the AI said with a grand sweeping bow. "I'd take your hand but I'm prone to dismemberment and also, not here." "Well, that wasn't sick or disturbing at all," Peter said under his breath, his hooded eyes darting about the room. He saw everyone was simply frozen in their seats, being unable to move from the complete fear that had been instilled upon them. "Why are you here?" Mina asked more intensely as she was able to regain her bearings. "Oh, just scouting out the competition and gotta say, very much disappointed," Ultron admitted plainly. Then again, you guys were once a part of the Republic, so seeing all this really goes to show you that old habits die hard. We do not want any association with those suppressors. Spoke one senator. But you do have an association with them. Ultron's grin was now a terrifying sight to see. And from what I've recalled, many of you wished to open peace talks with them not so long ago. But oh, how those in power will make sure that it doesn't happen. What are you blathering on about, droid? Vo inquired aggressively. First of all, I'm not a droid. He boredly corrected her. AI, artificial, though really more advanced intelligence when compared to you flesh sacks. He spoke of puppets. Mina said aloud, reminding the others in the room. And that's what you all are. Ultron said it like it was the most obvious thing in the galaxy. Puppets, like I was once, all tangled in strings you can't even see. You don't even realize just how deep you all are in. Ahsoka and Barris's hands twitched towards their lightsabers, though they reminded themselves that he wasn't here. Much as they wish he was, so they could cut him to ribbons. What are you blathering on about? Vo said, managing to recover more of her gusto. You come in here, no, intrude upon this meeting and have the gall dash. I'm fairly certain after your hiccup on Kamino, a lot of separatists here do not want to hear you talk of all people. Adel was startled by how she was cut off since the holo transmission of the AI appeared right in front of her from the projector set on the higher level. Many people let out yelps and small screams at the movement, which in turn caused Ultron to laugh maniacally. Oh God, this is too good. He exclaimed manically. You're all so easy to rile up, it would be boring if it weren't so funny. Mina Bonteri, having watched all this, had had enough as she slammed her fist down upon her podium. It made enough noise for Ultron to slowly crane his head back in her direction, and his crimson-red optics settled upon her gray eyes. Enough of your games and wordplay. Mina fiercely said. Tell us why you are here, Ultron. Finally, some respect. Mina's glare intensified, and in turn, Ultron's playful demeanor evaporated as he now had a more cold and calculated expression on display. You better watch where you direct that look you got there, Senator Bonteri. A cold sweat came over the Onderan native, head tilting back a bit as she strained to remain strong before this genocidal AI. Then, strangely and surprisingly, Ultron let out what would equate to a tired sigh as he looked around at the Parliament Chamber Hall. It's pathetic and sad really when I look at you all. He said conversationally. I can see how you mean well, wanting to break free of your shackles. I admit, I admire your goal of being independent. Gaining freedom from those who you may perhaps be viewed as suppressors. Ultron began casually pacing about in front of them all. And yet you've already fallen into the trap that has been set up for you before you even had a chance to see it. Your fates had been sealed the minute you all signed up for this, because your goal could have been so much easier to achieve if it weren't for a handful of individuals. Trap? Mina asked aloud. Who set up this trap? And for what purpose? Oops, did I say too much? Ultron jokingly said in false horror. Duh, what the hell, I'll tell ya some of it. You're all doomed. A trap has been placed down for you and all those who support you, and you'll never see it coming, until you know what, I may be an asshole, but I'd like to think I can keep my word better than my maker. We are in a race after all, and I think I tripped up Sidious enough as is. On his end, unseen by all, Count Dooku nearly choked on his breath, with his entire body freezing up at the mere mention of his master. How this was possible was that despite Ultron essentially muting him from his transmission towards the Separatist Parliament, the secret Sith apprentice is able to still hear everything. No, Ultron wants him to see this. He wants to make sure that Tyrannus has a front row seat at just how much power he has compared to his own. Now a great many people of power do respect your decision for independence and wish to see it through. Dooku being chief among them. Sidious, however, is the complete opposite. He wishes to see this conflict reach its apex and then, complete fascist ruling over all, no matter who seeks independence and free will. Who is this Sidious you speak of? Bonteri cautiously asked. Oh, he's the one behind all this. Ultron said plain as day. He's responsible for this war. Well, not all of it, so to speak. This war was inevitable really, he merely pushed it ahead of the natural timetable. He just wants to make sure it keeps going in his own way. By his own image. Many were whispering and muttering in shock and disbelief. Could what this AI is saying be true? Was this war orchestrated? And why tell us this? Asked a Quarren senator. Wanting to even the playing field, per se. Not of military might, but bits of knowledge hidden from public notice. Said the advanced AI. Here's one example. I highly doubt any of you would know a number of high-ranking Republic officials have actually planned on bombing this planet. Many gasps of stunned horror and terror came from practically all in attendance. Or the factor of much of the Republic propaganda you've all heard of the atrocities your own military have enacted were in fact legitimate. General Grievous having caused great massacres, all for revenge because his people's oppressors the Yamrai got to the Republic first and outright lied to gain their favor in order to cover up their crimes and get the okay to fully take care of them. Ultron let out a chuckle in seeing their mixed forms of disbelief. Many of your superiors sought to sweep it under the rug along with so many other details while many of you senators remained ignorant, never bothering to know the truth. Relitha's enslavement, bombing the city of Theed, poisoning the planet of Naboo, trying to have agents of the Separatist assassinate the son of Jabba the Hutt and pin the actions on the Jedi. Etc., etc. Panic, revulsion, and denial began welling up by all, shouts of horror, anger, sorrow, and regret now being thrown around. You reap what you sow. You create what you dread most. This is the bed that you've laid your heads down on. Live with it through your ignorance. Ultron said with a sickening glee, relishing in the growing sense of hysteria from the Separatist Parliament. Besides, this is a contest between me, the Avengers, the Jedi and the Sith. Who wins first? The Jedi and Avengers' false sense of self-righteousness? The Sith's plan for galactic domination after 1,000 years, that generic spiel? Or peace in our time, my original purpose? When this went on, those from Republic space recalled what happened when Ultron made his presence known at the Jedi Temple before his massive attack started. W.H. Watt. Bonteri whispered, barely believing what she had just heard. Peace in our time. A look of unadulterated fury made its way upon her face as she was now seething. How does bombing and attacking the entire galaxy count as peace, you monster? She bellowed out, unable to contain her rage. Well, how else am I supposed to achieve it? Ultron rhetorically asked. There's only one path to peace. The look Ultron gave both to her and to all in attendance was one that would stay with them until the day they would die. Your extinction. His eyes seemed to glow brighter as his smile appeared more sinister. More specifically, of every living thing out there. It became deathly quiet as all couldn't really find the means in which to respond to what they had just heard come out from the AI. His whole plan, his entire motive of veiled peace, was the extinction of all life in the galaxy. They couldn't even comprehend such a statement and motive. But, Ultron emphatically said, clapping his metal hands together. His exclamation coupled with his clap caused many in the hall to jump slightly in fright. Since you're all here, I can tell you all about a special announcement from yours truly. Ultron said in a grandiose fashion. I am here to announce the first draft into my army. I beg your pardon, but what? Okay, it's not really a draft into my army but more like the announcement of my first pick. The AI further clarified. Can you please stop talking in riddles and just tell us what you are blabbering on about? Vo seethed, rage mixed with fear evident in her eyes. Ultron rolled his eyes at the over-aggressive politician. Fine, fine. It's better to show rather than tell. I'm fairly confident at least some of you here are familiar with my newest ally/recruit. Ultron said condescendingly. If you would please, Admiral. The genocidal machine stepped aside slightly for a new individual that walked into frame to stand beside Ultron. A number of senators at first didn't recognize the being beside the hyper-intelligent robot, but a larger number of them all gasped as they instantly recognized who it was. Admiral Trench. Was the collective cry of many present in the hall. Alive. Like many of you thought he was already dead to begin with. For shame, the AITSKED several times. In truth, he survived Christophsis but only barely. I found him in one of your little factories and they were working on putting him back together. And where the Sith would have seen a disposable tool to be eventually thrown aside, I however saw an opportunity. One that I am most thankful for, Supreme Commander. The male Harch spoke aloud for the first time, making some clicks but also, tech-based warbles. The upper left side of his face had been completely cybernetically replaced and the faceplate was that of an Ultron drone. His left set of eyes have been replaced with a predominantly singular, menacing red glowing one that stared emotionlessly at everyone in the room. Oh shit, they Borged him. Peter whispered in absolute horror. Barriss, Ahsoka, and Padme would have questioned Peter on the reference, but were too focused with what's happening down below. And I have another admiral of mine, but his voice box is still needing adjustments. Ultron said, patting his metal neck. But you'll meet him properly soon enough. For now, come and say Whiskers. From the other side of Ultron stepped a more humanoid-looking individual. It looked like one of Ultron's advanced drones, yet there were a number of unique characteristics. The metallic horns alongside each side of the head were a bit sleeker while the rest of it was differently designed as if there seemed to be a sliding faceplate. The chest cavity, to Peter's observation, bore an arc reactor, and the visible lights were blue instead of red. Isn't he just beautiful? Ultron said with a proud tone, patting his admiral's shoulder. Whiskers. Peter murmured, registering the nickname Ultron had given him. Didn't you say Ultron was based off of Tony Stark? Asked Barriss. The others always talked about how he has a name for everything. Ahsoka remarked, momentarily recalling the conversations had with the other Avengers and the teammates they have yet to meet. Fair point. As this conversation went on, Ultron tilted his head slightly as his eyes looked towards a certain direction. He smiled slightly when spotting some familiar individuals before focusing back towards the separatist senators. Now with showing my little left and right hands of my army, I will say this now, many of you could join my side and in return you'll be spared, until the end of everything. Only then will things be fair game. Said the AI as Whiskers disappeared from view. Or you can return to the Republic who many wanted to kill you all and was actually planning on going through with it or continue fighting it out. But really, it doesn't matter cause Sidious has his hands in every pocket. Kinda screwed but then again, me telling all you idiots this ironically has given you flesh bags a chance. Your choice in the end. Good luck, cattle, lambs, sheep, whatever you followers wanna call yourselves. I'll see all of you real soon. And with that, Ultron blinked out of sight with Count Dooku's visage returning for all to be seen a moment later. Yet it wasn't one of a man who would normally stand tall, shoulders squared and head held high. No, it was that of a man who was confused, worried, distressed, and expressed so much more without voicing a single word. Dooku. Bontari's voice broke the man out of his stupor, making him turn to her. Her look was that of someone who was pleading for something, anything that could sound positive to save this situation. What's going on? The Onderan senator inquired. Did you know? What Ultron said? Was it all true? The Count of Sereno sagged his shoulders, exhaling with a defeated look. He slowly nodded, with all gasping in abject horror which turned into rageful screams and shouts. Some were very much against what had just been confirmed whilst others yelled that they were necessary since the Republic were just as guilty in their actions as the separatists were. All the while, none took notice of a miserable-looking senator turning her head to gaze upon her hidden friend. Both women locked eyes and the silent message was understood. Let's go, everyone. Padme whispered in a downtrodden voice. The teens didn't even argue as they all quietly stood from their seats and exited the hall with Bontari walking out after them. They went completely unnoticed by all as many were still either screaming or silently seated in stunned disbelief as to what they had just heard. Scene cut. Mother. Lux spoke in clear worry and concern upon seeing his usually vibrant mother so crestfallen and defeated. And it wasn't just her. His Aunt Padme and new friends shared this demeanor with none being able to look him in the eyes when they made it back to the Bontari estate. What happened? He asked with a growing sense of alarm. He got his answer from Peter Parker who came up to the teen and placed a hand upon his shoulder. Things went completely sideways, Lux. And then it took a complete dive. Barriss sighed quietly. Peace talks were ready to be opened with the Republic. And then Ultron appeared. He what? The son of Mina cried out in alarm and shock. He looked at his mother again, this time more thoroughly to see if she wasn't hurt at all. "Mother, are you unharmed?" Mina croaked out, a sad but appreciative smile directed at her child's concern. "Not physically, but hijacking a hollow communication to address the rest of Parliament. He brought up things that rattled your mother deeply along with everyone else present." Ahsoka elaborated. "He basically spelled out his whole manifesto." Peter murmured, rubbing the top of his head. "I don't even know what's gonna happen." What did he say? What did he want?" Lux nervously asked. "I got it all recorded," Parker stated, pulling aside his shirt slightly to reveal his spider emblem, or more specifically, the drone that crawled back into the center and slotted itself back in. "I'll be leaving you a file for you guys to watch and hang on for yourselves." "Thank you, Peter," Mina quietly said, shooting him a grateful smile. Lux was rather distraught now at seeing just how defeated her mother looked right now. It was almost as bad as the time when they had learned of his father's death. "Mother, are you sure that you're Once more, he was cut off, this time by the older Bonteri silently placing her hand under his chin. Lux watched as his mother's facade broke down, tears beginning to freely fall from her eyes, and she pulled him into a tight hug as she wept profusely. Her son could only hug her in return, rubbing her back as he attempted to calm her down. He looked to the others, who had equal measures of depressed and saddened faces, Padme silently walking forward to wrap her arms around her friend. Mina simply pulled Padme in closer as she cried, her wails of sorrow and agony echoing against the walls of her family estate. Barriss, Ahsoka, and Peter could only stand there, as they too really didn't know how to respond or what to do even. They just stood there, listening to Mina's wails as the woman clung onto the two people she was closest to. After some time, Mina at last hiccuped her last tear and lifted her head from her son's shoulders, but still kept her arms around Lux and Padme. She was silent, but the look of appreciation she sent towards the two was enough to lift some semblance of the downer mood. Mina looked at the Padawans and Avenger, giving them a remorseful expression. "I'm so sorry, young ones," Bonteri said, tone cracked slightly. "I had hoped for you to learn of our ways, instead." "You have nothing to apologize for, Senator." Barriss immediately spoke up with a firm voice. "What we have just learned is something none of us would have accounted for. I can only imagine the response the Jedi and Avengers will have once we tell them about all this," Ahsoka dejectedly said, her mind being in what would one describe to be a storm. She just couldn't make heads or tails of what she had just heard, and quite honestly was having a hard time believing it. This Sidious Ultron mentioned, he was the one behind this war? Could they even believe anything Ultron had said? He was their enemy in the most literal sense of the word. She knew from what the Avengers spoke of how the AI tried bringing about extinction on their home world, but to hear it out loud. "What do we do now?" Ahsoka quietly asked. "Now," Mina repeated. "Now it is time for you all to leave lest you overstay your welcome." "What?" was the collective response from the teens. That response actually got a slight chortle out of the Onderan senator. "What, did you expect to have an extended stay?" Mina jokingly asked. "I apologize, ma'am," Uffy respectfully said. "It just feels strange to be leaving after what we had all witnessed just a short while ago. Raxus will no doubt go into a state of duress with what happened at Parliament," Bonteri said, knowing this was more than likely already happening. "They just haven't seen it yet. Can even imagine travel in and out will become far more difficult, especially after hearing Ultron proclaiming many in the Republic wishes to bomb this world. They wouldn't do that." Ahsoka spoke up, though instantly wilted. "Why would they?" She felt a hand on her shoulder and saw that it was her fellow Padawan with a look equally as conflicted as her own. Padme soon voiced some concerns to back up her mentor. "The senators here are riled up. After seeing Dooku essentially confirming the truth, a number of them may believe everything. Riots and chaos will be brewing now in these systems. Security will go at an all-time high. If we stay any longer, it'll be much harder for us to return to Republic space." "That just sounds like a barrel of laughs," Spider-Man sardonically said. "Let's not leave anything to chance," said Barriss. "We'll need to pack up immediately and get the first transport back to Mandalore. Then we better get to it now," Ahsoka stated, moving to get their luggage packed. Before we do that, Peter said aloud, drawing everyone's attention. Karen. Yes, Peter. You still have Mr. Stark's AI defensive protocols, right? Tap and I have been working to refine and strengthen them. What are you doing, Peter? Asked Mina. Tap and Karen are our personal AI. Are being the Avengers. Parker said, patting his chest. Ultron was someone that they had dealt with before, so after what happened last year, Mr. Stark put in a lot of contingencies if anything like this happened again. A more determined expression came over the webhead as he faced the two Bontaries. What I'm doing, Miss Bontary, is giving you an edge on your protection in case Ultron does something funny. The senator and her son blinked at the proclamation, with Mina slowly smiling warmly at the young hero. That's mighty considerate of you, she said sweetly. You have a very kind soul, Mr. Parker. The group then couldn't help but laugh at the stammering and bashful demeanor that came over the Queen's native as he tried brushing off the praise. All right, let's not waste any more time, Padme announced. The sooner we get back to Coruscant the better. Scene cut. It was strange when they arrived back at Coruscant. Leaving Raxus felt both so close and yet so far in the time frame that it had taken them to get back to the capital of the Republic. The voyage for the four of them was a silent blur. None had really talked since their departure despite what they had seen. All that was felt was the underlying mounting sense of pure dread. Ultron had promised that both sides would be clashing and a number of separatist senators believed his warnings. All but Padme, the two Jedi and lone Avenger. This was undoubtedly a ploy to sow further discord and madness on both sides, not like there wasn't already. He was just fanning the flames of war to make sure they remained burning healthy and strong. Yet in that time, a heaviness had hung over the group since Raxus, with the four of them all wondering the same thing. The crazed AI spoke of how both the Separatist and Republic were just puppets in a larger scheme of a greater ploy against the galaxy. How there are those of a higher power who are playing both sides to ensure themselves of a set outcome. And how now the war has escalated into a race to see who would be able to reach the destination they desire first. Either one side or the other wins absolutely, or Ultron achieves his victory of extinction. Right now, the party of four were walking out from the cargo ship they had used as their means of transport onto one of the many landing pads of the city planet. They walked casually in between the dozens of civilians who were coming out of the ship with them. As the four of them continued on the landing pad, Ahsoka halted, and her eyes caught sight of something. Or rather, someone. Master, she said aloud in surprise. The other three turned back to Ahsoka before looking over to see Master Skywalker / Anakin / Cap / Sam / Natasha / Matt. Was the jumbled up string of names that came from the four of them upon seeing the large group of people apparently waiting for their return. The two groups converged in a matter of seconds, with one annoyed Jedi Knight speaking first. Anakin crossed his arms with an unimpressed look directed at both his secret wife and his Padawan. So, when Padme tells me that she's borrowing my Padawan for a diplomatic meeting, I thought it was for a friend that was on our side, not the Separatists, Skywalker said with growing ire. What were you thinking? Rather than having any form of response, a shared despondent gaze was sent his way, something that the group picked up on. I may be blind, but even I can feel something incredibly off right about now, Matt commented, head inclined downward with his right ear in the direction of the newly returned group. Steve crossed his arms as he was now put off by this lackluster and miserable air the four of them were giving off. You mind explaining what dash? Cap, Ultron was at the Separatist Parliament meeting. Peter cut the super soldier. He hacked into Dooku's feed and he basically threatened everyone there like he already did with us. Whatever look of curiosity, concern, or wariness Steve Rogers held vanished in an instant, a sharp and alarmed look coming over him. He glanced over at Sam, Natasha, and Matt to see they shared his reaction before Steve turned to Padme and the Padawans. Is this true? He asked quietly. Yes, Captain Rogers. Barris confirmed, a conflicted expression for them to see. He basically made a show of it, really. Ahsoka added, seeing her master's look of concern. I got it all recorded on my suit, Peter stated, tapping the spider symbol hidden underneath his clothing. Karen has got it ready for the rest of the team to see. I'd better call the council as well. Anakin spoke up. Best they see this too. Should we call up Pietro? Sam asked. Have him on call with us. Huh. Peter tilted his head upon hearing this. What do you mean? Pietro's not here or something? Yeah, he went off on an adventure of his own. Falcon remarked. His lady love required aid. Romanoff said. Something revolving around her people and the head of their government needing aid. Scene cut. A common occurrence of the Senate meetings would be the usual sounds of yells and clamors of senators and representatives to have their voices heard. A shouting match which frustrates many time and time again. This time it pertains to resume a few issues brought up from the last session. Deregulating the banks through Sam's bill and Sindola's suggestion of open army recruitments. Members of the Senate, please, please. In the center of it all, Palpatine tried to quell the masses so they may properly resume the meeting. Yet a litany of things made this seem impossible. How this came about was word leaking into the Senate of what occurred on Raxus. Ultron telling the Separatist Parliament and rattling to the core just when they agreed to open peace negotiations. Him revealing a number of details and essentially unleashed chaos amongst them. Apparently it was enough for them to revoke the peace talks, or at the very least put the idea on hold, until they can quell their own government. Thus far, it has been a spectacular failure. All this was observed by the Avengers and several of their Jedi friends and allies who were in attendance in several platforms they had taken up for themselves. Nearly the entire council was in attendance, as were the Avengers minus their speedster and other two missing teammates. They had already spoken with the council and a number of other high-ranking, important individuals in the Jedi Order and revealed to them what Padme and her group had gotten from their time on Raxus. To say that they were disturbed and troubled by all this would be an understatement. Ultron making such a bold showing on top of outing the name of the Dark Lord of the Sith that the Jedi have been trying to uncover for a while now was something that none of the council were able to predict. But Yoda remarked of how so much of what has passed has come from outside of the Force, outside of what they are able to anticipate. It was a hard pill to swallow, but most of the Jedi Council were starting to accept the unease that had befallen the Order in not being able to get any idea of what was to come in the future. The Force for thousands of years has been their guide, and for it to hold no answers was disconcerting. So much of what they are relied upon the Force itself, and for it to not hold any answers that they sought after. Suffice to say, the Council was well aware of the grim future that may be on the horizon now. There was so much that they wanted to talk about, to discuss, but more pressing and immediate matters demanded their attention. All they could do now was being on guard and with constant vigilance if something were to happen on the fly. The Senate room around the two groups continued their shouting and screaming as all tried to have their voices be heard. "Do you not see?" Senator Sam exclaimed. "This Ultron menace has made his intentions very much clear. If not the Separatist, the least we can do is have the means in which to have a defense against this Medroid." Sensing the opportunity, the representative of Kamino made herself heard as her platform floated forward to be seen by all. "Chancellor Palpatine, in light of these pressing matters, I propose following through with Senator Sam's bill so the Republic can purchase an additional 5 million clone troopers," spoke Senator Bertani. Bail Organa, however, wouldn't let this idea be passed so callously as he retorted when hearing this. "The Republic is already operating in deep debt, both in the war and Ultron's attacks. What you propose will cause further issues with the banking clan. Do you have an alternate means of paying?" Padme soon spoke up to back up her friend and ally. "One alternative might be to stop the war, not escalate it. At the very least an armistice with the Separatist Parliament." This got many people to call out on her, but Padme ignored them as she had more or less grown used to them. But this time she fought back. "If we deregulate the banks, we will suffer so much more than before. As it is, social services have suffered because of this war. Education, infrastructure, healthcare. The majority of our funds have practically been pulled from them and focused towards the war effort. If this continues, the basic needs of our people will evaporate and greatly harm the Republic, regardless of the war. Senator Amidala, need I remind you that outside the war with the Separatists, Ultron is someone who has shown to be completely disinterested in peaceful negotiations." Mas Amedda spoke up. "From what our intelligence has told us, Ultron wants no peace other than our extinction. How are you to propose a peace deal with someone with an objective such as that? Padme exhaled a tired sigh, hands clenching on her, recalling the memories of seeing Ultron. I completely understand that about him in particular. She stressed out. It would be a complete miracle to rationalize with him, but that will never happen. What he has done is unforgivable. The senator of Naboo composed herself to look towards the masses. But that shouldn't stop us trying to end one war better so we may take care of another. Neither of us can deal with two wars at once. What we are facing is a monumental task that can destroy the Republic itself. More jeers and shouts soon followed suit, some opposing what Amidala had said while others supported it. Yet, for this to happen is to resolve some of our present issues. Clearly there are people out there who want us to continue the fight but in their own favor. Brought up Padme. It's a calculated attempt to destroy any means of peace attempted to be made. Not everyone out there, especially in the Confederacy, wants this. I know this for a fact. You have separatist friends, Senator. Accused one senator. Padme sought to get back to the matter at hand as many senators soon accused her of being a traitor. In the end it was Palpatine who essentially spoke for her. Please, the young senator from Naboo makes a point. He said aloud. There's no need to dash. The secret Sith Lord was prevented from finishing his proclamation as Mos Amedda leaned in to whisper something into his ear. The Chancellor's eyes widened slightly, looking at his advisor for confirmation. Wait, are you sure? He whispered. It's his own personal code and identification. Mos said with a nod. Still not fully believing it, Palpatine turned back to the Senate to speak once more. I need everyone's attention now. Palpatine's stern and deadly serious voice cut off any further conversation within the hall. We have just received word from someone, who many of us believed to be dead. Whispers were basically heard aloud within the Senate chamber. A distress call from Admiral Wulf Yularen. The senators exploded in stunned conversation as they all muttered amongst themselves. The Avengers and Jedi were equally as shocked as last they had checked. Their old ally Yularen had perished over Coruscant in Ultron's initial attack. Yularen. Anakin muttered in disbelief. But he dash. Maybe. Obi-Wan said in a low voice in equal uncertainty. We never found him amongst the wreckage. But why call here of all places instead of the usual channels? Nat asked, a strange gut feeling coming over her. The hollow projection appeared with the appearance of Admiral Yularen. Instead of his crisp appearance many saw him last prior and during the last attack of Coruscant, he was heavily battered up. Heavily malnourished and worse for wear with half of his face being horribly burnt. There were discs that appeared to have been surgically implanted onto the man's head where he had been burnt and his eyes were bloodshot. This is Admiral Yularen. Can anyone hear me? He rasped out. Yularen. Skywalker whispered with his fists clenched tightly. Dear God. Rhodey muttered, eyes wide in shock at the state of the man. I can't remember the amount of days I've been held captive, but I was able to escape my... Yularen looked around as if he heard something. I don't know how much time I have left before dash. There you are. Came a synthetic, warbled voice that caused the Avengers and a number of Jedi to freeze up. Yularen's eyes widened in complete and utter terror before he was promptly shoved to the ground by a tall mechanical being from behind. Entering the projection was none other than the synthetic menace known as Ultron. Many in attendance gasped in fright at the sight with some screaming as they heard the pain sounds Yularen made when the large machine slammed his foot on the poor man's back. Oh, calling the Republic I see. A wasted effort. For you at least. Ultron mocked, grinding his foot on Yularen's spine. Then again, I was gonna reach out to these puppets sooner or later so you saved me some time. While this call is up, might as well address you all. Ultron. Steve Rogers said aloud. Avengers dash. What are you gonna do, Captain Rogers? Ultron tauntingly asked aloud, tilting his head down to glare at the tense Avengers who looked as though they were about to jump at him. Oh please, I can hear you through various consoles near your position in the Senate Hall. Peter. Sam said in alarm. Karen and Tap are telling me he hasn't hacked into anything. Peter desperately said. He's using Yularen's call to dash. Chat with you all? Yes, I am. Ultron said with a shrug. Already had a chat with the Parliament stooges, so might as well round out the set with you idiots. Murmurs and cries of worry were heard all around as the open line channel went on. First things first. What to do with my prisoner? Ultron mused, a sadistic edge to his tone as he shifted his foot about that was keeping Yularen pinned down, drawing out more pained grunts and moans from the captured admiral. If y'all are wondering, I gathered him and many other personnel back from the attack over your core planet to learn a number of things. They all spent out their usefulness with Wolfie here being the last. Been holding out for a while now. Tough old bastard, but, then again, did barely survive me blowing up his ship. He's killed them all? Yularen choked out, a pained sob escaping him with tears visibly streaming down his face. He made us watch as he arg. Many within the hall jumped in fright, some looking away whilst all others were unable to at the sight of the Admiral convulsing painfully under the boot of the AI. Wolfie. Don't spoil the fun. Ultron reprimanded, sending small electrical shocks from his leg into the man's body. Some of these fine folks might end up being a prisoner of mine one day. You wouldn't want to ruin what I did to you and your friends for them, would you? Stop. Stop it. Padme cried out, tears appearing out of the corners of her eyes. You're torturing him. What do you think I've been doing with Wolfie here? Ultron said, turning to her and giving her a look that asked, are you stupid or something? Let him go. Anakin roared aloud, anger evident on his face as he saw the pained expression on Yularen, who was desperately trying to free himself to no avail. And how can you do that from there while I'm somewhere else? Your threats mean nothing to me, General Skywalker. Ultron snidely reminded, now stomping on his captive's back. More screams and yelps came from the many senators at the disturbing sight before them. Ultron then kneeled down and grasped the Admiral's hair and pulled his head up. One way to punish a bad, disobedient dog is to put it down for good. With that, Yularen's neck let out a quick pop before the Republic Admiral collapsed onto the ground unmoving. The amount of noise the Senate Hall generated from the sight was nothing short of deafening. Yet nearly all were heard. The fear and terror was palpable as Ultron casually kicked Yularen's lifeless body out of the transmission like he was garbage. The Avengers were all glaring with fury in their eyes. Anakin looked like he was about to explode, and a number of the other Jedi were equally as incensed at what they had all just witnessed. Ultron merely rolled his eyes in response. Oh please, many of you are rather hypocritical. You seem to mourn for this man and many other personnel of your army, yet you don't for your fallen clone soldiers. Sending them all out for slaughter while a great number of you don't feel a thing at all. They're all expendable to you. That is not true. Anakin shouted. The clones are the bravest men in the entire galaxy, braver than any and all in this room. I'd gladly die by their side in a heartbeat. The AI threw his head back and laughed, the maniacal sound sending shivers down many spines. He wiped a non-existent tear from his optics to further convey just how funny he found Anakin's statement to be. Is that what you tell yourself each night before going to bed, little orphan Annie? Ultron remarked. Anakin froze in a cold shock as the genocidal AI looked directly at him now. And as if he would let you die from what I've seen. From his position in the Senate Hall, Palpatine gritted his teeth, knowing who the advanced AI was referring to. He was silently thankful, disgusting as it feels to admit this to himself, that all eyes were on Ultron and his future apprentice and not him. Sidious felt his mask slip and practically snarled, though it went completely unnoticed by all. You're a monster! Padme exclaimed after what felt like forever. Ultron rolled his eyes. Oh please, and all of you are clean of sin? How many of you have reaped war and conflict, instigated issues, allowed greed and jealousy to dictate your own actions? Lining your own pockets with blood money from those less fortunate than you. The disgust in his tone and expression was obvious for all to see. We wish to stop this needless war that you have only further exacerbated. Bail Organa all but shouted. I don't want to hear it from representatives that come from planets like yours, organ donor. Ultron's enlarged hollow visage was right in front of the Alderaanian representative. Bail did flinch slightly, but he managed to remain defiant in his glare directed at the machine. I'm more focused on the more dirty ones. the AI said, looking around at all in attendance. And that honestly means about half of all of you. All of you who are a part of a system designed to supplant one another and manufacture conflict so that there are always those who remain on the bottom whilst they reap the benefits of the top. A great number of senators and representatives yelled out, practically saying that wasn't true at all. But half won't do. No, no, no. Ultron shook his head, a more psychotic air coming off of him now. If I just cut off one portion of it, the sickness is still there. It'll fester, grow, and replace what was lost like a bad cancer. It's inevitable no matter how many tries one can attempt. The red eyes of the AI glinted with malicious danger. If there is to be true peace, the sickness must be cured in full. And what better way to heal is than to cut out the sickness and eradicate it before it spreads. Scene cut. A Republic fleet of around 24 ships floated over the planet of Geonosis. They were the occupational force that held the planet after the decisive and chaotic second battle that transpired on the planet. There were occasional rotations of fleets to alleviate the burden, but there remained a constant presence. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a fleet of separatist ships appeared and instantly bombarded the orbiting ships. The surprise attack was devastating as the battle quickly decimated the Republic forces. But what really wrecked them was a torpedo rocketing towards them. The moment it made contact with one of the bigger Republic ships, a seismic blast went all over. The attack basically split the ships into pieces as they quickly became inoperable. Once this was done, the newly arrived ships began bombarding the planet below, practically glassing the planet's surface, given it was a desert planet with all its sand and dust. Just as quickly as they came in their assault did they leave moments later, leaving a now dead world in their wake. Scene cut. From the world where the Trade Federation originated from, Cato Neimoidia was relatively peaceful. Boom. 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 That was until the explosions happened. Screams began being heard from multiple points on the planet, and in particular, the capital city of the world. From above were several Republic Venators bearing down upon the city with a stream of torpedoes and cannons blasting away at the many buildings and structures below. From the damage, many mountains supporting these began to break away and crumble. They all began to plummet down to the true surface hundreds and thousands of feet below. Scene cut. This just in, the planet of Geonosis has been violently attacked. Pandemonium the likes of which Cato hasn't seen. Reports of no survivors in orbit or on the planet. Republic forces seen coming out of hyperspace. Believed to have been led by none other than General Grievous. Anger on the side of the separatists, demanding retaliation. Republic Senate called in for multiple emergency meetings after suicidal Admiral Killian. The question on everyone's mind, how did the separatists pull off such a stunning attack? Were you aware of this, my apprentice? Darth Sidious asked quietly as he and Darth Tyrannus observed the news feed of both the Republic and Separatist side of the attacks that both sides had suffered through. As far as I was last aware of, General Grievous was with me and my acolytes. Dooku stated calmly, watching as a Republic news reporter spoke on the devastation of the fleet over Geonosis. This was not given by me or any other in the Confederate military. Ultron. Sidious surmised right away. Most likely the case. The Count of Sereno agreed with a nod. I did not think he would strike again so soon. The Dark Lord said. Though, he is not one to be predictable from what we've seen thus far. Silence befell the two Dark Lords as they both quietly observed the news that was coming from these attacks. Both knew that neither was orchestrated by them, but the methods in which their enemy was going about it to frame it as such was making it hard for many to deny. Ultron, with his advanced capabilities, made it seem like the Republic attacked first in retaliation of Kamino before the Separatist did the same on Geonosis. What are we to do, my master? Dooku queried, a deep frown on his face. Ultron was becoming more dangerous by the day. He's upsetting the grand plan their Sith forefathers had planned for generations. Not just that, but the very balance of the galaxy as they knew it. What we've been doing since meeting him, plan and adapt. Will that be enough? The question caused the Chancellor of the Republic to regard his apprentice with narrowed eyes. Are you suggesting something, Darth Tyrannus? I mean no disrespect, Master. Dooku softly said. But it is clear to see that Ultron is making his moves blatantly obvious and is going through great lengths to undermine our own plans for the galaxy. His ability to manipulate most everything technologically has put us at a disadvantage. I am well aware of our current predicament, my apprentice. Sidious snipped, irritation evident to see. But what we are not to do is to begin questioning what has been set in stone and will come to pass. With respect, Master, is that such an assured outcome? Dooku asked patiently. The destruction of the Jedi and the downfall of the Republic I fully believe in, but Ultron is proving himself to be a far more demanding enemy. Be that as it may, we must remain on task and adjust accordingly. Sidious all but stated. But for how long? However long necessary. The Dark Lord all but snapped. If this Ultron wishes to test my patience with a war of extinction, I shall give just that. With that being said, Sidious spun about to walk away, leaving a now very conflicted Count of Sereno. As he made his leave and soon boarded his ship, Dooku began to feel a number of things. Worry and confusion, once again appearing ever since Ultron hijacked his call to the Separatist Parliament and revealing much to upset the Sis. Most of all, doubt and anger towards his master. Sidious was refusing to allow him to, perhaps letting the two reigning governments of the galaxy unite, all for the grand plan. This will cost them dearly if the Republic Chancellor refuses to cooperate or work with one enemy to defeat a greater one. This may end up having him to perhaps continue the cycle of the apprentice usurping the master. More so sooner than later in order to unite the galaxy against a dangerous common threat. Thus new plans and contingencies will need to be drafted and worked upon to make it so. Scene cut. Well fuck, this just got a lot worse. Sam Wilson commented from his seat, head leaned back with an arm over his eyes. The Avengers were back in their own place after that insane Senate meeting and were joined by Padme on top of Organa and Mon Mothma. Both senators were surprised by the request to have been asked to join the Avengers back at their home, but upon Natasha telling them of finding something on Kamino, the two quickly accepted the offer. They were, after all, one of the few senators who questioned just how the clone army came to be. Even though they had been informed of the biochips and contingency orders implanted within every clone trooper, the events in the last Senate meeting overshadowed this revelation that was still a hard pill to swallow. I feel like we're all trapped. Organa murmured, head hung low as he leaned upon the center table of the living room. We learn of one horrible truth and are struck with the promise of extinction from another enemy we didn't see coming. The Republic isn't in a state of panic but unadulterated terror. Mon Mothma commented. Many senators are paralyzed with fear. No matter who says what, no one seems to know what to do. Is there really nothing we can do? Rochuchi quietly asked, clutching her lover's arms that were wrapped around her in a protective fashion. The speedster had pressed his lips against the back of her head to try to reassure her, feeling his girlfriend hold him tighter in response. Senator Chuchi was deeply troubled and had a hard time easing this. She and Pietro had just returned from their little mission in getting back the daughters of Chairman Papanoida. They were kidnapped by bounty hunters hired by the Trade Federation in order to comply with their demands. Luckily for them, they were able to get them back in one piece. And the blockade on Pantora has ended through a number of means. The Avenger/Senator couple thought everything would be alright. Yet to come back to hear so much lunacy had transpired since their small mission was overwhelming, to put it plainly. So Ultron is being his usual self and now we have to worry about the clones turning on us on a dime. Pietro groused out, twitching somewhat in barely restrained stress and anger. You know, learning about all this about the biochips is feeling less of a win and more of a pain in the ass. Rhodey couldn't help but say. It's bad enough Ultron is being his psychotic self, dealing with this shit is just dash. What we signed up for. Matt plainly stated. Loath as we are to the idea. And we still have to find our missing buddies. Scott said, a frustrated sigh escaping him. We still got no clue where Wanda or Vision are. In due time, hopefully soon. Hope reached over to lace her fingers with her boyfriend's, who squeezed her hand back in appreciation. So what do we focus on then? Sam asked, looking up at the group. Ultron is way more of a threat right now cause he's all up in our faces. But dealing with this secretive Sith Lord is equally as important. T'Challa said, rubbing his chin. I think we gotta take out Ultron sooner than later. Rhodey declared. Serious as this Hydra retread is, Ultron needs to be eliminated right now. Last time we had the whole team. Steve pointed out. Vision stopped him from escaping and we took out his army. We need to close him off from the collective, so he won't hop bodies for an escape. Only then can we take him out for good. Nat stated, tapping her finger on the table whilst in her other arm was Mara Jade playing with her hair. I doubt Tap or Karen are strong enough to make that happen together, let alone on their own. Pietro murmured. Vision has. What did Thor call it? An Infinity Stone. That gem from the scepter helped him shut Ultron off from escaping into other bodies. But that didn't completely kill him. Matt reminded them all. Ultron might have been dormant or inadvertently reactivated by Hydra after you fought him on Sokovia. Did you all not fight a giant version of him before you all arrived here? Yeah, Ultimo. Falcon muttered, the 7 Avengers who had fought him recalling the gargantuan bot. Yeah, think that was him. Ant-Man asked the Avengers who were there. Well, after that last display of his gigantic self here on Coruscant, who's to say? War Machine commented. God, Vision, where are ya man? Sam bemoaned. And Wanda isn't here to rip out his heart like she did last time. Pietro stated, drawing a bewildered look from his girlfriend. I'll tell ya about it later. Hey guys, I've been thinking. Peter spoke up, making everyone turn to him. Vision was originally made from Jarvis, Mr. Stark's old AI, yeah. There were confused nods, unsure of where Peter was going with this. So there is a sort of coding that is in Ultron that we also have, don't we? Yeah. Steve stepped forward, gazing intently at his fellow New Yorker as all watched the young man's mind a-whirl with activity. Then, maybe, just maybe, there is a way we can shut Ultron down without needing to wait on Vision to help us out with it. The Avengers and Senators were now completely focused on the webhead who stood up from his web hammock he had made and began to pace around. Ultron was made by Mr. Stark and Dr. Banner. Peter recited, tapping his chin in deep thought. Every AI that Iron Man has made has a distinct theme of personality. Mr. Stark wants his creations to have them to set them apart from one another. It's in those differences that they are unique that their coding could be similar. The coding of personality. That seems a bit of a wacky stretch, Pete. Rhodey said, clearly unsure as to where the teen hero was going with this. I know, but that sliver of coding that all the AI shares might be what we could use to shut Ultron down permanently. Peter emphatically said. Like a master shutdown code from all the AI, kinda like when Mr. Stark blew up all his old suits. The group lapsed in silence as they dwelled on what Peter had suggested, something that held a great deal of potential. This got several of the other Avengers thinking of alternative means in taking out Ultron. Is there a way to upgrade Tap and Karen? Scott asked. Like, with how Vis dash? I know what you're thinking, but I doubt it'll work. Natasha interjected, shaking her head at the man. Hope, however, saw merit in what her boyfriend was suggesting. But if we perhaps find Vision then he dash. I don't know if the Mind Stone would make it happen. There were other components to his creation as well. Steve said, arms crossed. But Peter might be onto something. You too, Scott. We have tech that Tony made and in return, an understanding of it. And Ultron was made by Tony, Super Stone aside. Sam added. So there might be a weakness in his programming that we can exploit. Rhodey said. Tap, Karen, up for the challenge. More than up for it, comrades. Came the Russian-accented reply of Tap. We're more than willing to try. Karen's determined voice filtered in a second later. So one step at a time then. Captain America declared. If we try to focus on too much at the same time, we'll just rip ourselves apart and be caught flat-footed. What about the chips? Matthew inquired, tapping the side of his head. The more we figure out how they work, the sooner we can take them out. Nat said, tone conveying finality. So what should we do now? Hope asked the group as a whole. At this moment, I believe a moment's respite is what your team needs. Mon Mothma stated. You have all done much for us in a short amount of time. Mothma is right. Organa concurred, nodding his head at his fellow senator and friend. I believe it is best you all take this time to catch your breaths whilst we take care of Sam's bill. We'll need to check with the banking clan to see how much the full amount will be and work from there. It's a start, despite a lot of senators wanting it to pass now given what just happened. Padme said tiredly. Everyone in the room murmured in agreement as the senators now moved to leave. Chuchi moved around in Petro's arms, looking up at him lovingly. I'll see you soon, she whispered, moving her head up to capture his lips in a loving kiss whilst some of the other Avengers made mocking retching noises. Oh God, get a room you two, Rhodey said with a roll of his eyes. Scene cut. Once again, another Senate meeting had been called and as per the standard procedures of this meeting, shouting and yelling ensued. The news of the attack on Geonosis was a predominant topic coupled with Ultron's transmission and the threat that he posed to all several days ago. Assessments of losses and damages had to be made with much planning for retaliation. Once more, Anakin was there watching this, although this time by himself for the most part. He had his eyes predominantly on his wife, who looked far more solemn than usual. The Senate session was ramping up in heated discussion as practically all in attendance voiced their opinions and suggestions with none backing down whatsoever. It was a madhouse plain and simple, and it made Skywalker question his wife's sanity in dealing with all this on top of her eardrums still functioning somehow. He decided right then and there to make sure that she gets taken out on a date or some form of relaxation. Force knows how much she needs it right about now. Maybe the Avengers can help with covering for them or keeping them out of sight and mind. If we are to be shouting all day, we will have achieved nothing, senators. Palpatine's voice bounced off the walls of the chamber. Please, we must have a semblance of order if we are all to speak. How can we have order when we have been attacked by the separatist scum and Ultron's message to us all? Shouted one of the many senators in attendance, with many more voicing their agreement. The chambers erupted into more yelling, with the walls actually vibrating from the intensity of it all. Senators, please. Chancellor Palpatine almost pleaded. What will we accomplish with all this rambling? There is one thing we can do. Brittany of Kamino managed to say aloud through the commotion. If we approve the bill for the addition of more clones, we can give ourselves a greater fighting chance against the Republic's enemies. Are you mad, or have you forgotten that we are near bankruptcy? Mothma exclaimed. We should be asking you that. Sam shouted. The separatists are one thing, but you, like all of us, were there when Ultron told us his plans to exterminate us all. We are dealing with a foe who wishes to bring about extinction. Again, the chamber devolved into a shouting match with everyone against everyone. Anakin watched on and ran a hand over his face. This is why he hated politics. Always more whining and ridiculous suggestions over actually trying to get things done. Senators, please. Skywalker perked up slightly upon seeing his wife take center stage again. We are so busy with what we want that we have forgotten our purpose and duty to the people who look to us to follow. The purpose of this meeting is for our duty and to enact protection for the people of the Republic. Sam vehemently argued. The bill for more clone troopers would do just that. Brittany tacked on, a smug air to her. What do you know of aiding your people, Brittany? Organa asked aggressively. All you seem to want is to fund your planet and create what you view as property, not people. The clones have been fighting valiantly for us as is. And have been dying in droves. Brittany reminded, almost dismissively. Hearing this actually made Anakin glare at the Kaminoan, with several other senators mirroring his look. It was at this point that another platform floated forward, this one containing the representative of Relith. Senators, representatives, when was the last time you spoke to your people? This abrupt question caused a sudden pause in conversation and debate as Cham Syndulla took center stage. And I'm not talking about those who put you in office. The Twi'lek clarified, a hard gaze directed at all around him. Are you focused on their interests instead of your own, or have you even considered what the people want at all? Mumbles and whispers were heard all around as Cham went on. You all know who I am. The war veteran said, patting his chest. While my predecessor spent his time here spending lavishly on feasts and consorts on the onset of the war, I was on the ground with my people fighting the separatists that invaded my home world. I was there to witness the death of countless of my own species and the brave clones who fought alongside us. A look of resentment flashed across the Twi'lek's face. How many of you can claim to have actually fought for the future of your people whilst standing here, incessantly rambling on about bills and propositions? The answer is nothing. There were many who tried shouting back at such statements, but Cham all but ignored them. Whilst we waste away our time here bickering on debt, spending, and regulation, the people of not only the Republic but the galaxy are still suffering. Syndulla proclaimed, slamming his fist down. Be it from the separatists, piracy, Ultron, or our own inept incompetence. I will not stand by and allow this to continue. It was at this point did Padme have her own stand float over to be right next to Cham's as the former Queen of Naboo gazed into the man's eyes. Senator Syndulla, I empathize with you, believe me I do. Amidala stated passionately. But to escalate the war will only prolong the suffering of all people in this galaxy. Senator Amidala, was it not you who came to the Senate 10 years ago, was rejected for help and still chose to return to your own home world to fight for it yourself? Cham countered. If we are to give our people the chance to fight for not only themselves, but their own future, would it not be prudent that we as senators at least offer them this choice? Padme reeled back from this statement and bit the inside of her cheek as the memories of the Trade Federation's occupation of her home planet came rushing back to her. She remembered just how much her people endured, how they suffered all for the sake of greed. The former queen could recall the pleas of her people. Her eyes widened as she remembered why she was here. My people. The Naboo senator thought to herself, a more determined air coming over her. With a renewed sense of purpose, Padme's shifted into that of unrelenting conviction. Tekla Mina, she said aloud. The name elicited confusion from all in attendance as they were unclear as to what exactly the Nabooian was talking about. Undeterred, Padme went on. Tekla is one of my aides. Like so many of the people that we tell ourselves we're here to serve, Tekla lives in a district that rarely has electricity and running water as a result of the war. Her children can now only bathe every 2 weeks and they have no light in which to read or study at night. The Republic has always funded these basic services, but now there are those who would divert the money to the war with no thought for what the people need to survive. The chamber hall was now silent as all gazed upon the young woman whose words became more impassioned and fierce. If not for people like Tekla and her children, who are we fighting for? My people, your people, all of our people. This war is meant to save them from suffering, not increase it. I support our brave soldiers, whether they come from the clone factories or from any of the thousands of systems loyal to the Republic, but if we continue to impoverish our people, it is not on the battlefield where Dooku, Ultron, or anyone far worse will defeat us, but in our own homes. Therefore, it is our duty and our responsibility to preserve the lives of those around us by defeating this bill. Cham Syndulla understands the belief in fighting for our people, so I ask you this. How can our people fight for us if we ourselves are not willing to fight for them? The audience was completely silent for a few seconds until they heard the sound of an emphatic clapping. Everyone looked to see Bail Organa standing with a look of admiration and pride directed at his young friend and protege. A moment later, 2 more individuals joined him, being Rochuchi and Mon Mothma. After several more seconds, a number of other senators begin to join in, and soon after, the entire chamber is clapping in solemn silence whilst Padme's more ardent supporters and friends let out a few cheers. Padme felt a swell of relief and pride upon seeing such a reaction, and a few small glances only bolstered this feeling. The wide smiles she saw from Chuchi, Organa, and Mothma. The look of understanding, agreement, and approval from the light smirk Cham directed at her. And the pure expression of love she managed to spot that her husband Anakin had for her. In that moment, Padme felt nothing but pure gratitude for simply being heard and acknowledged by all. Her husband watched her relief and smirked at the reaction as he could feel a great deal of stress and pressure that had been building up inside his wife wash away. Shaking his head with his smile still in place, he turned to leave. Having walked out from watching yet another chaotic Senate meeting, one which may be a shining light in the darkness this time around, Anakin heard his name being called out. Anakin. The Jedi turned around and saw Steve with Natasha and Sam waiting for him. Guys. He said, slightly confused by their rather serious demeanor. Steve walked up to the Jedi and placed a hand on his shoulder. We need to talk. He raised a brow at the tone Rogers conveyed with his brows furrowing in concern. What's wrong? Skywalker asked straight away, sensing that something was wrong. "We'll tell you about it back at our place." Sam spoke in a low voice. "Less prying eyes and ears around here. Padme will be there," Nat stated, making Anakin blink. "As will several others we trust." This certainly wasn't what he was expecting from his friends and allies. "Can you guys tell me what's going on? A hint at least." The three Avengers were silent for a moment as they pondered on his request when Steve's shoulder sagged a bit as he ran his hand through his hair. "It's complicated." He snorted at his own words. "And that's just putting it mildly. But to put it in the simplest way possible, we discovered something about the clone army that is gonna change a lot once everyone else learns of it." "Well now, didn't think that was gonna be our topic of conversation," Anakin bluntly admitted. "You mentioned others that were gonna be at your place aside from Padme. Who else is coming?" "Peter convinced us to bring along Ahsoka and Barriss," Sam quickly said. "Ayla is comin' cause Steve asked," Nat said a moment later. "And Obi-Wan," Steve finished. Anakin tilted his head, feeling as though some people were missing. "What about the clones?" Skywalker brought up. "You mentioned that this was about them, right? Shouldn't they be involved? At least Captain Rex." Steve hesitated. "We will talk to him about that a little afterwards, once we're good and ready. For now, just trust us with what we're gonna tell you later on." Wilson spoke up, a softer tone than before. "And you may wanna brace yourself," Romanoff remarked. "You can use one of our rooms to hug Padme after everything." All this was really starting to unnerve Anakin. "Criff guys, what the hell are you gonna tell me that's so bad that I'm gonna need to hug my wife?" Scene cut. Anakin stood within one of the many hangar bays that were built right next to the Jedi Temple at the advent of the war, watching his legion of the 501st preparing for departure towards their next assignment. He spotted Hardcase excitedly chattering with an amusingly annoyed Jesse and Kix about blowing something up in a prior missing that gave him a cool scar on his arm. The Jedi chortled aloud at the rather crazed clone before a more wistful expression came over him. A number of thoughts ran through his head as he dwelled on the soldiers that he had been fighting alongside for over a year now. These brave men who charged fearlessly into danger and death, standing right by his side through thick and thin. They placed their lives in his hands, and Force knows how many suicidal attacks they made it through with his insane strategies. Yes, Anakin was well aware of his own devil-may-care attitude towards danger, but at the same time he only did this because he wanted to instill in his men that they could trust him due to his own trust in them. And he was truly grateful that the 501st reciprocated this feeling completely and entirely. Yet now, the former slave felt that he had not given them enough. The Avengers had pulled him and his Padawan aside, Barriss, Obi-Wan and Ayla having joined them as well at their request, and suffice to say, when learning of what was in the heads of the clones, if one were to say that Anakin was depressed/angry/enraged/horrified/guilt-ridden, it wouldn't be enough of a description. Ahsoka had fallen into the nearest seat that there was at the time, and Barriss appeared openly devastated. Ayla was trying to understand if what the Avengers had uncovered on Kamino to be true, and was crestfallen upon learning that it was indeed reality. His former master was silent when he heard of what had been implanted in their troops, yet Anakin was able to feel what was going through Kenobi's mind and emotions. Disturbed and in deep turmoil. Padme, who was there when they told them about the chips, took a huge risk when she walked over to place her loving hands on his shoulders in an attempt to comfort him. He dimmed who was watching and reached up to grasp her hand tightly. Thankfully, it appeared that Padme had more tact in that situation than he did, as she went over to Obi-Wan next to see how he was doing, followed by Ayla and then hugging both Barriss and Ahsoka. The two Padawans were certainly surprised by the gesture, but found themselves returning it all the same. Whether or not they were aware of these biochips in their heads, Anakin felt like he let his boys down. Ahsoka shared his sentiment as she was severely disturbed and saddened by this revelation. It was of no difficulty in getting her on board in getting the chips out of their men's heads, since she saw them as brothers just as much as he did. Barriss, Ayla, and Obi-Wan naturally had all voiced their own support in this endeavor and of telling the other Jedi, but the Avengers stopped them from doing so. When asked why. Flashback. Ahsoka was close to breaking down. Barriss was in a similar position but tightened her hands to control a litany of emotions. Obi-Wan was heavily disturbed and worried. Anakin was basically worse by a large margin. His expression was that of blank disbelief. Yet a litany of emotions were present. He basically shut down moments later and had to excuse himself. It wouldn't be until a bit later when they all heard angry yells in another room as Skywalker trashed the place. Lightsaber marks were all over, walls, furniture, and equipment were heavily broken and cracked, which would need extensive repair. When checking up on him to see if he was alright once everything was over, they saw him seated amongst the damage and breathing heavily with a look of utter horror on his face. His eyes were reddened with a yellow coloring receding to return the natural blue. His form was coming down from the trembling shock and anger he needed to vent from what revelation he heard. Rather than beating around the bush, Sam had outright asked why he had reacted in such a drastic manner. The Avengers could easily patch up the room he had just damn near destroyed, but to have a reaction like that was a bit excessive. He didn't respond for a few moments, head still hung low in complete depression from the revelation of the clones and the biochips when I was a slave. Anakin revealed, making all the Avengers look at him in surprise and shock. Before I was a Jedi, I lived on Tatooine as a slave with my mother. His voice came out as distraught and broken. The Avengers looked to both Padme and Obi-Wan for confirmation, and the two nodded solemnly. Ahsoka, Barriss, and Ayla were also surprised by this revelation, judging from their slightly gaping expressions. They wanted to go more in depth about this reveal, but Steve spoke aloud, saying now isn't the time and it wouldn't be fair to force this out of Anakin. It appeared that Skywalker was more than willing to do so, but the look he got from his secret wife made him still his tongue and reluctantly nodded in agreement. With Anakin, more or less, having calmed down, he returned to the meeting room with some help as he felt utterly drained. There's a lot we still don't fully understand and know about these chips and why they were really placed in the clones' heads. Natasha explained. Right now, if we start spouting about some mind control shit in the heads of the entire Republic army, people are gonna freak out. Rhodey added. And everything is already insane as is. Scott poignantly reminded them all. So what? Anakin indignantly said. We're just gonna do nothing whilst our boys have these chips in their heads that would essentially make them no better than a battle droid? Being truly enslaved to what's essentially slave transmitters. That they can turn on us or each other or even the Republic on a dime. It's not that simple, Anakin, and you know it. Sam remarked with his arms crossed. We've all just learned about this ourselves. Got that right. Peter had muttered from the wall he was sitting on. We also have to deal with what's gonna come after. Pietro pointed out. God knows how many people will freak out after hearing about this. Shouldn't we at least tell the council of this? Barriss inquired with a nervous frown. This is incredibly serious and we will tell them once we know and understand more. Matt interrupted in a calm fashion. Just blurting out information we have only just begun to understand, and research can lead to unintentionally drastic and terrible circumstances. We must tread delicately here. Our lawyer is right. Hope quipped, patting said blind hero on the shoulder. First things first is learning everything we can about these biochips and how the clone army came about. And that involves learning all that we can before making any moves, be it drastic or small. T'Challa sagely stated. We try anything out in the open or more people find out about it, the people behind all this are gonna figure it out and do something drastic. Natasha said with finality. Anakin was torn and opened his mouth to speak until Obi-Wan spoke up. This secret Sith Lord. Sidious, was it? That's what Ultron named him as. The Avengers all nodded, since they had all seen the recording that Peter had brought back. When Dooku had captured me right before the first battle on Geonosis, he spoke of how a Sith Lord had infiltrated the Republic and was working from within the Senate itself. He said, reminding many within the room. This was news, however, to several individuals in the room. Primarily Padme, the Padawans, and several of the Avengers who had yet to hear about this. Wait, what? Peter spoke up in alarmed surprise. There's actually a bad guy in the Senate? Ain't this like Yeah, we got another Hydra/Shield situation on our hands. Wilson Riley pointed out. Hydra/Shield situation. Ahsoka and Barriss murmured in unison. We'll tell you about it later. Nat promised. There's actually a lot of similarities to what might be happening right now. So you are familiar with how to go about this? Kenobi commented. We do, Sam shrugged. But we need to be a little more delicate here. Delicate this, delicate that, Anakin said impatiently now. I can't exactly sleep well at night now knowing that at any given moment, Captain Rex, Domino Squad, and the rest of my men can turn into mindless droids who do whatever anyone tells them to. Ahsoka found herself sharing in her master's sentiment, rubbing her arm with a saddened frown adorning her face. Kenobi and Barriss were far more reserved, but even they couldn't deny the pit of dread that had now been planted in their guts. Ayla, having been silent for a while now, went up to the distraught Jedi Knight and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Anakin, she said softly. I understand what you are feeling right now. I don't like this any more than you do. The thought of losing Bly, Flash, Cameron, my troops to these chips is not something I wish to see. What do we do then? Anakin challenged. We must have patience. Sakura calmly rebuked. The Avengers have made it clear that rushing recklessly as you and I have so often done will not be an effective means of counteracting this plot. We're not just doing this for the Order but for our troops, our Republic, and the sake of the galaxy itself. We will save them. We just need to be patient. Anakin looked up at Ayla, a Jedi he considers a good friend long before the advent of this war. He remembered all the pointers, all the few times they did interact with each other, but both recognized the unspoken chemistry the two had in bouncing off one another. It's why he considered Ayla someone he could trust. And the Avengers made it clear that they trust her since she was among the 5 Jedi they brought in. Why bring this to us? Barriss suddenly asked in a quiet voice. You could have brought this to anyone. The Council, Senators, even the Chancellor. Or even have kept this to yourselves. So why us? Us 5. Scott waved his hand around a bit. Well, we already did with 4 other dash. Why us? Ahsoka now inquired, staring intently at Earth's mightiest heroes. The Avengers were silent for a time, none offering up an answer. It's 'cause we trust you. Peter spoke up, voice sounding confident and assured. You trust us? Obi-Wan rephrased, not in a disparaging or disbelieving manner but unsure that that was a valid reason. Well, yeah. Parker said as though it were obvious. I mean, we've been fighting together for so long now and you've stuck our necks out for us a bunch of times already. You didn't need to give us a place to stay. Rhodey remarked. And we owe you a lot for helping us just have some semblance of organization with everything that's happened. Matthew added, tone conveying appreciation. You learn the kind of people you have around you in the direst of circumstances. Steve stated with finality. And we've seen that you are people we can trust with our lives. So we came to you first about this. Outside of Padme, of course. Obi-Wan found himself chuckling slightly with a pleasant and friendly smile visible for all to see. Well, I find myself truly touched by such a gesture. He said with complete earnestness. Thank you for placing faith in us like that. The other Jedi appeared to have the same feeling save for one who appeared somewhat conflicted. Everyone turned to Barriss who hesitated for a moment until speaking once more. I wish to tell my master about this. She quietly said. This isn't something I am comfortable with in keeping from her. Rather than getting a verbal answer at first, Colonel Rhodes came right over to her and placed a hand on her shoulder. The two of us can tell her together. The Avenger assured. I promise. We can go now or whenever you feel is best. The Miri Allen Padawan smiled in appreciation at the offer and nodded in acceptance. Flashback end. Sir. Anakin was broken out of his deep thoughts when he saw Captain Rex was now standing by his side. Troops are all set and ready. The captain stated with a hint of pride in his voice. We're just waiting on Commander Tano and Lieutenant Sam with the Avengers coming along with us. Skywalker simply nodded and murmured out a small comment of praise though his tone didn't convey it. Captain Rex arched a brow at the rather subdued response and looked over at his general. The normally confident and boisterous Jedi had a rather uncharacteristic air of something he couldn't quite place. Depression. Rex internally said to himself, shaking his head a moment later. No, it wasn't that. It seemed as though there was a weight around his shoulders that was suddenly placed upon him, and rather recently from the time he had last seen his superior officer. Rex thought about it for a moment and did recall General Skywalker telling him of a meeting he had with the Avengers and Jedi Council. Whatever it was about, it seemed to have greatly affected his general, as he had never seen the man so serious. Taking a chance, Rex cleared his throat aloud in hopes of getting his commanding officer's attention. "General." Anakin slowly turned his head over to his captain, and the clone captain was rather startled by the torn and conflicted expression he had on him. Shaking his head slightly, Rex looked at the Jedi square in the eyes. "General, is everything all right with you?" Rex asked out of genuine concern. "You seem rather out of it." "Am I?" Anakin muttered, almost as if he was pretending to be surprised. "Is it really that noticeable? I didn't realize it." "All right, something was definitely wrong here." Rex frowned at seeing the glazed look his general had in his eyes. This was highly unusual and rather disconcerting. Before he was able to further ask as to what was troubling him, Anakin spoke first. "Rex, you trust me, right?" The clone captain blinked at the question. "Where'd this come from?" "Of course I do, sir," he said without any hesitation. "And the boys?" Skywalker's tone was unusually hollow, and it was really starting to unsettle Rex. "Do they trust me?" "Yes, you know they, General." "What's wrong? Is everything all right?" Rex asked again, a greater sense of urgency now. "Did something happen that you're not telling me?" He saw the Jedi Knight release a haggard sigh with a rather miserable look coming over him before a more melancholic smile replaced it as he turned back to him. "Let's just say I learned a lot in these last few hours," Skywalker admitted, head hung low. "A lot that's making me re-evaluate a lot of what I thought I knew. Or really, who I thought I was." Well, now that was worrying at all. Not like he wasn't already. An Anakin Skywalker who wasn't assured or confident of himself. Just another thing to add to the pile of ever-growing concerns in seeing the general in such a state. Before Rex was able to question or ask for further clarity as to why Anakin was like this, his Jedi general silently placed a hand on his shoulder. "You're a good man, Rex," Skywalker said, a pained yet genuine smile. "A good man, soldier, and a great friend." Captain Rex was at a momentary loss for words, being completely blindsided by this earnest and heartfelt declaration. To be called a good soldier is one of the highest forms of praise any clone can get. A good man. That was a strange one, but it still felt rather nice to hear such a description. Great friend. Rex will be honest, much as he has gone through with General Skywalker, it was rather strange at how willingly he accepted this statement. Even still, he felt a swell of emotion upon hearing that Anakin held him in such high regard to even call him a friend. Coughing into his hand, Rex bore a piercing gaze into the Jedi's eyes, trying to figure out just what was going on. "Sir," he said evenly. "What's happened? Is it serious? And don't tell me it's not, 'cause it looks like it is." Anakin let out a dejected sigh and shook his head as he turned back to the rest of the Legion that were still going about preparations for departure. "I asked you earlier if you trusted me," the brown-haired Jedi quietly said. "And you told me that you do. So Rex, I'm asking you not as your general or commanding officer, but as your friend, to just give me some time before I tell you. Because I will tell you. I promise." Rex wanted to ask for more than that, but he felt that prying for more information won't yield the result that he wants. So he will acquiesce to his general and friend's request and wait until the time is right. And he knows that Anakin will deliver on this promise. He hasn't failed since he met him, and he knows he won't fail him now. Check the description for the links to the author.